of international bodies, also bodies of the public administration, civil society, corporate sector, academia, press, on behalf of the Presidency of the Republic
and of Agesic, on behalf of the United Nations Organization for Education, Science and Culture, UNESCO, and the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, the CAF, we would like to welcome you to the Forum for Ethics and AI for Latin America and the Caribbean. This summit is the main political and technical space to deal with key topics such as regulation and governance of AI. It also enables public-private collaboration in order to better position the region within the global conversation on AI. It should be important to note that this summit is being held within the context of the second Ministerial Summit on Ethics of AI in Latin America and the Caribbean. That will be taking place tomorrow here in this headquarters of the CAF, to which you, of course, are all invited. Today, we will have authorities and experts from countries in the region act as presenters, as well as regional reference. We would also like to note that this event is being broadcast live through the CAF and Agesic channels of YouTube, so you can expand all this information through the hashtag AI Summit LAC. We would now like to invite to the podium Madam Vice President of the Republic of Uruguay, Beatriz Argimon. We would also like to invite the authorities for UNESCO, for CAF, we also have here Cristiana Sinelli, Corporate Vice President of Strategic Programming for the CAF, Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, Gabriela Ramos, Assistant Director General for Social and Human Sciences of UNESCO, Ever Pauas, Executive Director for Agesic, who would also like to invite to the stand. Having everyone present here on the stage, it is a true honor to invite the Madam Vice President of the Republic to the podium. I like to be able to look at the auditorium. That's why I took the podium. Good morning, everyone. It is a true honor to be here to open up this summit. I also enjoy seeing so many people here that are part of the organization of the summit, because there is a great cooperation that is taking place here. And I truly admire what we are doing and what we're seeing in the area of AI. But at the same time, I recognize the challenges posed by AI, the ethical debate that we are now invited to have and that we should lead, especially if we are responsible. And as a participant and as someone that is here, I want to talk about the people that are part of a country that supports democracy so much, and how the challenge of AI confounds us. AI has to do with our culture, our values, and our idiosyncrasy. It has to do with ethics, undoubtedly. And it also has a lot to do with taking care of our democracies. There are a multiplicity of aspects in AI that call for our participation and engagement. First and foremost, because of what I was saying this morning. It's wonderful to start off a morning with so much technology, because the technology that was displayed here shows us how enthusiastic we are in the present. But at the same time, changes and bringing about changes implies being up to the challenge. And we are going through a fast-paced world. And we don't have that much time for reflection. We also need to change our personal logic and our social logic in terms of how we move with these changes. And this is all very moving for us from a personal perspective and from a communal perspective, from the local perspective, and from the perspective of the strategies carried out by governments that cannot just be thought out from a national point of view, but that also entail regional cooperation like the one we are establishing here. And I believe that Latin America and the Caribbean have a long way to go enthusiastically and optimistically if we follow the strategic logic of cooperation. Because many times when we attend international summits, we enthusiastically see the progress that has been made in other areas, but then we start reflecting, and then we realize that Latin America and the Caribbean can be protagonists in these forums. So I think this summit is happening at a very important time of our global life, and of course at the regional level. Because I truly believe we sometimes don't realize how important we are for the global community. And our importance needs to be shown strategically from a united front. So we need to create spaces to allow for people to see that we are thinking about ourselves together, and we're showing ourselves together, and we are creating strategies together from 2 points of view. First and foremost, from a perspective of enthusiasm, because I am enthusiasm. I believe that challenges are a true engine, especially in a country like ours. Enthusiasm can enable us to become a pilot space, to think of challenges that are posed by the 21st century. But I also believe that the challenges entail responsibilities. And when we think about ethics, when we deal with AI, we are talking about responsibility. A responsibility that we need to undertake together. And by undertaking this responsibility together, we will be able to take decisive steps towards being successful in the 21st century. Now, I don't want to wrap up these comments without being thankful, without thanking you for having this summit here in Uruguay. As you know, Uruguay has state policies that are sustained over time, regardless of the party that is in administration. And I believe that this topic is an essential topic for our state policies. And I want to thank Agesic. And on behalf of Agesic, I want to thank Everpauas, because they have enabled us to really understand public policies and strategies in this area. But at the same time, Agesic sought out all the public agencies and all the public powers that are represented here, the judicial branch, the legislative branch, and the executive branch, to all be aligned so we can all understand how speedily we need to act in the face of AI. And lastly, I want to mention the importance of being democratically responsible, because sharing all of this information with our citizens is a responsibility as legislators and as public officials. We all have a part to play in this area. Human rights are involved in this topic And this has to do with how we inform and train our citizens in these new times. Education has a key role to be played here. And Agesic, throughout this time, has been a thought-provoking agency that has forced us to think about ourselves, and it has also forced us to create a public structure that might change as time goes by. Those changes, yes, need to be safe, but they also be speedy, and they need to be in tune with the world and with Latin America and the Caribbean. So thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for those of you that organized this high-level meeting, and thank you for all the panels that we will have with specialists that will enable us to be aligned with the new times. And thank you, above all else, for helping us understand that these are moving times, but they're times full of hope. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señora vicepresidenta.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. We now want to call Cristiana Sinelli, Corporate Vice President of Strategic Programming for the CIF, to the podium.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you kindly. Over there, we have the round of applause. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the CIF headquarters here in Montevideo. We are proud as CIF, but we are proud as Uruguayan citizens to have this headquarters here, this headquarters that has officials and professionals that deal with all the topics connected to development for the entire region. And that is why what the Vice President was saying is so important, because we are looking at solving global issues from a regional perspective. There are global issues, but we are giving them regional solutions through everything that Latin America and the Caribbean have to offer in the area of AI, closing technology gaps, but also in areas of energy, nature, food supply, etc. So from our very symbolic space here in Montevideo, our officials work to create the solutions that the Vice President was mentioning for the entire region. So the warmest regards to Vice President Beatriz Argimon this morning. Thank you, Madam Vice President, for your inspiring message. And thank you for showing us the importance that the Uruguayan government gives to the topic of AI with the work that Ever will be telling us about. And thank you for having made a political decision to have a discussion about this topic in the government and to raise awareness among the government as well. Another special greeting to Gabriela Ramos, without whom this would not be possible. We have been working with the UNESCO for a very long time to enter general agreements, but also to put those agreements in practice. So being here together shows us that we can cooperate even further. Now, a couple of moments ago, someone said that Heber has the key to open up many doors. I'm guessing it's a digital key. I don't know, Heber, but thank you for the effort, and thank you for opening so many doors, and thank you for bringing in the entire force of the state here with you so that we could carry out this very important meeting that we are having. Mr. Enrique Iglesias, thank you for being here as well.
En este auditorio,
in this auditorium, the Enrique Iglesias auditorium that was named in his honor, he has been a guide for all of us that are interested in development. So having him here is a privilege and an honor. So thank you, Mr. Iglesias. I also want to thank the UNESCO teams, because without the CAF, the UNESCO and the Uruguayan government teams, this would not have been possible. We had this beautiful ceremony this morning, but in order for this to happen, we had teams thinking about why we should have such a beautiful ceremony. So thank you to the CAF team. Thank you to Miguel Hostos, the representative director. Thank you, Jorge Rur, the regional manager for the entire Southern Cone. Thank you to the Chilean minister, with whom we always work, but who last year hosted this important event. And thank you also to every member in the attendance, representatives, ministers, officials, private and public sector. Thank you to all of you that are here in this open forum and in the second Ministerial Summit on Ethics of AI in Latin America and the Caribbean. As you might all know, about a year ago, together with ministers of the region in Latin America and the Caribbean, we wrapped up our first Ministerial Summit on Ethics of AI in Chile. And there, we were lucky enough to have President Boric from Chile, and he led the event, thus showcasing that from the highest level of decision makers, this is a topic that is understood as significant and a topic that we should pay attention to. As you all might know, this is an initiative that came about from joint work with UNESCO in 2022. At that time, we proposed carrying out different activities like designing AI policies, helping policies and make changes to their existing policies. And in that first summit, we arrived at the Santiago Declaration. Surely we will also have the Montevideo Declaration this year, thus taking a step further in the strengthening of regional capacities that are necessary for this kind of regulation. Now, given the previous work that we have done, I have nothing more to say than thank you to the Uruguayan government for helping us have this summit. We hope that this summit will enable us to talk about digital infrastructure, data use, establishment of regulations, inclusion, and mainly human talent, which we believe, as the CAF, is the most important aspect behind all of these changes. The new declaration that we will be arriving at after our work will be an opportunity to continue working on an AI that is just and inclusive. As the CAF, we believe that the transitions necessary for Latin America and the Caribbean must be just and inclusive. And that is why the energy transition for us is not just an energy transition, but rather a just energy transition. Because apart from having a transition, we need to improve the fiscal capacities of our countries to decrease poverty. We cannot improve energy capacities without thinking about the fact that we have a lot of people within our region that are living below poverty lines. So I am sure that we are all pained by this, and because as public officials we have a vocation to serve citizens, we are working to generate a change. And within this context, AI entails risks, but also it entails challenges that we need to approach from a cross-cutting perspective, and we cannot tackle those challenges from one perspective or one unilateral perspective. And the different manifestations of generative AI brings undesired consequences in areas that, like the Vice President mentioned, of human rights, transparency, and especially in the exercise of our democratic rights. So there are risks that are underlying the life cycle of AI, and we need to be prepared to deal with those risks. Because of that, I believe that this summit is so important. I also believe we need to balance investment incentives, innovation incentives, risk management incentives, not just to bridge the digital gap, but also to bridge the social, economical, and environmental gaps while considering all the aspects of democracy. And this has been recognized throughout the years by different organizations. UNESCO, obviously, at the forefront of this discussion throughout the world with Gabriela. Thank you, Gabriela, for your passion. We also have the OCDE. I see officials that were part of the OCDE, and now then the meeting of the United Nations, I think was last year. We had the Assembly of the United Nations, and the Global Digital Pact was entered into within the context of the Future Pact, and the topic of AI was at the forefront of the discussion. So as we all see, artificial intelligence is at the core of global transformations. It is part of the speeches of all of our leaders. As a matter of fact, all the leaders that spoke to the Assembly in the United Nations spoke about AI. But the youth is also talking about AI. Professionals are talking about AI. Cab drivers are talking about AI. Everyone is talking about AI. So I think events such as this one give us the context necessary to take this topic to a higher level. Some people believe that by 2030, this tool will enable us to increase global GDP. It can help public institutions become more efficient. But of course, all of this needs to be centered in citizen services. So men and women need to be at the center of the public policies that we develop in this area. The alliance that we have with UNESCO, I am sure, will enable us to maximize the benefits of AI. It will also enable us to design national strategies. And we, as an organization, a multilateral organization that seeks development through the creation of infrastructure projects, we will be helping you create conceptual models and gain investment so that the qualitative and quantitative leap that we will take through AI might be something beneficial for the entire humanity and for all the inhabitants of our region in particular. So I hope we will be able to draft a roadmap to follow. And I hope this roadmap might help us think about the challenges of AI from a holistic perspective, not just from the perspective of the experts that work in the area. This year, Pope Francis, as many of you may have heard during the G7 summit, made a speech on AI. And during his speech, he spoke about the prodigy of computers. But he spoke about the fact that that prodigy needs a heart. It needs reason. And it needs a decision maker. And the decision maker is a human being. That is why, at the end of the day, nothing can replace human beings, not even AI. And that is one of the ethical challenges that we need to work on during the summit. Because AI needs to be something that will help us improve our public policies so that no one is left behind. So I hope these 2 days will be important for us to exchange ideas, to create spaces for dialogue. And at the end of the day, I hope it will be useful so that the public vocation that we all have might be used for the creation of an AI that is at the service of the community, which is what we in CAF, UNESCO, and the Uruguayan government want. So thank you very much, and welcome to our house, and welcome to this event that I am sure will be a before and after in the area of AI. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you to Cristian Asinelli. We now have the pleasure of receiving Gabriela Ramos, Deputy Director General for Social and Human Sciences of UNESCO. Thank you very much. Thank you to Agesic and the Uruguayan government. We have been talking about this moment for a long time, so it's great to be here and to see how well prepared everything is. Thank you, Christian. Your house is lovely indeed. Thank you to all the authorities here, Minister Chevarri, Bartolome. Thank you to all the ministers. It is incredible to see so many parliamentarians that are here, business people, members of the academia. Also, warm greetings to the president of the Patrick McGovern Foundation that has been a key stakeholder in the creation of these processes. Madam Vice President, yesterday we got together with Mr. Enrique Iglesias and he said, I want to go, but I don't want anyone to notice me. I don't think it's possible for you not to be noticed because this is the Enrique Iglesias Auditorium, sir. So, Mr. Enrique, welcome. We're not going to yield the floor to you, but we will say that it's a joy to have you here. It's wonderful indeed. And the Vice President mentioned this. We are here to hear the voice of Latin America, to hear our voice to determine the destination of our countries. It is you as individual governments that have a responsibility to take advantage of this technological revolution and align it with your country's vision. Because this is not about technology, it's about society, it's about economy, it's about vision. And at the end of the day, what we love out of this process is that this is a process. It's not just one point in time. We began with the Santiago consensus that was recognized as by Oxford Insights as one of the most important developments in 2023. And I am sure that this process in Uruguay will not go unawares. And we are looking now at Dominican Republic, and we're looking at the next steps after this summit, because at the end of the day, what is happening is that we have a substantial demand for having the skills necessary to leverage the technological revolution that we are marveled by. And at the same time, we need to adjust this revolution to our processes and to our governmental decisions. I also want to give a warm welcome to the directors in our Montevideo offices. I see there Ernesto Fernandez having a chat with someone. Greetings to the director of the Santiago Regional Office, Esther and Eleonora. Thank you for your work as well. Know that we are all very well prepared, because if we want to have results, we need to be well prepared. And we are pleased on the side of the United Nations to say that we have the Global Digital Compact. And I think that we can use this compact by being well prepared. We don't just have to adjust to what the technologies are saying, but rather we need to make those technologies meet our needs. And there is a readiness assessment. Oh, by the way, I didn't announce it. This all came from a recommendation on the ethics of AI that you all signed in 2021. And then this has been leveraged by the readiness assessments that we have been conducting in 18 Latin American countries. And in conversations with you, you say, we want more. Because this readiness assessment is a roadmap. It tells us where we are as a country and where we want to go. And that's why, dear Madam Vice President, we're going to be introducing the Uruguayan one. It looks good in the picture. You saw that there were many challenges. Agesic really saw them, but they are coordinating their work and they're doing digital coverage and they're working on solidifying data protection. There are so many things included here that I won't mention. There will be a press conference on this, but pay attention to it. And we also have 18 more assessments. And as I was telling Vilas, what happens to me is that sometimes people come to me and they say, hey, why does Chile have an RAM and I don't? And, you need it because the RAM tells you where you are and what your context is in terms of infrastructure, skills, and investment. But it also explains where you are in terms of your institution, your legislation, and your country's vision. And this is necessary because things are changing rapidly. Investment in AI is enormous because it goes up to $1 trillion and it grew by 37% in the last few years. I mean, there are no other sectors that have grown at that fast pace.
Global funding for AI, it was increasing 59% in the second quarter of 2024. And we're talking about billions. So it's ever increasing. It's really impressive. What I'm saying here is that it's not only about technologies learning between them, but also that they can also reason. This sounds and looks like science fiction, But at the end of the day, it's technology being developed by we humans, and that is specific to help us make progress in solving our own problems. So as you can probably see, I'm very fluent in Spanish, right? Because I'm from Mexico, so I'm very happy to see all this leadership in the region so that we can get together. Madam VP, thank you very much, so that we can work with you and with CAF, with OECD, with our business councils, Microsoft and Salesforce. So this is an ongoing process where we can continue learning and think in different ways in which policies and frameworks can, in a way, lead all this development. So it is here in these activities that we reaffirm the decisions that we are choosing for these technologies. Everybody says that, we are running out of jobs, there won't be any more jobs. Well, we need to have technologies that will only making processes automated. But we need to decide on having technologies that just accompany the skills already developed in the countries. And that's why RAMs are fundamental, because we need to identify those different competencies in the different countries. So we're in this process, in this learning process. For me, it's been a very enriching process. We have moved on from a conversation in which we thought this could not be regulated. And for a person like me that works on economics and the public service, that sounds kind of weird to me, because we know that we should be able to do that. But we have moved on from that conversation to a new one, in which we are analyzing how to do that in a way in which innovation can continue growing, but also we can redirect the direction in which it makes progress. So now we're talking about investment in infrastructure, in skills, in R&D. I was in Mexico with the ambassador presenting RAM at the Congress, and I'm also sharing this with you here in Uruguay. So it's impossible that Latin America invest 1 point of the GDP in research and development. We need to work on maybe try to get to a 2-3%. We will never reach the Korean level of 6%, but I think that we can make it and move on to a 2%. We are emerging economies. Of course, we have many challenges, biases, poverty, but we are still very powerful economies. Each of these countries, they have research centers that are really impressive, things we are proud of. So now is the time to start investing more in research and development. It's good to have here ministers of science. We need to invest more in competencies. We need to have skilled workers and support them. We need to rethink education. In education, of course, we are not learning by heart anymore, but we need to have a critical approach to knowledge. And let me tell you, the IE University and UNESCO, we launched the first bachelor degree of digital engineers together with humanities. Why? It's not a self-serving comments, but ethics, it's very important. Ethics is, in a way, what we need to use to follow our path. It's our compass that will tell us how to get rid of negative bias. And then at the end of the day, you can count on us with CAF, with UNESCO. Of course, that you can count on Patrick McGovern. And also, yesterday, I was with the business people at the Business Council, and they were asking us, like, how can we help? What can we do? What about RAM? We have 18 RAMs. Why not using AI so that we can reflect upon the different trends in the region so that we can find shared solutions? And that is why we are here today, to have this inclusive, dynamic conversation that at the end of the day will allow us to be better prepared to make the most out of these technologies. so that we can use them to solve our problems instead of creating new ones. So, Madam VP, thank you very much. Kaf, Heber, it's been great working with you. The first time here in Uruguay, I'm very happy to be here, and together with my dear Enrique Iglesias. So I'm very, very happy. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Graciela Ramos. So now let's invite Eva Paguas, Executive Director of Agesic. Hello, good morning. I don't know whether I'm proud of being here or I'm just too shy to speak in front of Iglesias, you know. He should be here, up on the podium. Mainly because of the philosophical approach that technology makes us take these decisions, because these kind of events make us reflect on how government, countries, and international community react to the speed of changes. Especially in countries like ours, because basically we are very rigid when it comes to legislative processes, and also because sometimes we are too slow for making decisions when we compare that to the speed of change in the technological field. This technology started in 1956 when they defined AI for the first time. So this is not new. We have been using this for many, many years. But debate started in 2022 when this technology showed a special language and they created this generative AI using a specific language. What's the big difference between AI and generative AI? The difference is that we get that feeling that we are talking to a person. And as Gabriela was saying, I don't believe that AI will replace us. Why? Because what makes human beings different from animals? The first one, I mentioned this yesterday, by the way, is that Homo viator, or is that the man that travels? That is a deterministic definition at the beginning of the century. Technology doesn't have that. And I hope it doesn't, because if that happens, then it will be impossible to solve. I would like to greet officials, ministers here with us today. It's a pleasure for Uruguay, not for me, for Uruguay, for the country, to have you all here in this second Ministerial Summit. The minister from Chile. And as we have just mentioned, Homo viator, and we were talking with Gabriela before the beginning of this event, this is a tool, this is a journey. The idea is that all this is a journey. And here we have another definition of Homo viator. This is a journey full of dangers. Looking for maturity. Maturity of what? In this case, the maturity of a tool that will allow us in the international community and countries not only getting to know where we are, where we currently are, but also to define where we are heading. As the Madam VP was mentioning, cooperation international and regional cooperation is fundamental. Sorry to all of you that were here yesterday in the Agesic event yesterday, because I'm repeating all my concepts. But there's a challenge that has changed. That is basically the way in which countries should operate and coordinate because there's no more territorial legislation. When I was in school, I'm 40 years old, we were told that sovereignty of countries was limited by regulations and a territorial space. And what happened in the real world then? We started having extradition agreements, for instance, so that authorities could go after criminals in different territories. And that required some coordination. Well, that happens in the digital world nowadays, but much faster. So international coordination and international cooperation, like this kind of work that we are carrying out, is very, very important to us. Also, think of how we do in the international community to move and not being still. Remember that story of the Red Queen? Those are constantly running but are always in the same place. So to change, do we have to run faster or walk slower? That is a question that we can answer later. Or maybe we can discuss this during coffee break. There's another concept that is important to us, a concept mentioned by Madam VP, Uruguay as an innovation hub. That requires, of course, a private sector that represents 4.3% of the GDP. As the fifth exportation commodity, we need specific programs like Uruguay Innovation Hub, and we also need a public sector that can tackle all these situations and solve all the challenges ahead. We have the Digital Global Pact that was signed last week, and it's composed of two things: benefits of technology for humanity, but also risks that some may also be unknown to us. And that's why Gabriela suggested working in these two areas, benefits and risks. I don't want to finish this presentation without saying how grateful we are to UNESCO, Gabriela, Leonora, the whole team, CAF, not only for the collaboration, but also for infrastructure. Also, to thank all the other multilateral bodies that are here with us today, authorities. The weather improved a lot. Especially for Gabriela, remember, it's her first time here. And also I would like to thank Agesic. We've had a pretty busy week. And today we are getting to know the position in the ready acceptance positioning ranking, so we will know in which position we are. So thank you very much, welcome, and see you in these 2 days. Thank you. Thank you, Ever Paguas. So now, since we have Madam Vice President here, we're going to ask you to stay for some more minutes while the authorities signed the alliance. So if you please stay on stage for a couple of minutes. Meanwhile, I'll be telling you about the alliance while we make the adjustments on the stage so that they can have a table on which to sign the agreement. So CAF UNESCO Alliance, after the first year, it has shown incredible achievements. They have been working with 7 countries in the region, providing specific technical assistance to Uruguay, Costa Rica, and Dominican Republic in AI policies. Brazil and Chile have started experimenting models for talent development. Argentina and Mexico now have a conceptual model to build sustainable laboratories for AI. CAF-UNESCO Alliance represents the foundation for ethical practices of AI in Latin America and the Caribbean. And in this first year, they have seen very positive results as the definition of a regional government body. Because of all this, it is necessary to continue working in this alliance to promote the responsible deployment of AI technology and position the region as a global stakeholder in this field. That is the declaration that is now being signed. CAF-UNESCO states that having identified the following areas as initial priorities, commits to continuing working together to, number one, provide support to national and subnational local governments in the development and deployment of assessment technology for their readiness in Latin America and the Caribbean. Two, support the implementation of a roadmap to be approved at the Ministerial Summit. Three, to support national, subnational, and all local governments in the design of lead institutions or governmental agencies of AI following RAM guidelines and related research results. Number four, to organize the third regional meeting on the ethics of artificial intelligence for Latin America and the Caribbean. So now, please join me in a round of applause.
Muy bien, nos damos unos... Muy bien, muchísimas gracias. Muy bien, vamos a continuar.
So now let's move on. So now please welcome Miguel Hostos, representative of the country office in Uruguay of CAF. Please, Mr. Hostos, the floor is yours.
Buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everyone. What a pity Madam VP has left, but it's an honor having had her here at CAF. Gabriela Ramos, Deputy Director, Christian Jorge, Director of Powers, Ministers, Mr. Iglesias, it's always to have you here. Special guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Miguel Ángel Hostos. I'm representative of CAF here in Uruguay. It is for us an honor to have you here in our headquarters in Uruguay within the framework of this event that aims to consolidate the process started in Chile in 2023 regarding the setting up of a regional teamwork to build together a shared approach on AI and its impact on society. Uruguay and Agesic have been key allies of CAF when maximizing opportunities offered by digital transformation to improve services to the citizens and strengthening the digital ecosystem in the country. Additionally, in the last years, and together with UNESCO, we have provided technical support to Uruguay in redesigning its national strategy on AI between 2024 and 2030. It's a process led by Agesic. With a prospective vision taking into account the multisectoral impact of artificial intelligence, we have worked together with Agesic in the design of a strategy that can be applied beyond the public service and include sustainability perspective and ethics perspective all over its content. As we mentioned on September the 16th, we launched the draft of that strategy that suggests making the best use of AI as an instrument for sustainable development and inclusive growth in Uruguay, promoting its development and ethical use, responsible, secure, and pro-investment in the benefit of all society sectors, improving also public works. We have provided support to the Uruguayan government in the transformation of its institutions, taking into account AI, suggesting opportunities that combine public leadership with interinstitutional cooperation at national and international level. As Development Bank from CAF, we acknowledge the huge potential of artificial intelligence to promote sustainable inclusive development in our region in different areas as health, education, security, protection of vulnerable population, and ecosystem regeneration. At the same time, we know that this technology generates some tensions that involve some risks when it comes to individual and collective rights, such as the consumer protection rights to equality and non-discrimination, also the right to work. On top of this, in an elections year where at least 70 countries are having elections, we have witnessed the challenges created by AI when it comes to the protection of democracy and the integrity of information. Taking into account all these concepts, we celebrate the alliance that we have with UNESCO, promoting the inclusive and ethical use of AI in our region. That has allowed us in 2023, together with the Chilean government and its minister and the Ministry of Science, Technology, Knowledge and Innovation that is here with us today. And this year, together with Agesic, led by the Executive Director of Powers, to position the region at the front of this technology. So be all welcome, and let's hope that we have very fruitful meetings in these 2 days. So now I will share a clip that has been prepared by our staff. Let's hope you like it. Thank you. CAF is promoting a new digital area to improve the deployment of digital infrastructure that will allow a better interconnection at local and international level. Our work in digital government implies more efficient processes focused on the public integrity, the digital transformation of some sectors, digitalization of traditional infrastructure, and emerging technologies such as AI, Internet of Things, among others, are main components of this new economy. Cities that are intelligent with better public services, improving mobility, connectivity in public spaces, and also the improvement of skills for management. Also working through cooperation and strategic alliances to strengthen cybersecurity, productive sectors, and digitalization of states that will result in an increased productivity in different sectors that are also part of the SDGs of the 2030 agenda. The digital transformation agenda of CAF promotes the culture of digital improvement in Latin America and the Caribbean through actionable knowledge and technical assistance for the growth of infrastructure and the use of digital technology in different environments. All this will improve to increase the quality of life of all the citizens. CAF, Bank of Development of Latin America and the Caribbean.
Good morning. I thought that the speech would be longer. So sorry about that. My apologies. Okay. For those of you that are watching us through the 2 live streams in YouTube, the one of the CAF and the one of Agesic, know that you can use the Cumbre IACLAC hashtag. And by using this hashtag, we can change the way in which we communicate while spreading the message about what you hear today. Let us now move on to the conference, Present and Future of AI to Advance Sustainable Development Goals in the Global South. And for that, we are going to invite Constanza Gomez Montt, founder of Sea Minds, director of Naturotech and Yale Climate Fellow, member of the Women for Ethical AI Committee of UNESCO. She now has the floor.
Por favor, adelante.
We couldn't find our moderator, but here he is. Wonderful. It is a true joy to be with you here today. And mostly we are very much proud because, as we mentioned in the welcoming speech, this is not an event, it's a process. Now, I am Mexican and I have been working in this process in 2020 when we created the recommendation for international ethics of AI. And looking back, what I'm most proud of is to see that Latin America is at the forefront of the discussion. As a matter of fact, last week as I was in New York working in the Climate Week, and I was thinking about the Latin American cases that need a loudspeaker, right, to be resounding voices in international forums, and to show how in Latin America and the Caribbean we are innovating from a very different perspective. And that week, Christy, a friend of mine, sent a piece of news with me. She said that there was a global prize for students in 2024, and the person that got the award was a girl from Veracruz, from Mexico. She got this award. There were over 1,100 students that participated, and she introduced a project called X Linton, and it's that a god of festival. And together with her team, she's creating an AI assistant for the early detection of 21 diseases. And she has the conviction and the vision that this is for the territory and for her community, for a community that doesn't have medical access. And this young talent is bringing to the table proposals that take advantage of these systems in a resounding way. And I really love this case of the award that she got because it shows the vision that we have in the region in terms of how we should take advantage of AI systems. And it not just focuses on the how, but also on the why and the for whom. Undoubtedly, we are looking at a time of new opportunities that we hadn't imagined before, in which AI systems and other technologies are enabling us to deal with new realities. A reality, for example, in which education can be fun, and a reality that can create new sources of opportunity for employment. Let's think about the Duolingo case. Duolingo has access to 42 languages and enables people to learn new languages, and by doing that to have new work opportunities. For example, what does it mean for a waiter to learn English? What does it mean for a secretary? Think about for someone that studied AI and has now access to English. As we know, AI systems call for us to have access to more languages so that we can be part of the debate and be part of growth. I really like the Duolingo case because it's a clear example of potential. In the last 4 years, they moved from billing $70 million to $531 million in only 4 years, with an audience of 24 million people a day that access through AI to a gamified learning experience. And they are looking at the new frontiers of customized learning, while they take advantage of opportunities for work. And if I move locally, I want to mention in a Chuar community in the Ecuadorian Amazonia, where AI is creating tangible realities that celebrate the cultural richness and builds bridges between cultures, knowledge forms, and knowledge systems. The Achuar community is exploring how, through ChatGPT and other AI systems, they can take advantage of their oral tradition, because a lot of the processes in their community are not written, and they want to leverage these systems to create an interface that will enable them to talk about governance and to speak in the language of other systems that really have no connection with theirs because they have different customs and knowledge forms. So now we are looking at AI systems in this community to figure out how interfaces can build concrete bridges, not just to rescue the language of this community, but also to have things that are profoundly important for those communities, like agreements that respect their territories and lands. AI is also building reliability to design and access new green markets. For example, in Yucatan in Mexico, we are using AI systems and other technologies to understand where jaguars are living in certain reservoirs. We believed there were, but we really didn't have hard data to create a natural reservoir or to find the path of the jaguar. And in a project that fully leverages AI, a group of talented young people from universities created this system to inform public policy for the conservation of these jaguars, but also enabled through resounding transparent data to have this reservoir as part of the international list of protected reservoirs, thus building new opportunities for investment in these reservoirs. So we're looking at conservation here, and we're also looking at benefits for the well-being of communities. This man, for example, is our leader on the field. He was a hunter before for survival, and now he truly believes in this system of conservation, and we are accompanying him as a leader in the territory so that he can feel comfortable using these new AI systems to create new products for ecotourism, which is what they are doing, while they also access new green funding sources. I'm not just talking here about carbon credits, which is something that has been studied, but to another pioneer credit source, which is the biocultural and biodiversity credits that redefine an economy that is based on nature, where we award conservation rather than extraction. And the question is, how is AI building transparency paradigms to give reliability so that markets have lower risks, can take new influxes of investment, and so that new people like Don Juanito can have access new funding forms that award the conservation rather than the extraction in our natural reservoirs? So, how do we land this in Latin America? How do we create these visions of interconnected AI systems? How do we create a metaphor for change in Latin America that is united by these principles? Well, we are seeing that AI is building new realities, new industries, and new ways for economic growth. Maybe you know the case of Notco, a Chilean company. Notco is a unicorn company that uses AI systems and asks the system, what are the ingredients used in factories that will give me a meat flavor? And by asking this question, they are creating a wave of plant-based food that in a couple of years will actually cover the same size as the fintech market. So this market has an incredible potential, and it is based on the use of AI. And these are examples from Latin America and the Caribbean to the world. These companies are also asking other questions. They are asking themselves how they can open up their systems to benefit others. That means, how can we use our AI system so that any other company that wants to be a part of this new economy, of these new food systems that are focused on sustainability, on values that go beyond the product, and focus on how the product is created, can access those AI systems and making questions. This is an example, right? How can I create mac and cheese? And the AI system that is available to these companies can answer them. And then we can move from a process of spending 24 months to answer the question to 12 months to answer the question. So that democratizes the access to new emerging markets. And this is not just something for companies to focus on, but this also applies to personal lives as well. For example, my husband is helping his brother figure out what kind of business he can have. They had a conversation and my husband got into ChatGPT, and in less than 3 seconds, he wrote, what new products can we sell in the United States based on native ingredients that can be revalued? And in less than 3 seconds, we had concrete ideas, right? Ideas of what are the products that were native to Latin America and the Caribbean. And the AI had also analyzed what is the U.S. market and what are the trends for consumption and what are the trends for preferences. And because we are intense, we said, give me 200 examples, not 3. Because 3 or 50 is not enough. And we got 200. And the magic behind this is that in a few seconds, in our hands, we have a research assistant that has access to all the information, that we had never imagined before, and that is able to do concrete analyses. In less than 5 minutes, he was able to call his brother back with a business plan, with a marketing strategy, and with products whose value have been considered based on the economic trends of the states. And to me, that is astounding. And in the past few years, we are looking at a strict AI, right? In Spotify, in Netflix, we have specific tasks, but in ChatGPT, which I still don't understand in terms of its potential and its risks, we see generative AI. We're not just classifying here, but we got the potential of creating and generating new content, images, audios, and videos. And I was hearing an interview with Mustafa and Harari, who are leaders in the sector and who have very polarized opinions about what will happen with AI. I heard a conversation about what will happen in the next 5 years. What's the future? What does it hold? And they are talking now about capable AI. Just like in ChatGPT, we can have one question and information is generated based on that. In the next few years, it is likely for us to be able to ask the system to give us models that are over 1,000 times bigger than the ones that we have now. For example, my husband could have asked ChatGPT or another similar system, not just to tell him what pre-Hispanic product can be used and sold in the States, but rather have a system deal with the entire process, from the ideation, from talking to manufacturers, to doing user testings, to negotiating prices, to create products, and to connect to other APIs and other capable AIs to understand how to take this product into a market. And these are just possible scenarios that we will be looking at in the next 5 years. And of course, this leads us to wonder, okay, we've got these tools. How can we use them to leverage the green energy transition? My husband is asking about what product can we sell, but for our region, we should ask ourselves, how can we leverage these tools to have transcendental agendas for our region and for the world? And these are the new realities that we are facing. Now, for these new realities, we can't have simple answers. We need to understand further that we cannot have answers in isolation, and that these answers are not technological. They are multidisciplinary answers, and they need to be layered. We need to consider the culture, the technological, the social, the economical, and the environmental. They all go hand in hand. So we need to plan against this multidisciplinary approach. And the question that I am asking myself, and that probably many of you are asking yourselves, is how can we change the narrative and the framework to consider these technologies? How can we optimize through efficiency and productivity? And how can we optimize to build value? That question changes everything. It changes the metrics with which we design things, and it changes the origin of our premises. And the obsolete models that we are creating now for our economies, where we think about efficiency and productivity, lead us to optimization, cost efficiency, and data access. If we're measuring for value, we're talking about systems. We're talking about the schemes that protect human rights, that promote diversity, inclusion, data governance, privacy. And if we're talking about one further layer of an inclusive value, we have to ask ourselves questions about the origin and the conceptualization of those technologies, and about what those technologies that we are creating means for environmental sustainability, peace, security, and governance. In the process that we're leading in Yucatan, we asked ourselves different things. If we would only focus on precision, we would have stopped by having a model that was 98 precise in terms of telling us whether this is a jaguar or it isn't. But because from the beginning of the system, the question wasn't that, but the question was, let us build value and not efficiency, we were able to cover a project where efficiency of the model for AI was just as important as asking data governance questions. We weren't just talking about animals, we were talking about the communities that inhabit the spaces. We were talking about training the community so that they might feel comfortable using these tools. And we were also talking about bidirectional learning, where we needed to integrate ancestral knowledge from our region, a region that has deep cultural richness. So we needed to think about how to integrate the local knowledge with such rich cultural diversity to these technologies. So yes, at the end of the day, we are transitioning to a new economic paradigm, and AI is enabling that transition. And in this transition, we need to think about how we are enabling with our technologies more of the same, or whether we are understanding the new paradigms and the new technologies that we want. And those questions make us think about what does it mean to have a well-being economy based on regeneration and equilibrium with natural systems. Now, I am sure that you have seen data like these every day, right? AI can add $13 trillion to global economy by 2030. The question is, for whose economy? Other reports say that in LAC, the use of AI had enabled us to increase productivity in crops. But the question is, does it lead to more deforestation without regeneration schemes? Another report. In some LAC countries, AI is expected to be adopted in the manufacturing system, thus contributing to a 15% increase in productivity by 2050. But the question is, what industries are we accelerating? Are those industries that repeat obsolete extractive models, or are we moving to the 4.0 industry frontiers that should be rooted in regeneration and well-being principles? Are these industries questioning whether or not we're simply amplifying the impact that they have or not? Those questions need to be at the heart of our systems. This capable AI, that will be the new wave of AI, will enable for surprising things in the next few years. But the question is, how can these surprising schemes can be beneficial for people and for the planet? How can they not be detrimental for democracy? All of these questions go to show that we need to be rational, strategic, and proactive to see what are the kinds of realities that we are creating with these new technologies. And that is where the unique, important role of public policies, regulations, standards, and incentives comes in. I actually accompanied a process in 2021 to draft this recommendation. I am one of the two people that helped draft this recommendation. And I got together with people at 1 a.m., 3 a.m. because we had a global team. And together with my team, we needed to fight for certain things. We needed to have a unique chapter for gender in this recommendation, because the dialogue and the debate had to do with the fact that gender only had to appear in the data section, because what we needed was to have more inclusive data. But the topic of gender and AI is not about data. It's a cross-cutting topic, and I am proud to say that this is the first instrument that includes this in terms of its depth and scope. And this recommendation is also the first instrument to include the environment chapter. And we're not looking at simplistic things here. As you know, Latin America and the Caribbean has 40% of biodiversity in the world. So what happens in LAC in terms of biodiversity has a global impact. It has an impact on climate change. We cannot talk about solving the Paris Agreement and reaching our goals if we do not talk about protecting, conserving, and regenerating biodiversity, because they will be responsible for 30% of the mitigations necessary for 2050. And Latin America and the Caribbean needs to ask the question of where do we stand in the crises, in the profound crises that we have, and what is the role of AI to mitigate these crises. And the recommendations for environment are explaining what is the critical route that we need to take. We're talking about energy, we're talking about the life cycle of the AI system, and we're talking about how we can have local communities, Afro-descending indigenous communities, in their design of the schemes to protect their climate and biodiversity. So we need to remember that the reality that we are enabling with technology in the region won't necessarily reflect our technical capacity, but rather it will reflect our values as a society and a reflection of the vision of the decision makers, many of whom are here today. And we need to double down on our capacity to leverage this technology in the region. And more importantly, let us triple our commitment to social justice, to equity and reciprocity in the planet. And last but not least, let us be bold, because that's what this agenda requires. We need to collectively understand these questions, but we need to be humble, because we don't have all the answers to many of the questions that we are asking ourselves collectively. And if we are inclusive in the way in which we look for answers, at the very least, we will be making sure that at the core of our conversations, we have human rights. Now, to wrap up, I celebrated my young boy's first year in this world. And this was a landmark, right, in his life. And it made me think about the present and the future and the role of AI in my life, in my community, and in the life that he will lead. And I don't know about you, but I am a first-time mother. And I am enthusiastic about the possibilities. But at the same time, I am deeply committed in an authentic way to understanding that the questions that we are facing and that the next generations are facing will be determined in the next 5 years. These next 5 years will determine how the leading generations will live. And so I told myself, I hope I will be able to tell my son when he's 5, when he's 10, that I was and that you were an active participant in a time where we had to define, especially for Latin America and the Caribbean, that the purpose of AI systems does not lie in efficiency or in productivity, but rather in justice. That I decided and that you decided to design a digital transition in which human dignity and the protection of our planet were non-negotiable principles. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Madam Gomez Montt. Let us now prepare the stage for the next panel. Do remember that the entire activity of today is connected to the activity to be held tomorrow, which is the ministerial meeting.
Así que están, por supuesto, también.
Of course, you are all very much invited to join us tomorrow.
Ya estamos casi. Como les decía,
This forum is conducted in the context of the second Ministerial Summit on Ethics of AI in Latin America and the Caribbean, which will be taking place tomorrow here in the CAF headquarters.
En uno sí.
In a couple of minutes, we will begin the high-level panel, Best Practices for Public Policy Design in Latin America and the Caribbean, which is very much connected to the previous presentation. Let us now welcome Aysén Echeverri Escudero, Minister of Science, Technology, Knowledge, and Innovation from Chile. Thank you. Debbie Inés Vuelto-Jarry, Vice Minister of the Science Technology Secretariat of Honduras. Bartolomé Pujals, Executive Director of the Cabinet of Innovation and Digital Development and General Director of the Government Office for Information and Communication Technologies from Dominican Republic. Eber Pauas, Executive Director for Agesic, Uruguay. Andrew Banjani, Director of the Information Services and Organization of the OIAS.
Y modera
And this is moderated by Virginia Pardo, the head of the Agesic Information Society Office.
Ricardo Antonio.
Ricardo Antonio Fernandez, sorry, there was a change. He's the coordinator of the head of the Laboratories and Science Innovation Secretariat of Honduras.
Muy buenas tardes, buenos días.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. And welcome to Uruguay. Welcome to everyone from the region and from across the world. Thank you to the CAF and to UNESCO for making this activity possible. Let us begin with this panel. The previous talk was inspiring, it was very much realistic, and it was heartfelt. I think it made us remember the importance of this topic in our lives, in our policies, and in the lives of decision makers especially. Today I have the honor of modeling a very important panel. We have representatives here from governments, and they are in charge of making decisions and fostering policies to have a real impact in the life of our countries. This panel is on good practices for public policies to implement AI. And when we talk about public policies, we talk about decision making for challenges that we are facing, decisions that need to go beyond specific administrations, but rather that need to be part of an agenda providing sustainability to all of our processes. So when we talk about public policies connected to AI, they need to be consistent. They need to promote a long-term strategic vision. Beyond the fact that we need to take urgent, speedy decisions today, we need to take these decisions ethically, responsibly, while considering the regulation frameworks that give us legal security and clear guidelines for their implementation.
Within the framework of a document that was set up by CAF in the design of public policies, there was a guidelines to be followed. It shows all the diversity that we have in the region when it comes to criteria and public policies that we should make progress with. It is clear, however, that we need to move on to a robust governance to include research, to promote talent and build capacities in the region, also strengthening cooperation opportunities. Fortunately, we are part of several frameworks. Constanza was telling us about the ethics recommendation by UNESCO. We are part of that. We are evaluating and assessing that reference framework. We also have recommendations by OECD. We also have the Latin American Index for AI. We have an agreement in human rights by the Council of Europe that was also approved, that deals with human rights and justice in AI, and several of our countries are adhering to that program. There are several dimensions: governance, capacity building, structures, technology, areas that we need to work together. So it is key to work on these best practices to make the right sustainable decisions that go beyond governments. So it is key to get to know about other experiences, best practices implemented in the countries in the region, challenges that we are facing, steps taken and steps to be taken in the future. And that is, in a way, what we would like to find out more in this event. Okay, so I'm going to start with Chile, and that is not a coincidence. I think that, as they mentioned in the opening remarks, Chile led all this. We're about to start the second summit, the second forum. This is part of a process that started a year ago, so I think it corresponds then that Chile starts in this panel. And especially within the framework, the AI Center in Chile and the committee of ECLAC that recently presented last week. This has been a very busy month, by the way. They have announced the results of the National Index for AI, and Chile is leading all this process. This is the second time they implement this index. This second version is way more complete than the first one. But apart from the index, apart from the ranking, we know that that includes some monitoring and assessment, and we believe that part of the public policies is to monitor and assess processes and to assess maturity of organizations. So this is the result of analysis of a process carried out by Chile. So we would like to know the perspective and which factors have enabled Chile to lead this ranking, and what kind of best practices are behind all this. Well, thank you very much. Can you hear me? Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for having me. Congratulations, Uruguay, for organizing all this. And I know that this involves a lot of hard work. So congratulations on your work then. To answer that question, I will base my answer in the previous presentation. AI is just is not another technology. It's a cultural, economic, social, political process. And because of this, it's here to stay. The same as Industrial Revolution is a milestone for humanity, and we need to face that process. And we need to deal with this together through agreements and consensus. In the recent General Assembly of the UN, President Boric made some comments about AI during his speech, basically describing how this technology can imply improvements for economy, but also mention the risks. And I'm quoting, it can be the disappearance of non-hegemonic cultures. It's a complex way of saying something like, today we are living in a country in which digital gap is still there, and on top of that, now we have a technology that is changing everything that we know about based on technology. And now we are facing these challenges on how to prepare society to face these challenges, this revolution, being aware of the gaps, the existing gaps, and how we can translate this in an improved democracy, more technology, more knowledge. I'm saying all this, because to have clear goals is essential to make progress, right? Because if you know the situation, then you can define priorities and you can define where to work on. And because of that, we created this event. We can continue making progress, but we chose to call all the other countries so that we together can define what to do in the future, because we have similar gaps, similar challenges. And that, in a way, is what motivated this priority on how to deal with AI. And then after that, it's just what we do with the other policies. It involves a lot of hard work. We need human capital. We created an AI PhD. We have the representative of the AI PhD implemented in the southern part of the country. We are training people in technical capacities, certifying skills, so that those people can modify the industry. We are promoting the inclusion of AI in the private sector, in areas as farming, logistics, construction. In the public sector, there are more like 100 cases of inclusion of AI algorithms. Senia, when it comes to research and other initiatives in the field. So now these initiatives work because in Chile we were successful when defining all this as a state priority. As the VP mentioned, this should not change from one government to the other. That is the way it is implemented in Chile. But this should be done not only at government level, but also at state level. We have a senator and a member of the lower chamber in Chile, and from the Senate and the lower house, they have been promoting all this increase in capacities, so that all this go beyond political parties. We are leading the AI index, but basically we focus on the existing challenges. If you look at them, they cannot be solved by Chile on its own. We need to work together. Thank you very much. Okay, I agree with you 100%. So congratulations on your role. And also thank you for having started all this last year. Now let's continue with Bartolomé. Bartolomé, I agree that this is a policy that should go beyond governments. This should be based on principles and values, because if we define those principles and values that are beneficial for society, then it's much easier to make it go beyond political parties. But more than a state policies, this is also a national strategy that involves not only governments, but also the industry, the private and the public sector, the academia. So it is important to have that wider approach as a national strategy. And speaking of national strategies and challenges, so Bartolomé from Dominican Republic, you have a digital agenda for 2030, and you have also defined an innovation national policy, and they have defined the mandate of defining an AI strategy by 2030. Dominican Republic was successful to be in the first positions in the Caribbean when it comes to the global report on responsible AI, showing progress made in key areas: regulations, innovation, and the practical application of AI. Of course that we are interested in all these areas and your perspective on this topic, the progress that you have made and best practices. Can you share that with us? Okay, thank you very much. Good morning to you all. Thanks for having me. To Uruguay, Heber. Thank you very much for setting up all these events. And I would like to thank CAF once again, because CAF was the stakeholder that helped the Dominican Republic, that made it possible for our country to have a national strategy in this field. That was launched in October last year, and because of that we became the first country in Central America and the Caribbean in having a framework like the one we have. And I would like to highlight what the previous presenter mentioned. We have approached this AI strategy from another perspective. First is a perspective that is not based on technology. So our national agency of AI, that is born from the National Innovation Policy. Why? Because we want AI. We know that it's one of the most disruptive tools in this industrial revolution, and we want to use it as a new development model. Basically, because of what my previous colleague mentioned, this is not about enhancing an old style of economy that has generated a lot of development, but now cannot provide us with anything new. Now it's a threat to sustainability and survival of the planet. Now we need to create a new economy. We need to generate companies based on this new economy at the local level. We see that as an opportunity, especially for emerging countries like ours, so that we can generate high quality jobs, that those jobs are generated within our context, and also to generate global solutions. This is a national strategy that is based on added value. We have highlighted three main components that basically is based on human talent. There is no innovation without creativity, and for that we need people. We need to train human talent. Our goal is to train at least 10,000 new talents on AI annually. We have already launched 2 programs. They are called digital opportunities, and these are intensive boot camps that take 6 to 9 months of work, and this has been conceived for everyone, not only for the best ones. So we need people so that they can have an opportunity within this field of work, because all these people also will feel the impact of all these changes on their lives. A second area that is infrastructure, and once again, because of data sovereignty, we need to work on the need of working on those data. And I'm very happy to see that in the roadmap by UNESCO, they have included this component, that is the need to finance national infrastructure and regional infrastructure so that we can run these models. And thirdly, how to add value. And that is something that we have been working on, is in the creation of an AI model in Dominican Spanish. Our agency, that is similar to Agesic, it has to do with citizen services, and we also provide assistance to the call centers at the government agencies. We get 2.5 million calls annually. And we have seen that some of our citizens cannot use more than 200 words, and they use voice instead of text. So what we have been doing is to create a model in which we can transform that audio to text into a model that is called CAINA, that is connected to public services in the country, so that it can answer following the same logic as the users. We are doing this in open source approach to optimize all these experiences in the region, and that has been created with Dominican talent. As I told you, infrastructure is about having opportunities to make all this available to the civil society so that they can start with their project, provide services to the Dominican government and to Dominican companies, but also to the whole region. Because there's another element, that is this regional approach, this initiative that we have promoting, that is LATAM 4.0. We cannot do that on our own. We share that priority that Dominican Republic or Chile or Uruguay, they cannot do all these on their own. The only way possible is working together. So that is what we wanted to highlight in this year, that we have made a lot of progress. I think that we have reached that breaking point in which we're going to start seeing specific results of all this work, because now we have a shared language and build trust so that Latin America can become a model region. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias. Bueno, creo que hay conceptos, creo que
Thank you very much for those ideas. I think language is very important, having that version in Spanish language to train algorithm in our own language. I think that is one of the main reasons why we need to work together in the region, and also talent, capacities, and infrastructure. Those are very important aspects to be taken into account by our countries. Now let's see your neighbors, Honduras, and they told us about that innovation project together with Dominican Republic. But now, Ricardo, you will tell us about your country. These are my new glasses, sorry. One day I will use this no more when AI provides some solutions for my reading. But now I have to read this. So with Kenya in Latin America, they signed in March 2024, they signed an agreement for the implementation of the LATAM project you told us about. 4.0, this LATAM project focuses on the development of a regional ecosystem through the training of human talent and also working on R+D. And we know that Honduras is working very hard on this area. So maybe you can tell us a little bit more about that specific example and many others, and let's see which are the challenges that you are facing and the best practices you're working on. Okay. Cool, perfect, yeah. Okay, so first of all, it's a pleasure to be here with all of you. I'm speaking on behalf of the Minister, Dr. Luther Castillo, that couldn't make it today. While listening to the progress made in the countries in the region when it comes to AI, well, to begin with, in my country, we need to mention that when it comes to public policies, there is some lack of technical education and higher education, especially investments, and that's why the LATAM Agreement 4.0 strengthens all this. And as they mentioned, training of specialized human talents is very important, because it's not only crucial to promote programs that increase human talent, but also because this is about going beyond connection of people through the internet. AI is not new, right? It's not from 2022, 2020. It's a term that was implemented many, many years ago. The thing is that now that we have Copilot and Gemini and ChatGPT, now text can be developed in a different way. For instance, you can find 200 different ways of making the best of your business, something that was shared by our colleague from Mexico. Now we need to use AI so that what makes it different is that now I can ask things to AI. There's a gap. There's a gap that apart from efforts in human talent, it requires infrastructure, platforms, because having access to AI you need more than a cell phone. So taking into account that perspective, we have tried to implement projects that not only strengthen AI, but digital competencies and digital revolution as a whole, so that we can move on this and try to develop human talent, because after all, it is us human beings, the ones that are behind AI. There's a clear difference between AI technology and us that goes beyond conscience and reasoning. So it is important to acknowledge, to be aware that we make AI possible. We need a regulatory framework that promotes innovation while guaranteeing collaboration between countries or cooperation between universities and governments. These kind of governments require some continuity. And as my colleague was saying, what happens is that every time we have a new government, they make changes to the process, and we need this to go beyond political parties. So for the best of the region, and in my case for Honduras, we need to continue with in the same journey. We need to work on these projects. While promoting investment in these areas so that we can strengthen human talent in the country and having a significant development in the region. Because Latin America has played a very important role in all this. We are a region that has performed in different areas, but it's important that we lead this topic. This is not about the future, it's something that is already here to stay.
Muchísimas gracias. Como cada vez escuchamos y creo que como que hay tantos factores.
So we know that there are so many things in common. There are so many areas in which we can work together, and that reinforces the idea that what we are currently doing, that this process is the way to go. So now, Herbert, it was hard to prepare some questions to Herbert. As you know, I also work for Agesic, so it's like asking myself a question. It's asking my boss questions, so imagine. Be careful with the questions. Since we were talking about indexes and positions and rankings, so let's talk about this fact that we have celebrated here on September the 17th. We presented the survey by the UN for digital government. Uruguay, that was leading in this area. So we went from 35 to 25th position. So we are still leaders in the region. And as I was telling the minister from Chile, these rankings in a way show the transparency of a continuous policy. And of course that we know how hard it is to improve these positions in the rankings and how much hard work it takes. So there's a lot of hard work in the case of Uruguay, as Herbert mentioned. That is a result of all this continuous work that took years, right? Working on digital transformation. Of course that AI is part of that. It's important to have a strong policy on AI, and that shows the progress made in all these years in that area. We are following UNESCO recommendations. Yesterday, we got the news that we were accepted through the OECD recommendations. And now we are working on a national strategy on AI.
¿Cómo ha venido siendo el proceso de Uruguay para consolidar una política pública sostenible en IA? ¿Qué aspectos hemos logrado, estamos queriendo hacer en la construcción de esta estrategia nacional. ¿Qué querrías destacar con respecto al proceso en Uruguay?
Gracias, Virginia. En realidad la pregunta te la puedo hacer yo a vos, que has liderado el... Sería más productivo que la conteste Virginia y no que la conteste yo. Primero quiero agradecer a mis compañeros de panel. La verdad que es un gusto compartir con ustedes el panel. Muchos ya hemos compartido en otros lugares del planeta, pero eso es un gusto. Yo creo que lo que te dije recién en broma es parte de la primera, el primer grano de arena para la construcción de una política pública, y es la calidad de los colaboradores y el trabajo que sin perjuicio del gobierno de turno se viene llevando adelante. Hace poco me encontré, recién tomé un café con Luis, que lo veo ahí, y me acuerdo de una charla. Yo tengo mucha memoria para lo bueno y para lo malo, porque en realidad viste que el pensamiento rumiante molesta, pero en fin. En Santiago de Chile compartimos un remis con Luis de ida al hotel, y no nos conocíamos, mejor dicho, de nombre sí, pero no habíamos compartido una charla. Y había otra persona más, y entonces Luis le explicaba desde su punto de vista cuál era la diferencia entre Uruguay y otros países de la región en materia de institucionalidad. Y textuales palabras, por esto de la excesiva memoria, decía: en Uruguay hay vasocomunicantes. Y ayer lo hablábamos de noche con Carlos, con Miguel. Esos vasocomunicantes hacen que las políticas de Estado puedan transcurrir sin perjuicio de los periodos de 5 años de gobierno. ¿Por qué? Porque en Uruguay una de las características que tiene es que cambian las jerarquías, solamente las jerarquías, no cambian los equipos. Entonces, el trabajo interinstitucional se mantiene, para bien y para mal también, sin perjuicio de nuestra mentalidad seteada quinquenal. Lo hablo por mí, por mi posición política. Eso es lo primero. Entonces los equipos de trabajo creo que tienen su rol. Lo segundo es la visión país, que va más allá de la mía, de la agencia de Agesic, o incluso de la presidencia de la República o de los ministerios. Es una visión que viene dada, yo creo que desde la construcción histórica del Uruguay, viene dada de aquel concepto de Estado tapón entre dos gigantes, que uno es el país continente, no Australia, sino Brasil, y el otro el que era la Australia de Sudamérica, que era Argentina, y que Uruguay tuvo que históricamente ir hacia una institucionalidad fuerte, con un compromiso básicamente cualitativo y no cuantitativo, por razones comparativas. Esa visión que trasciende a las personas y trasciende a las agencias ha hecho que Uruguay vaya por su segunda estrategia de inteligencia artificial. Lo que pasa que en la primera, que se terminó fines de 2019, principio de 2020, no era debate público de inteligencia artificial. Lo dijo Nicolás Jodal en el video del Campus Innovation Hub, que dijo: yo trabajo...
Campus Innovation Hub. I've been working that for 20 years. I couldn't mention that because it was like the Odyssey film.
So I can say this openly. And we weren't thinking about that in the public sector, and we are now finishing the national strategy that is part of a proposal from Agesic for the Parliament. Now this contains not only the AI strategy, but also the first Uruguayan data strategy, the renewed digital citizenship strategy, and the first cybersecurity national strategy. So these strategies that have been built from a multi-stakeholder perspective are here. Agesic called the private sector, the public sector, civil society, and academia in order to hear their opinion and have that opinion be part of a 2030 strategy. Now this panel has to do with public policy, right? And how we can include technology in our public policies. And I think that our task has to do with governing. Carlos Santiso mentioned this yesterday, and that's that in Uruguay we have moved from digitalization, that is transformation of old processes into digital processes. We then moved towards the digital transformation. Now we have digital things by design, right? We're not looking at files to digitalize them. We already begin by having digital things. And now we are at a stage where digital government has been left aside because Agesic is now thinking strategically with an outlook on 28 and 2030. And then we will stop being Agesic for digital government and we will just be a government agency, right? Because in our reality, just as in the Chilean reality and in the Dominican reality, the digital side is now at the core of our governments. And I mean that in as much as the digital side making our services more efficient and making sure that the technologies bring people closer to the government and the state. And I think that the vision that we have at the highest political level has been fundamental in our country, at least in order for us to get to the position that we have at the global level. But now, this global position of being 25th in the ranking across the world helps us compare ourselves to who we were before, and it helps us continue growing as well. This forces us to move, right? What do we need to be the 24th rather than the 25th? Well, we are looking at meetings with Virginia to see, okay, what do we need to be the 24th and then the 23rd, right? So we need to grow here. We need to increase participation. What are we missing? Where do we have to go? And I think that that's all part of the motivation that we have as a team. Yes, I think that that's the role that we have as public officials of making assessments, reviewing where we are and where we have to go, and turning those revisions into initiatives and mid and long-term projects. Now, last but not least, let us talk to the odd one out, if you will. You're not representing a country, but you are here as a director of the Information and Technology Services of the OAS. And the question is, what is the role of the OAS in the regional implementation of AI? Why are you here with us today? What contributions have you made? What are the recommendations that you've made in the OAS? And how can the OAS cooperate with governance to increase governance and cooperation in the region? Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes? Good. I really liked the comment that you made. Luis is a mentor of mine, and we had a conversation with him about what you said. Before I move on to the question, I want to thank the organizers. I want to especially thank the CAF for inviting me as a representative of the OAS in this distinguished panel, which I am honored to be a part of, because we're talking about something that is of impact for the region and for the world. Now, by show of hands, I want to ask you something. Which of you don't know what the OAS is? Raise your hand if you don't know what the OAS is. The cameras are not looking at you, so if you don't know what the OAS is, raise your hand. Don't be shy. Are you being shy? It doesn't matter. Anyway, I always talk about the OAS because people confuse us with the United Nations. And the OAS is a multilateral organization. It's actually the oldest multilateral organization in the world. A lot of people don't know that, but it was created in 1890. And back then we had a name, and I don't recall the name. But we were established by the OAS Charter in Colombia in 1926. So a lot of people don't really know that we are the oldest organization out there. And to answer what is the position of the OAS, I asked Secretary General Almagro what he thought was our position. And I want to read his answer. He said, "The OAS understands AI as a crucial technology to promote social and economic development, but always within the context of the fundamental values that align to our pillars, which are the strengthening of democracy, the protection of human rights, the fostering of sustainable development, and the promotion of security in the region." And I think that we have all spoken about this morning. So I believe it is crucial for public policies to bear these fundamental values in mind. Obviously, depending on the needs and realities of each country, yes, but we need to pursue these values in a responsible, ethical way without leaving anyone behind, as Madam Vice President mentioned. So in this context, what is the OAS doing? Well, the OAS has been playing an important role in the development of digital technologies in the past few years. We have worked with other multilateral organizations and with governments to help them create their digital e-security policies, e-discovery policies. I think Miguel Porrua is here. He was part of the OAS. He abandoned us. He went to the IDB, but he worked on that in the OAS. So we've done a lot. We've conducted ministerial forums. We will hold a ministerial forum in December. So we have made a lot of headway, and we are also conducting surveys on AI and its impact on democracy and human rights. Now, at the internal level, and perhaps this is not as relevant because we're talking about public policies, but I still think it's important to mention, we have had an important internal impact, and we have been rather caught unawares by this technology. So when this technology became so prominent, my department had to create a governance policy. So I created a small committee to deal with this. And we're doing a lot of things, because governance doesn't just happen overnight. We need to have a playbook. We need to have a playbook for the OAS employees so that they might understand how to use this technology responsibly. We actually conducted a survey a couple of weeks ago within the OAS to see how many people were using the large language model, which are the linguistic models, but also the conventional models as well. And what I noticed was that 46% of the OAS employees were using those models. But the problem is that a lot of the people don't know that these models, such as OpenAI and all the GPTs, such as ChatGPT and DALL-E, if used with personal information or with documents with sensitive information, are leaving that information for OpenAI, and OpenAI is using that to train its model. So we need to be responsible in the information we feed into the model. Now, we were also talking with the Security Secretary about the fact that the main stakeholders that adopt these technologies are criminals. And there are many GPTs, actually, that are malign GPTs. Like Worm GPT, the largest malign system, is widely used. And we're trying to block their use in the OAS. So we know that these models are being used in a way that is detrimental to human rights. And that is also something that within the OAS we are trying to control. And yet at the same time, we try to control this while creating good practices and while working with countries. We are also helping different areas with AI agents. Just for your information, agents are the future. They are the ones that are going to be replacing all the apps that you have in your cell phones. They are being created with open source technologies because that's the low-hanging fruit to help the OAS employees that sometimes lack the resources to carry out their work. We are the oldest organization. We're the poorest organization too, and that's why we need to take advantage of this. And the other thing we're trying to do in the OAS is build excellent centers for the AI that we want to share with the countries, because a lot of the countries are asking for technical assistance in this area as well. So, in short, I believe that the OAS has been very active in this area, and forums like the one we are holding today, I believe, are significant and could be contributing to many areas of your governments. I actually read the roadmap and the guidelines that are being suggested, and they all very much align to our pillars in the OAS. We have conducted surveys on the best practices and on lessons learned from old technologies, and we would definitely like to be part of this collaborative coalition that we are creating in this forum.
Muchísimas gracias, excelente. Bueno, ahora...
Thank you very much for that excellent presentation. Just to wrap up, I want to ask you to think about the region and not about the country. And if you think about this year of work and about how successful we were in Santiago, as we know, because we were successful and we created a roadmap that we hopefully will approve tomorrow together with a new declaration, a declaration that will reinforce the commitment of the highest authorities in the region to have initiatives and projects in our roadmap that align with everything that we talk about through a holistic, teamwork, collaborative perspective that helps us see how we can prioritize the technical assistance that we can have from international stakeholders. So in that sense, I want you to leave us with a closing remark about the relevance of working from a regional perspective, and what are the things that you believe we should achieve in the year to come. Just 1 minute each in the same order that we began. In a minute? Oh. I think we have made impressive advances in terms of governance. Actually, when we got together in Santiago, we said that the countries in the region don't collaborate here. We have a smooth collaboration with the states and with the European Union, but we don't do it here. So being here a year after Chile shows that we have changed. But I think the challenge is for us to move away from the governance stage and move into the practical stage. And in our Chilean experience, we believe that there are 3 fundamental areas for action. First, we need to talk about computing infrastructure. We are working together with the CAF, but if we don't have computing capacity with AI in Latin America, we are not going to make progress. And the computing capacity is not exclusive of a single country. It has to be shared because we cannot set it up on our own. The second thing, which is something that my friend mentioned, is that we need to have language models. And we need to think about these language models as Latin American, Caribbean models. We need to include Brazil. We need to include the languages of the indigenous peoples if we want the results to actually be informed by the cultures of our own countries. And the third thing that we perhaps haven't mentioned that much is the regulation. Yes, we are making progress in regulations in some countries. Like in Chile, we are working hand in hand with our Congress for regulations. But if our regulations diverge from each other, we are going to create issues for industries and researchers. So we need to have converging regulations in the region, and that's a huge challenge. It is very hard to go after her because I coincide with everything she said, but I want to focus on one point. And this is something that perhaps no one has been talking about, albeit our friend from Mexico mentioned it. And that is that I think the distinctive approach of this region should be to have a guide that is at the service of justice. And AI needs to be at the service of justice, not at the service of productivity. Because Latin America and the Caribbean are one of the most unequal regions in the world. So AI needs to increase equity and equality in our countries. So this space is of the utmost importance and relevance. We cannot tire in our efforts. We need to continue building this space and strengthening it. As governments, we need to call all our fellow officials so that they can continue working in this space. And for the next year, if we can have a common language, if we trust each other, if we have a roadmap, we will be able to start doing things. That's what we tried to do with Honduras when we entered into an agreement to train 1,000 people in AI, 500 in Honduras and 500 in Dominican Republic. Chile has also been showing interest in doing a pre-feasibility study for a supercomputing center. They are strengthening their data centers, and we are strengthening ours from a regional logic and not from a national logic. And a fundamental element of this is the integration of civil society to guarantee the continuity of the policies. I think it's great that the UNESCO has decided to create a council of businesses. And I think we need to create, a multi-stakeholder forum that brings to the table part of civil society focused on big data, personal data protection, that was mentioned by Agesic and the European Union, because we need to strike a balance between all stakeholders. And of course, we need to strengthen the RAMs, because RAMs are living tools. We created our RAM after the AI strategy, and we told the UNESCO that we're going to be relaunching our RAM with the different recommendations that we have found after launching our strategy. So I think countries need to understand that the RAM is not a snapshot, but rather it's a collection of pictures. So once Uruguay has its national strategy, they need to relaunch a RAM, because the UNESCO recommendations are a guide and the RAMs are the work plan, they are the roadmap. I think that's the logic behind what we're trying to do in Dominican Republic, and hopefully you will see us there in our warm weather in a year, so that we can have more countries get their RAMs and more countries get their roadmaps.
Bueno,
I agree with what the minister from Chile mentioned and what my colleague from Dominican Republic were saying. We also need to focus on human talent. Honduras has taken on the undertaking of training human talent in AI. But in order for that to be an engine of sustainable development in the region, we also need to do away with political roadblocks, or with roadblocks that we have politically established for our countries, so that these meetings are not just meetings on paper, but rather so that we can actually develop the work in our countries and implement it, working hand in hand to continue making progress. Because as was mentioned today, many times we need to take the examples of other countries that have made progress in an area, and it's important for us to look at the progress that has been made in another country, to look at where we are in comparison, but also to collaborate with them, to develop each country, but also to develop the region.
Yo creo que
I believe the entire international community is facing a challenge. Because what was happening in the past was that, imagine, we had to enter into an MOU and we would undertake a commitment, right? But now the challenge of the international community and of the countries is to include and to see how to include the industry. Because when we're talking about AI, we're talking about data. And data without infrastructure are not part of our models, and they are not in our language. So I think the big challenge that we see here and we see in the European Union is that there are 4 poles of infrastructure and data: China, India, the States, and the Arab countries. So the discussion is to see how we can coordinate among ourselves to get to what was done before. This doesn't work in AI, and this doesn't work in any other technologies. It doesn't work in cybersecurity or cybercrime. And that is why we strive for cooperation. And the second thing that I want to highlight is what was mentioned by Aysen, which is that the debate that we should start having in our countries, such as in Uruguay and across the world, has to do with technological sovereignty. And I'm not talking about technological sovereignty in terms of being the leaders in our digital government ranking, but rather in infrastructure, data, and energy, because in order to feed the infrastructure, we need energy that is clean and affordable, and of course we need water. We need infrastructure, energy, water, and data. Because this is energy feeding infrastructure, and infrastructure that sustains data. So as a proposal for next year, I think that apart from talking about technologies, we need to talk about energy and how we can be competitive as a region in comparison to the world to build and feed those big infrastructures that consume so much energy and that will provide us regional sovereignty in comparison to what is happening with the other 4 poles in the world.
Bueno,
Well, Virginia said, go fast, fast, fast. Okay, so I want to talk about 2 challenges, going back to what Bartolome mentioned. These are apparent challenges, but still sometimes we forget them. One of them happens in the context of public policies, and it has to do with understanding that the policies that we have cannot contradict the ones that we are creating. And I remember last week I was in an event of data privacy for the World Bank, and there was a European panelist who said that the new AI policy created by the European Union in June contradicted the GDPR policy from 2018. And the impact of this contradiction was very big for companies, perhaps not for Microsoft or the incumbents that have the resources to make changes, but rather for the small companies that need to make investments to accept those demands and standards. So we need to consider that if we are going to be democratic in our policies. And we don't just need to consider the impact on policy, but we also need to make sure that our regulations do not contradict each other. And the second area that we need to consider are lessons learned. And for that, I have a quick example. You know that internet is a space where we need to be careful, right? We try not to do the wrong thing, because if we do the wrong thing or we say the wrong thing and that ends up in the internet, it's almost impossible for that to be deleted. And if it's in the deep web or the dark web, forget about it. It's permanent. But when we talk about Uruguay, which is an open data pioneer, we also need to consider that the AI uses many data sources that are public and open. And so if I made a mistake 20 years back and I paid my debt for that mistake, I paid my debt to society, and then I apply for a job or for a mortgage, an AI system will filter me and decide whether I get the job or I get the mortgage, whether I get through that first stage. But differently from what happens with internet, where I can see what exists about me, with the AI, I won't have an idea, because these deep learning models that are deep AI models work within black boxes. We don't know where the data is coming from. So it's important for us to remember this. That's why we need to have a democratic conversation with civil society and academia. And I think it's yet not too late to start having a discussion so the regulations on AI focus on not having a deep impact on our human rights. And I want to finish my presentation by introducing this dichotomy. The dichotomy between regulating the technology and allowing for it to advance unregulated. And I was in a forum a couple of years ago in Brazil about blockchain and crypto, and a panelist said he loved Formula One. And he says, you make a race car have good brakes, not just to go slow, but rather to go faster and to sustain your speed. That's why you have good brakes in your vehicle. And I think that's a perfect analogy for AI. Because we need to consider whether we're going to implement good brakes for this technology to allow for it to progress. Because if we don't implement those brakes on this technology might have an impact on us and lead to everything we're trying to avoid.
Bueno, concluyendo, primero que nada.
Thank you for that. To conclude, I want to thank you for your time and for your panel. And I ask myself the question about what I want for the region. And I think today and tomorrow we are going to be having more discussion and more exchanges in our panels. And I hope tomorrow we will have a meeting in which we can approve the declaration and the roadmap. And based on all of this, my goal for the year is for us to work together, to implement the synergies that we have and our enthusiasm. Let us move from a dialogue into action so that in our next summit, we can have panels that introduce implementation actions thanks to the technical assistance of the CAF and the UNESCO, and thanks to the articulation with other national and international organizations. I think that that's the goal. The goal is for next year's agenda to also include concrete evidence of progress in the region and a strong articulation with other spaces in which we are working. We have mentioned that we're working in multiple spaces and we're trying to articulate our work in multiple spaces without overlapping, but rather being complementary in the region. So thank you for your contribution. Thank you, Virginia. We would like to invite you to a coffee break, only 10 minutes, so that we can try to recover some of the time that we have already lost. Please try to be back on time so that we can be on time for lunch and for the press conference and for the talks that we will have in the afternoon.
We have Cesar Leonardo, Undersecretary of ICT's Innovation Secretariat from
Ivan Luna, Science Director for the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation for Colombia. Ulises Canchola, Ambassador for Emerging Technologies in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Mexico. Cordell Green, Executive Director for the Broadcasting Commission of Jamaica. Margarita Rojas, General Director of Digital Inclusion and ICTs in Education from the Ministry of Information and Communication Technologies of Paraguay. And Viles Dar, President of the MacGovern Foundation. And this panel will be moderated by Madam Gabriela Ramos, Deputy Director General for Social and Human Sciences for UNESCO. Good afternoon. It is great to be here with all the policymakers of the region and to be here with our dear President of the Patrick McGovern Foundation. This panel pertains to, can you hear me? Yeah, good. This panel pertains to the work that is being done by UNESCO across the region with the support of GAF and with the support of our dear partners. But at the center of our interest and at the core of the debate, we want to discuss what is the assessment tool available to us, which is the readiness assessment methodology. And we want to talk about how this tool might help us better define the AI strategies. We apologize, but the microphones are not working. They're having issues. They cannot hear the interpreter. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. We have come across very interesting synergies. We are working with the countries in the region, but the countries in the region are also working in these areas. So evidently, the work that we are doing together to get a joint diagnosis is an additional tool that you can have and you can use in order to think about how we might be able to build an inclusive strategy. And that is what we're going to be discussing today. I want to mention that
talking about, so it's fine. Vilas was the first in the world of philanthropic institutions that have really supported us so much. So I know you know what we talk about. Pero tenemos entonces.
So we have 58 countries in the world that are doing a RAM. Now, this provides us with more knowledge about the countries per se, but it also gives us standardized global knowledge because the RAMs enable you to compare your results with other countries in the region and across the world. And this is the very interesting process that we're doing. We are working with Antigua and Barbuda, Argentina, Curacao, Jamaica, Peru, Cuba, Ecuador, Costa Rica, Uruguay, Brazil, Dominican Republic, Chile, Mexico, and we are defining work with Guatemala, Honduras, and Trinidad and Tobago. So I think that we now have a sensational critical mass to better reflect how we might be able to draw important conclusions from the countries that have already conducted their RAMs and from the countries that are conducting their RAMs at the moment. So I want to begin with the Subsecretary for Argentina. Secretary, we are launching this process, and we know that this also coincides with the innovation agenda that you are pushing in your country. Both your president and you are highly focused on obtaining further investment in building technological connections within Argentina. So my question is, how can we better support you with this diagnosis tool? Can you hear me? Yes? First and foremost, good morning. I just arrived from Argentina. I couldn't say hi to anyone yet, so I want to take the opportunity to thank everyone for having invited me. And I want to send you the warmest greetings of the Secretary of Innovation and Technology from Argentina, because we believe that these meetings showcase the interest that we have in the region for AI and for pushing forward the AI agenda. And we believe that AI is a fundamental pillar for our technological development as well as for the improvement of our economies. Now, Argentina, or at least in my case, I am new to the agenda. I began my work in office 2 months ago. And a couple of days ago, I was given the mandate to work with a roundtable for AI in the state, and it is very important for me to be able to coordinate this roundtable and to push the AI agenda forward. A month ago, we also launched one of the pillars of the interministerial roundtable, bringing to the discussion key stakeholders in the industry and members of the private sector. We wanted to bring in companies that were implementing AI so that we might foster a public-private collaboration to collaborate, to build traction for the sector, and to work for the well-being of our society. As I mentioned before, this year Argentina would like to be able to focus on the implementation of the RAM methodology. We are in conversation to implement it. We are looking at different indicators to see where we stand. And we believe this work is significant, not just for us as public policy generators, but also for the region. We believe that we need to work in collaboration and make sure that all the knowledge that we generate with the methodology should be spread across the region, because the topic of AI is a topic in which we all need to collaborate across states. So it will be very beneficial for us to work with the methodology. So on our part, yes, we are working on implementing it. We have a brand new agenda because this is a new government. But we have a clear goal in sight for the development of AI in our country. So thank you for having me in this panel. We are very much committed to this goal, and we're committed to pushing forward this agenda in cooperation with the countries in the region. Thank you.
Gracias, Subsecretario.
Thank you, Deputy Secretary. We definitely know that you guys haven't been in office for that long, but you have a clear message in terms of where Argentina wants to be in this area, so thank you. Now I would like to ask the Ambassador for Emerging Technologies from Mexico, from my dear country, a question. We are done with the readiness assessment for Mexico. We submitted the report as part of the National Alliance for AI that was launched in Congress together with Senator Lagunes, as well as with the participation of the Secretary of Foreign Affairs and of the Ministry of Business. So I want to ask you how the emerging diagnosis that we got from the tool that has to do with access, skills, and investments and connectivity, but also has to do with reflecting about where Mexico wants to implement these technologies in its strategic agenda. And the question is, what comes next after this? Thank you very much. First and foremost, I want to thank the Uruguayan government, Agesic, and the CAF for the invitation. As you know, we are in the process of changing administrations in Mexico, and that is why the Chancellor cannot be here, but Mexico is very well represented through our delegation. If I may, Gabriela, I would like to begin by reiterating Mexico's commitment to the ethics principles for AI adopted by the General Assembly of the UNESCO. And along those lines, I also want to reiterate how interested we are in the RAM methodology, particularly within the context of a change in our administration. As you know, only 2 days ago, a historic event happened that we're very happy about, and that's that we had the first female president go into administration in our country, Dr. Sheinbaum. She's a woman, but she's also a scientist. And I think this opens up an incredible opportunity for the development of the agendas such as the one we are contemplating in the RAM. We anticipate an upgrade of the National Science Council. It will now become a minister. And we are also going to have a national digitalization agenda as well. And the President has also mentioned her interest in building a national center on AI. So that's the context in which we receive the RAM in Mexico. Now, Mexico, as is included in the survey, is not new to AI. We have dispersed regulations, yes, but we have regulations nonetheless. And we recently participated in a meeting of regulators that protect data across the regions. We got together with the people from Agesic, and we looked at our scaffolding within Mexico. You know that we are world-renowned leaders in the promotion of quick technological development. Actually, we have been pushing for this since 2017. Now, in terms of the RAM, I want to mention 3 things in response to your question. The first fundamental thing is that this tool is extremely useful to answer something that might seem obvious, but that we sometimes don't think about that much. As you know, changes have been happening quite quickly. And yet I think that the world is not reflecting on these changes. And in Mexico, we want to take a time to think. We want to think about the relationship that we have with technology and the relationship that we want to have with technology. AI is a technology out of many, and we want to think about that relationship. So we are preoccupied and occupied with emerging technologies that are becoming digitalized, because digitalized technologies are accelerated technologies, and if they are accelerated, they might converge with others. And that is how we see the exponential explosion of this technological development. And the RAM is helpful in making this reflection. I am sure that the context that we are dealing with right now will have a direct impact on our social pacts, that is, on the way that we relate to each other and on the way in which the government relates to citizens or the government relates to other governments. That is how relevant the relationship that we want to have with technology is like, because that's its impact. A second benefit to having the RAMs has to do with the bottom-up approach. For the RAM, we have had multiple stakeholders participate in the discussion, and I believe that that better reflects realities, not just the Mexican reality, but the regional reality. If we look at the innovation map in the past 10 years in Latin America, we can see a trend from the bottom up from the southern hemisphere upwards. And in that trend, we can see how more and more private investment funds are coming up. More innovation is coming up, and we have seen a surprising explosion of unicorns, as Constanza mentioned this morning. And I think that that reflects the scheme that we have now that we have the RAMs. And the third point that I would like to highlight is that once we conduct the RAM, we need to adopt it, and the new authorities need to authorize its use. But regardless of that, it gives us a good vertical perspective. But after this perspective, we need a horizontal perspective. And what do I mean by this? First of all, in the technological area, you know that AI is a tool that is part of a universe of many other emerging technologies. So we need to map out the digital ecosystem and the AI ecosystem. And then a second horizontal analysis that we have to do is a political or geopolitical analysis that has to do with how this development has an impact on the relationship with Mexico with the international context. And that is a challenge, a significant challenge that we are facing. Because if I think of an example of computing science, when we talk about digital governance or we talk about AI, the main reason why we need to keep fostering regional cooperation is that we are dealing with a trilemma. We want to have participatory systems that are speedy and agile and stable at the same time. The COVID experience actually enabled us to see that it is very hard to have speed, openness, and stability at the same time. And when we look at computing systems, the experts say, well, that's the challenge in any system, to have these three things, to deal with this trilemma. If we add to this that in the next 100 years we will be experiencing a technological development similar to the one that we experienced in the past 20,000 years, you will understand the magnitude of the change that we are undergoing. Thank you. Those are very important remarks that you made. And what I was thinking is that this exercise that we did in Mexico was very inclusive, and because it was inclusive, it led to global reflections that don't have to do just with whether we govern technology or not, but rather how we integrate technology to our ecosystem in Mexico. Now, I want to congratulate myself for the announcement of the president. Right? This is female president, she said we have to call her, not president. So congratulations to the female president in Mexico. And congratulations for the RAM, because the RAM doesn't just make development and innovation viable, but it also leads to a more holistic reflection about where we want to head as a society. And now I want to move to Colombia, because 2 months ago, they had a ministerial forum in which the minister and Ipan Luna participated together with me, and we launched the Colombian RAM there. So we've got different countries at different stages in the development, but what matters is that the RAM can be adjusted to the needs and the strategies of the countries. The RAM helps us learn together while contemplating our own missions and visions. So could you tell me what you are doing in Colombia with the RAM? Does this coincide with your national strategy? You have the floor. Thank you, Gabriela. First and foremost, I want to share the warmest greetings from our minister, Yesenia, who is leading the process from the Science, Technology and Innovation Ministry. We in Colombia have asked ourselves many questions to adopt the RAM. If we carry out this exercise properly, we can close many gaps, social and socio-economical gaps that we have in the region and in the country. But if we don't carry out this exercise properly, as it happened with the energy transition exercise, we might end up creating larger inequalities. So we need to be careful. As was mentioned this morning, when we integrate language to AI, when we integrate human language to AI, we completely redefine the relationship between human and machine. And that's where questions arise and fundamental reflections arise. For example, can we make a machine responsible for the decision made by a person? What is truth? What is right? So in order to consider this from the perspective of the ministry, we decided to work on ethics, bioethics, and scientific integrity. And we wanted to know how the science, technology, and innovation sector could respond to these questions. So we began analyzing the capacity of AI processes for data processing, for making predictions that sometimes surpass human capacity. And we asked ourselves, what do we need as a country to be ready? And that is where the RAM methodology is so important. We also started creating internal roadmaps in the ministry to see what we needed to be ready to face this revolution. We believe that the development of research is fundamental, especially in philosophy and in human sciences and in social sciences. It's important to discuss this when dealing with this problem. Then, in articulation with what we call the 4 areas of knowledge, that is university, private companies, civil society, and the different governmental institutions, we decided to work and think about the roadmap and the creation of a policy about this. So the 4 stakeholders are creating a document called the COMPES, which is the public policy document that we want to create as a roadmap. This exercise has been really interesting. We have a very heterogeneous country. Not all regions need the same. We have large gaps that we need to bridge and large inequalities that we need to solve. And we are tackling all of this in this participatory exercise. We have been doing this in articulation with other institutions such as the Ministry of Technologies and Communications. And apart from this significant collective work that we have been doing between the different agencies, we have sought to define how we might foster and develop capacities in each of the territories of the country. So within innovation ecosystems, we are looking at governance. We are looking at sovereignty, especially focusing on having citizen data remain sovereign. Those reflections are very important for us, and having a tool such as the RAM enable us to map out where we are, what we need, and where we are going. So the RAM helps in that way, but it also helps us as a strategy for regional articulation. Because in a way, when we try to standardize our position to ethics and AI, we will have a common language to better coordinate at the regional level. So this tool is a great opportunity, and we need to take advantage of it while building it together. Thank you. This panel, I think, has a common idea that everyone is sharing, and that's the idea of us taking a step back to say, yes, I want to know how to use these technologies, but before that, I have to see where we are, how ready we are, and what we need to strengthen when dealing with disruptive technologies that are present in every area of our lives and that converge and imply changes in investigation and in science and in politics. And now I want to move to Doña Margarita Rojas from Paraguay, with whom I have been working. Miss Margarita, I was together with your president in Barcelona, and he said, listen, Paraguay must have a RAM. And Paraguay will have a RAM because I am on top of the creation of an attractive, innovative strategy for development. And I was happy to hear that, because the RAM is a living instrument that each country can use based on their own policies. So we have a questionnaire. Now my question is, how are you going to use the input from the RAM to define your policies? You can hear me, right? Because I can't hear myself. Okay, good. I think pretty much everyone today spoke about challenges. And I think we need to write the word challenges in capitals and in bold. Because we are just getting started. We are just beginning to implement the RAM methodology. We will finish the stage in November. And one of the biggest challenges that we have to reach the president's goal for inclusive economical development is everything. We are affected by everything. Everything is a challenge for us. But when we look at the RAM methodology and better understand it, I see standards. And I love standards. I believe in standards, especially in collaborative regional work. And yet it is very complex to tackle every dimension. Every dimension contains a world within itself. So the question is, how can we work in coordination to achieve the same common goal, the same beneficial goal? And when I say together, I'm talking about all the sectors at the national level, because we are working from an intersectorial perspective, while also bringing in all the disciplines. This is incredibly complex. I think the technology side is the easiest thing here. You know, we've got data, logics, we've got physical infrastructure. Obviously, data is important, but the nitty-gritty of technology is easy to handle. The difficult thing is to see what we will be using that technology for and how we will be using that technology for. We all want to reach the same goal, right? But the most complex thing to do is to arrive at a consensus in terms of what we want. And in Paraguay, we're just beginning our work with a group of stakeholders from all disciplines and all sectors, and we're thinking together amongst experts about how to carry out this transition. But after doing that, we need to have a mass experience where we share this information with everyone, and that is a challenge. Like I said, everything is a challenge. And yet, I think the best way for us to tackle the challenge is together. If we don't do that, we're not going to get this to work. And we also need to reach agreements, at least at the macro level. And once we do that, we need to find consensus spaces. Because this is a complex scenario. We understand that it is complex, and that in itself is a good thing. And I think all the sectors are working together towards the same goal. And something that gives me peace of mind is that the legislator is concerned about this, and that is a good thing. Legislators are worried, and they are open to the possible changes that may come. So we have to also get them in the conversation from the beginning. I think it's important to get legislators in the conversation from the beginning. And last but not least, as a country, one of our biggest issues is the gaps that we have, the digital gap, the social gap, the economic gap. And I believe that this time is a turning point because these changes might either help us bridge the gap or I think we're doomed.
Thank you very much.
Good, well done to the translators. No, realmente yo creo que
Yeah, I really believe that there's a message here. A message I really like because first of all we have the strategic vision and then technology, and that is the thing, right? You said it in a way, and I think it's important, right, Vilas? What we have been discussing all this time is not about technology; it's about society. It's a country discussion. So with all the potential that we have in Latin America, we have all this potential, but also we have all these gaps. And that is a risk that we are running, right? That in this revolution, we can open more, we may open more gaps.
I want to bring to the table Mr. Cordell Green, who is the Executive Director of the Broadcasting Commission in Jamaica. And of course, you might have noticed, this is, of course, the platform that brings together Latin America and the Caribbean. Very importantly, at UNESCO, we have a priority group, which is the SITS, and we are, as usual, if we need to support somebody, we will go there where the marginal return of any investment is higher. And I think that the Caribbean is one of such places. We're very honored that you are starting the process with the RAM. Again, it doesn't fall in the vacuum because you already and the government has already been reflecting on these issues and taking decisions to be better prepared, as you all have said, better prepared to take advantage of these technologies. So again, we would love to hear your views on the process, the project, and the outcomes.
Well, thank you very much. First of all, I should let you know that my device isn't working very well. So anything said in Spanish, which was impressive, I'm in entire agreement. I should begin by saying, Madam ADG, and this may be obvious, but it is worth underscoring, that the 5 dimensions prioritized in the RAM, they're absolutely essential for developing countries such as Jamaica to avoid the threat of becoming cyber vassals. And that is very important. We have had technological revolutions before, the microphone, the screen, the podium, my shoes, my clothes, glasses, but huge divides. And I believe the RAM helps us with a very important reset in this phase of development. Jamaica's involvement comes at an opportune time because the National Artificial Intelligence Task Force has just submitted its report and recommendations to the minister with responsibility for digital transformation. The key components of that report very much comport with the UNESCO recommendation on the ethics of AI. The proposals are clustered in 7 areas. The first is to leverage AI for innovation and economic growth by focusing on research with a view to creating more sophisticated value chains. The second is education and workforce development, emphasizing competence, not just in science, technology, education, and mathematics, but most importantly, the arts, coupled with digital media and information literacy. Third is public awareness and sensitization, because as the UN Secretary General has observed, there's a huge trust deficit. And we are very much aware that misconceptions about AI can hinder its adoption and create resistance, particularly in areas such as healthcare, finance, and public services. But more importantly, we have grasped the imperative of digital literacy because it is understood that the less informed the Jamaican population is, the more susceptible they are to AI-driven misinformation and disinformation, and also intrusions on their mental autonomy, particularly when AI intersects with neurotechnology, an area we need to pay attention to. The fourth priority is infrastructure. It was discussed in the panel before. We know this is essential for the digital ecosystem. But as was intimated earlier, we have to balance our infrastructural aspirations with the reality that high energy and cloud costs are crippling. And that's why this collaboration is so essential. The fifth component is international cooperation to exchange knowledge, share resources, and align on global standards. I mean, the fact is, it's very clear. If we're not sitting at the table, chances are we're on the menu. So collaboration is absolutely key. And that has to be, these strategic alliances are important. They are important also because Jamaica has a global cultural footprint which bears no relation to her size and economic ranking. And we have to be very circumspect to not have that creative advantage, competitive and comparative, be diluted in this new dispensation. The other dimensions, Gabriel, they cover legal and regulatory frameworks around the usual: data privacy, intellectual property, ethical use of collaboration, and creating an environment to promote greater AI integration and a favorable business environment. I think in summary, that's the kind of direction of travel. And we look forward to the findings from the RAM enriching the work of the Jamaica National AI Task Force. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Green. The reality is that from all what we have heard, each country, and this is what makes UNESCO really proud, has full ownership of the process, full ownership of the priorities, full ownership on how do you deploy the RAM. We're there to support, but at the end, each one of you decide the priorities, the integration, but it's such a comprehensive tool that I feel it's great to hear you all. I'm so glad to be learning with you. And of course, I want to bring our dear Vilas Dar, the president of the McGovern Foundation. I have to say that it's great to have you here, because at the end, this is where the thing makes sense. The Patrick McGovern Foundation was the first foundation that believed in this tool. We started with 4 countries. Now many others join, because where the Patrick McGovern goes, many others go, and they want to be part of the party too. We have now 58 countries, but I just really want to thank you for that trust from the very beginning, but also for all the work you do as part of the advisory board of the Secretary General, the many real empowering initiatives that you have. You have heard here what the countries are doing, each one with the RAMs, the perspectives of informing their own policy, the perspective of learning together, the perspective of going beyond on the mastering of the technologies, which is, of course, a sine qua non, we need to have it there. Where do we take this exercise forward, Vilas? Because there is such richness, and as I said in the morning, these are living tools. It's not that we took the picture and then we go, thank you very much, no. We just took a picture, and then the converging technologies, the neurotechnology. We're working on a recommendation on the ethics of neurotechnology, this interception. So what's your take on this, and how do we take it forward?
Thank you for that warm introduction. Thank you all. I'm struck by a couple of things. One, this is a panel on which I have learned so much. So sitting up here, I want to say thank you to you all for the richness of the experience that you brought to this conversation. I'm very struck. I spent last week with you, ADG Ramos, in New York at the UN. And I saw in those conversations so many attempts to find ways to resolve perceived and real tensions. So many solutions that were being brought forward, right? New initiatives on skilling, new initiatives on sharing data and compute. Now, I'm an engineer, and I think of these as levers. I think levers are quite important. We need so many of them to address the unique challenges. But if you remember the classic statement by Archimedes, he said, I need two things to change the world. I need levers and a strong place to stand. Too often, we think of technology as a mechanism that will somehow change the world by itself. And we often hear it in the announcements that come from the ones who create technologies, that they will find the solutions for us. But I think we all know in this room that that's never the way that change happens. We have to know where we stand before we know how we change for the future. In so many ways, I think this is what the RAM does more than anything else, right? It gives us a common framework to understand where we are in our journeys, to recognize that we each have our own paths as countries, as communities, as multilateral institutions. But if we don't have a commonality of understanding of what the discussion is, what is the discourse, what are the interests of the stakeholders at the table, what's the unique characterization of that in our socio-political context, then you can throw levers at the problem all day long and you'll never get anywhere. It strikes me that you asked the exact question, ADG Ramos, that we should be thinking about. What do we do once we have the RAM? And yet, let's also acknowledge that what we do comes from what we put into it. This is not a policy exercise about a short-term technological intervention. It cannot be that. Because if that's what we get, then we get a policy, the policy goes on the books, and in 2 years we say the world has changed around us and we no longer are ready for it. Instead, it's the process that matters, right? The 5 elements of the RAM that take technology as one, but also brings in sociocultural and political and economic and community-based inputs. And so where do we take it from the RAM? I think this becomes the critical question and conversation that's not merely about indicators, but about a shared philosophy of community-centered development. That says, as we recognize that each place will have different capacities, none more valuable than the other. Some will be innovators of underlying technological infrastructure. Others will be the sandbeds of innovation on building practical use cases for AI. That we need a mechanism in which we continue to share that. That we're able to build regional and local collaborations that drive the specific interests of nation states, but within a context that allows technology partners not to be solutions providers, but to be co-creators of digital solutions for the future. So it strikes me that as we get to these incredible collaborations, including the ones that we see on stage in various levels of development, that what we need is not merely outcomes, but a shared sense of recognizing that the challenge in front of us is to address the short-term challenge, but with the long-term interests of shaping a digital future. That the RAM then creates for us a common vocabulary, a space and a convening for engagement, and I think in particular, looking at the leadership represented in this room, the capacity to bring together regional collaboration that allows us to share best practice and define not merely voting blocks or interests, but actually shared consensus about what that future looks like.
Well, that was great, because it's really the vision of how this is just a tool for leaders and people that are worried, as you said, because when we're worried, we do something about it to really start building something that is sustainable. Thank you so much, Vilas. We were supposed to have a second round of questions, but you need to go and have your lunch. So what I'll do is to probably open the floor for a round of 3 questions, if you will. Give 1 minute of each of the panelists, 1 minute. Latin American and the Caribbeans are not very well known for 1 minute interventions, but I'm giving you 1 minute. And then we close the panel. So who wants to ask any question to our wonderful panelists here? Senator, please. We're so glad that the senator from Chile is joining us.
Thank you. I'm Senator Kenneth Pugh from Chile. La pregunta es al panel y es respecto
The question is to the panel, and it has to do with this digital convergence, this new social pact or digital pact that the ambassador was talking about, and something that can affect democracy. Is basically the pillars of our democracy. In the freedom of speech is a human right, and that human right is for human beings. It does not belong to machines or cyberspace, and we don't have a mechanism to distinguish a machine from a person. We don't have an icon that can tell us so that I know if I'm talking to a person or to a machine. We are talking about a robust digital identity and also interoperability, or having the legal certainty of who we are talking to. How have you planned then being able to connect this that belongs to the physical world with the digital world to guarantee human rights so that people, they can have a nickname, a pseudonym, protected, but for a human being and not for a machine?
That's a very important topic, interaction between humans and computers and knowing who we're talking to. Let me take 2 more questions and then the panel will answer. Please introduce yourself. Good morning, Luis Adrián Salazar. I was the technology minister in Costa Rica, and I currently work as a consultant representing the ICT Chambers Federation. I have a question. When we assess whether or not we are putting human beings at the center of policies, the important thing is how we prove to human beings that out of everything we talk about in 5G, cybersecurity, and AI, we can get a result that benefits the well-being of society. Because I think all of our efforts and the leadership of the CAF and the UNESCO can yield results that will enable people to validate that the technology that they're using improves education, improves their health, reduces cycles of violence, provides them access to water and to food. So I think it's important for us to take all of the assessments that we are doing to make them operative, yielding impactful results. Because if not, we end up talking about AI and cybersecurity while we are not looking at the problems of violence, lack of access to food and water. I think it's fundamental for us to have that at the front if we want to leverage the emerging technologies that we have. Thank you. Thank you, former minister, for your conversation. I think we have no more hands up, so I just want to go back to the panel with these 2 questions. I think we could spend 5 hours talking about these 2 questions because really they have something in common, which is first and foremost, how do we protect people? How do we know we are interacting with humans? And how do we protect our rights? And the second question has to do with how do we show that these technologies will definitely have a positive impact on the well-being of people? So I want to give the floor to all the panelists very quickly. Well, in terms of the first question, I don't have an answer, unfortunately. What I think will happen is that we will need to set the ethical groundwork that we are going to be implementing to a certain extent so that we may use AI by saying that we are using AI. So I think that can happen, but not everyone will do that. Not everyone will accommodate to that. So there might be a time where we won't be able to distinguish whether we are talking to a human or a machine. And maybe the machine might be acting like a human on purpose. That's something that will happen. It's something that has already happened. And the question is, how do we handle that situation? And what contingency plans we have? I believe that this is an open problem that we need to discuss further. And then in connection to the second question, I think the former minister spoke about something fundamental, which is how does this intelligence connect to fundamental rights? If we use these technologies to guarantee fundamental rights, we will get more approval from Congresses to get more budget for our plans, because we will be able to show that what we are doing connects to the realities of each country and to the challenges of each country. Thank you. Ambassador, 1 minute, please. Thank you. I'll be very brief. The two questions obviously are very deep, but in short, I believe we must insist on the importance of defining what relationship we want to have to technology. And I want to borrow a concept by Zygmunt Bauman, a Polish sociology that spoke about us living in liquid times. What does that mean? It means that it's not enough for us to adapt, but rather we need to have liquid policies. I have always promoted liquid diplomacy, and people say, what is liquid diplomacy? And I think of Socrates, right? I know what a shoe is until someone says, Ambassador, what is a shoe? And the same thing happens with this diplomacy. I know what it is, I don't know how to define it. In the same sense that I don't know how to answer all the questions. And we can't answer because technology develops in such an accelerated way that we still don't have words to describe what we are experimenting. The future was yesterday, and we're just feeling the ripples of its change. So we need to be clearer, I think, on the questions that we ask ourselves to deal with these huge challenges. And we will probably need to change our economic models and move away from thinking about words and think about deep concepts and their application. And in the area of regulation, I also think, Senator, that we need to change the way in which we regulate and in which we draft laws. I am a lawyer, and I feel we need to innovate in the way in which we legislate and regulate. Thank you. You see 30 seconds. I can't answer any of the questions because we are just going through the RAM, but I'll try. Senator, we need transparency and regulations. That's what we're working on, at least in Paraguay. And former minister, I would say communication, knowledge building, education, and training. I mean, the citizenship needs to understand where we are. They need to understand the impact that these technologies will have on each of their lives. And that's our responsibility. We need to communicate this to them. Thank you.
There we go. I think that's better. Yes. Let me answer quickly, but Senator, ex-minister, I think your questions are great. 25 years ago when I started working in AI, if you asked me what AI would do, I would have said it would be amazing. It would mow our lawns, it would wash our dishes, it would pilot our cars and our ships, and we would have more time to do the things that make us human. That's not the path AI has taken. Now AI communicates for us, it writes for us, maybe is even capable of doing policy for us. Don't be too worried. I think we have some time, right? But the challenge is this. In this changed world, we don't yet have the institutions to ask the foundational questions that you're asking. Questions about law and policy, about interactions between humans and systems. We need to build the institutions as quickly as we build the technological innovation. I think that's the crux of the matter. And somehow, I'm still stuck washing dishes, and AI has done nothing for me. Like, what is this crazy world?
That was so quick. I think everything has changed in the past 5 seconds. Anyway, I want to go back to what my colleague mentioned in terms of being new in this area. But I think every single one of us feel new because everything is changing so fast. And we need to think about where we want to take this and how, as governments, we want to establish a proper use for AI. What do we want to promote out of this use? I think one of the biggest pillars of this change that we spoke about is education, training. It's about how can we have society adopt AI and become engaged with AI and take it as its own and understand it while trying to comprehend that each country will need its own regulations and will require its own definitions. And we also need to understand that there are things we won't be able to manage in our governments because the industry has its own path. So it's a very difficult issue. And since I began talking, probably things have changed already, and that's how fast things are. So we need to be mindful of that, and we need to try to come up with answers for our next forums.
I think both questions ask us to go back to the core question of what are the qualities that make us human. We have to go back to that question. The questions are also raising issues around our values. I think what we need to reflect on is that our values constitute the terms and conditions of a social pact. And that social pact binds the living, the dead, the unborn. And when we insert advanced technological species in that social arrangement, it gets very complicated, particularly for people who are not deeply immersed in the discourse. So I don't have a ready answer, but I can propose one tool which might be ameliorative, and that is digital media and information literacy. Gabriel, I put on the hat of another side of UNESCO. This is why we work closely with IFAP to complement the great work that you do. And the Broadcasting Commission in Jamaica is now proposing a digital media and information literacy framework, which is really a convergence of the literacies that are relevant for the age in which we live. Media literacy, information literacy, ICT technology literacy, and digital literacy. That's the other side of the pillar, which supports this side on which we are now engaged.
Well, thank you so much. I wish we had more time. I think that even these two questions really complemented the panel in a wonderful way. What I take from this impressive participation of each one of you, your comments and your reflections, is that we are at a moment that we are being challenged to increase our capacities to deal with these issues. But we need to be increasing our capacities to deal with an issue that is increasing its capacities, and therefore we need to increase our capacity, and therefore it really takes us into a very, very impressive call to be better prepared for whatever it takes. And we need to do it as the world moves fast. And as you said the washing machine. I'm thinking, I'm in Uruguay. You remember, of course, it was an Argentinian character, Mafalda, this wonderful cartoon of this lady that was very critical. And then she said once, could you stop the world? I want to go down. Sometimes we would like to say, can you stop a little bit? Because I'm reflecting. But I would say that if I may link it to the questions, if we don't have technologies that protect the rights, as the senator mentioned, if we're not able to distinguish what is an AI and what is human, if we're not able to distinguish when an AI decision-making outcome is harming our rights, let's not go there. And the same, all what we are doing here and all what we do at UNESCO and the many institutions that are really looking into these issues with your engagement is to channel these technologies to the places where we want to improve the well-being of people. And I think that's what I'm really encouraged with this debate, because at the end, the ethical reflection, the ethical framework that UNESCO has is not only to control the downsides or the risks, which is number one, we need to do it, but is to ensure that the investments go for addressing education, for addressing the environment, for addressing the so many things. And I hope that together we will learn something, no? And that we might be able to give better answers to these amazing questions, and also to listen to each other. because all of your comments were just amazing, and I'm very proud to be working with all of you. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you kindly. Let's now take a picture and then let us ask Madam Gabriela to remain on the stage.
Muy bien, para finalizar las actividades de esta mañana. Sí, Gabriela. Pero creo que va a ser cortito. Ok. Invitamos a subir al escenario a la profesora de la Universidad Católica del Uruguay y codirectora del Centro de Estudios en Tecnología y Sociedad, Universidad San Andrés de Argentina, Carolina Aguerre, que va a hacer la presentación del RAM.
Now presenting the RAM together with Madam Gabriela Ramos.
You packing the thing. Of ceremony. Come,
Sí,
please.
cómo no.
Ok, en
Ever
español.
Pauas.
Okay.
Por favor, les pido tomen asiento.
Vamos a hacer muy
Thank you.
rapidito. Vamos a hacer.
We are going to be doing something now, which is a balancing act, because we need to introduce the results of the incredible readiness assessment for Uruguay, which is one of the most important moments this morning. And Carolina, thank you very much for your incredible work. And Heber, thank you for coordinating this. And thank you for bringing all the voices of Uruguay to this exercise. As I mentioned in the morning, I believe that the process itself of conducting the RAM was interesting. It was led by our dear Ever and Agesic, and it brought to the table opinions from parliamentarians, people from academia, and from civil society in the country and in the region. I very much liked some of the results that we saw in the RAM, which we can share and use to learn together, especially in terms of how solid some of the frameworks available in Uruguay are. Beginning with the agency, which is a coordinating agency. Not all countries have a coordinating agency. The country also has solid data protection regulations that give a reliable institutional foundation for innovation. They also have no issues with broadband. You've got 99% of the population covered, so you are at the forefront of connectivity and broadband. But now I want to yield the floor to Ever, perhaps, and then we can have Caro share the results of the RAM with us. Okay? Is that okay for you? Good. Thank you, Gabriela, for that introduction. As you mentioned, we've got interesting results to share with you, and I believe Carolina will discuss them in depth in a moment. But before that, I want to mention some of the things that are reflected in the RAM that have to do with the notion of placing human beings as a center, as well as pertain to the fact that we have a solid regulatory framework in the country. As a matter of fact, some of the recommendations were done in the past, and they are now included in our legislations. For example, we have regulatory sandboxes, because the last public accountability legislation created and mandated the regulatory sandbox criteria, as well as a criteria for the regulation of AI in our country. This draft is under public consultation, and we will be finishing it in a couple of weeks. Now, in terms of the solidity of the country, we've got a new national data strategy. We've got high connectivity indicators, as was mentioned by Gabriela. We have sufficient coverage. We have 100% of all education centers connected to broadband, which enables us to fully deploy Plan Ceibal, which is the education plan. We also have a clear role in Agesic, and Agesic has mandates to develop strategies. So in relative terms, there are very few indicators in which we do not have systematized information. So this RAM led us to a fruitful discovery. And this RAM, as was mentioned by Bartolomé, enables us to see what we've done and what is missing. Because in this idea of us looking to improve even further every day, we use this tool, and we want to thank UNESCO for the tool and for the collaboration. We also want to thank the academia for supporting us in the implementation of the tool, and now I yield the floor to my colleague so she can better talk about it. Yes, before that, I want to share a secret, because we always talk about results, but processes matter too. It's important to have a pilot committee that is inclusive and that reaches people and places all across the country. And another thing that we have done well in the implementation of the RAMs is that the 58 RAMs that we have across the world are done through local experts. We have an impressive network of experts, of world-renowned experts such as Viles. So they are AI experts without borders. That's how we call them. And I think the best thing for us is to go to each country and find top-class experts in the country, like Carolina, people that speak the language, know the culture, and know what it is like to be a citizen of that country. No one is going to understand the situation in Senegal or in Vietnam or in Uruguay like the local expert will. And they become part of this League of AI Experts Without Borders. So we're going to call her later to join the League of Experts and build synergies in other countries as well. Thank you for your work, Carolina. Thank you. I don't have a lot of time to introduce the report. This report is hot off the press, really. And I think it signals something very relevant in the cover. This is a tower that symbolizes Montevideo, and it also symbolizes the work that we did with Agesic. I was lucky enough to conduct this assessment as a researcher, working with Agesic as a focal point in the development in these 194 indicators that we had in the RAM. Uruguay was actually one of the first countries to implement the tool. Maybe now we have more indicators, but what matters is that the process of conducting the assessment, of validating the indicators, of getting all the data from every office, figuring out where the data was, if the data was missing, how we could reconstruct it. Sometimes we make public access requests for information. And all of that process that we undertook helped us build even more institutional capacities. And as was mentioned in the previous panel, I believe that's the most important thing. Uruguay has a solid path that it has been treading in the implementation of a digital strategy. However, in the process of working with the RAM, we realized that we needed to move forward with our strategy, that we need to take further steps. So I think the strategy goes to further reinforce our assessment and monitoring capacities within Agesic and within the entire government. We are also going to be implementing a law that was enacted in October last year so that we can have an institution that has capacities not just on paper, but that in practice can articulate the capacities of a national ecosystem that, in the case of Uruguay, has solid regulatory capacities, strong democratic institutions, and yet needs to consolidate and make visible an ecosystem in which AI is only one of the different elements. AI is inserted in technologies that are already existent. So the RAM puts into play the entire networked digital ecosystem that is existent in the country. And it also puts into play a technology that has disruptive characteristics in other areas. So the challenge is for Uruguay to continue being a country that focuses on the export of services that have high added value, as we envisioned with Gabriela in the months prior to wrapping up this report, were let's talk to the private sector, let's look at the unicorns. Where does Uruguay stand? And what we see is that Uruguay has deployed an ecosystem of innovative small stakeholders with a strong software industry. But this industry needs to make significant transitions to be positioned not just within the Uruguayan market, but also outside of the market. So we need to have new use cases, new prototypes, and new testing centers in the country to be successful abroad. And what this evidences also is the incredible collaborative work that we have in Uruguay and the connections between civil society, academia, and state that we obviously need to reinforce and better make visible.
Both RAMs in these months, what we're also discussing here, and I'm speaking now from my academic experience in this exchange with scientists developing AI systems, they're asking us, do we need to have a model that makes it even more visible, the agency in charge of doing all this? Do we want to have like the Pasteur Institute, for instance? Do we want to have something similar to AI? Well, because of all these, we had a lot of new opportunities. I just wanted to mention that.
Gracias, Carolina.
Thank you very much, Carolina. What a pity we cannot stay longer. But you have access to the RAM. It's already in the AI Ethics Observatory. We have very good lessons there, a roadmap that you can follow. And as our dear friend Bartolome told us already, this is a live document that will be including all the developments at institutional and academic level. And of course, we count on you to keep on building this. So thank you very much. And now let's go for lunch. Thank you. Thank you very much. So there's a press conference now. And after that, we have lunch, and then 2:30, 2:45. Please be back in the room so that we can continue with the activities for the afternoon.
Summit on the Ethics of AI in Latin America and the Caribbean.
Panel a continuación.
The next panel is about the vision from the entrepreneurial ecosystem. The participants are Lucas Julias, co-founder and director for Latin America of OS City, Iliarme Fuckinger, retail and regional sales manager for NVIDIA, Juan Petrizans, co-founder and CEO of Electric Academy, Pablo Pereira, director of the Entrepreneurial Centrum Inicium, University of Montevideo, and Maya Brenner, CEO and founder of @flipando.ai. And the moderator will be Esther Quiche Laroche, Regional Director for Latin America and the Caribbean of UNESCO. Now the floor is yours.
¿Sí funciona? Perfecto.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon. Hope you have enjoyed your lunch. So in this session then, we're going to be focusing on the private sector. And the idea is that we can learn about the different lessons in this period, how to use the guide and to use the sections so that this can be shared with other responsible people in charge of AI in other sectors. We have our panelists here. So Lucas, let's start with you. Can you please tell us a little bit about your experience so that we can better understand what you are doing to improve efficiency and the trust of governments through technology, and how AI is helping you to respond to the needs of your customers, both in the private and the public sector? Good afternoon. I represent a Mexican startup. I'm the Argentinian partner, but the startup is from Mexico, and we work a lot with different governments. We work with CAF. CAF is one of the investors of our startup, and maybe this is not 100% connected to AI, but we see there's a huge opportunity to combine AI with decentralized identities. Let me provide you with a little bit of context about what we do. First of all, as a startup, and today, earlier in the morning, every time we listen to all these people talking about regulations, for us it's kind of hard to hear speakers talking about that, because every time a startup wants to move from Mexico to another country, they have to deal with a lot of compliance and regulations and taxes. So I imagined a scenario in which a country is regulating some aspect of AI and some other aspects are regulated by other countries. That could be a mess, because we startups, we don't have legal departments that can deal with all those issues. So in some cases, over-regulation can be as negative as no regulation at all. I think that in the European Union now, they are analyzing all this, and we have the last report in which they mentioned that because of over-regulation, that was negative to us. So apart from thinking on how states can work with regulations, there's another aspect to be taken into account, that states also play a fundamental role, not only on regulation, that is a top-down approach, but also working in those trust frameworks that are so important. Because several of the problems that we talked about today of AI are not strictly connected to AI, but to the digital ecosystem. And let me show you an example of this. For instance, digital ID. The web was born without a layer of digital identity. Around the 90s, I remember there was a comic strip, there was a dog behind a desktop. It's like, the good thing about internet is that nobody knows I'm a dog. But then we started making more interesting things like wire transfers, paying taxes, and in 15 years we had no other option but to create a layer of digital ID that does not resemble the way in which we use our identity in the physical world. And because of that, there are a lot of things connected to biometrics that makes it very different to the one that we use in the physical world. Because of that, digital economy, the main problem that they have is trust. If money is the currency, then trust is the currency for interactions. And something that we are lacking nowadays is that trust. Almost a third of digital economy is lost to hacking and identity theft. That is the context in which we get AI, because now we need to know whether we have a dog on the other side or if we have a machine. In fact, it's even worse. What our colleague from Chile was talking about early in the morning. So how are we going to work with this digital context to differentiate whether on the other side we have a machine or a person? So the role to be played by states here is not only about regulations, but mainly it has to do with the promotion of this digital trust ecosystem. The European Union, Canada, the States, they're all working in these trust frameworks, and Latin America is a little bit behind. Nothing negative about that, because we can learn from the errors made by the others, but we believe that the states play a fundamental role to generate that layer of trust, because the challenges presented by AI are not specific to AI, but specific on how we create this layer of trust. Those that are publishing content, those that are making transactions, we need to know who they are and the challenges that are presented. From the startup, then, we're working on that, but on this stage now, we are helping governments on how to think about those trust frameworks. The EU is working a lot, the States also. In Latin America, we're starting to work on this. We're having some protocols, some standards. CAF has provided support to different protocols that I believe could be very interesting in order to dynamize that ecosystem, that the governments start working, regulating AI, and also to promote standards and digital infrastructure so that we can create these trust layers that are so needed. Thank you very much. And if we have time, then I would like to tell you a little bit more about, or to ask you about regulations. Then, Maya, can you tell us a little bit more about Flipando when it comes to AI and how you're using AI, generative AI? Can you hear me? Well, first of all, thanks for having me. I would like to introduce myself. It is very special for me to be here. I'm an economist. I worked at CAF like 10 years ago. And now I'm working with people that were working there at the time. Then I moved to Ceibal. I started working with public policies and data usage. And now I'm leading an AI startup that is called Flipando AI. And what we do basically is compliance processes using AI solutions. So what we were talking about and how AI is now part of the solutions that we can use, that is in fact the problem that we have, the problem that we want to solve. In this cross-border world that is more and more interconnected, Mexican startups that are working in Uruguay with transactions all over the world, we all want to have these kind of startups. We want to see more and more on these startups so that they can connect the emerging markets with the rest of the world so that we can operate freely. But we need to do so in a world where ethics and justice and security are important and respected. That's why when we talk about regulations, we need to think not on the negative impact that it can have on startups, but something that we need so that we can live in a secure, responsible way. The question is, what can we do so that regulations goes hand in hand with progress and can be adapted to operational changes that organizations, companies, and individuals want to have? And that is when we appear on action. When thinking about compliance, processes are getting more and more complex. It's impossible to have a law firm that knows about Uruguayan law or Paraguayan law. I was in Paraguay last week talking about all the regulatory changes that are taking place in Paraguay. We need to know how we learn about those changes in regulations, how to quickly adapt to all this, and we can do that only by using these super intelligences that in a way can understand, read, process, analyze all the information that we as human beings cannot do. They do it in a reliable, precise way. So that is the way in which we want to move. And we're using AI for that. So to make it clearer then, these solutions are agents, like chatbots. They get the documents. Those documents can be legal documents. The chatbot gets the most important information and it checks that it complies with all the regulations in the organization. For instance, just to check that a name of a person is written in the correct way, that it matches the identity document, or that the address or domicile is the correct one. Those are the kind of applications that we are using right now, and we believe that they are very useful and needed, especially in these emerging markets, because we should build our own solutions. If we don't do that, nobody will do it for us. So we need to make these solutions accessible to everyone so that we can democratize AI and also this possibility to continue operating in the international markets. Okay, thank you very much. So now, moving on from a startup perspective to NVIDIA. This year, NVIDIA was the most popular company in the world, on top of Apple and Microsoft. So now they have 80% of the shares of the market, and that has been very, very important to them. So from their perspective, what do you think about the situation in Latin America regarding the adoption of AI? Good afternoon, everyone. We are right at the beginning of a digital transformation in the industry. Some figures show that the impact of AI in the industry, generative AI, we are talking about $100,000 billion. So the potential usage of all this will transform industries in a significant way. Not only one specific kind, but all of them. I'm very good at Portuñol, by the way. I'm very good at Portuñol, not so much in Spanish. So, and because of that, it has been a point of attack, especially after the launching of OpenAI by the end of 2022. This didn't start in 2022. People have been working on this for decades, thinking about these platforms. So it's a software layer that can accelerate these kind of calculations, being more efficient at lower costs. So in 2022 with OpenAI, and then the general public was very surprised by all the things that can be done using ChatGPT, but then it had more than 10,000 GPUs from NVIDIA to train ChatGPT models. So we were very lucky to be part of that process. It was an investment that was carefully planned. And we were able then to be playing a significant role in all this process. Now then, to do it globally, we need to take into account different aspects. One of them is that to take into account that all these impacts on industry and governments, we need to define government policies using AI, and that should be a government strategy. The same way they have some policies on energy, transport, ports, telecommunications, and the internet, governments then, they have now realized that AI should be part of a state policy. And NVIDIA has a plan that is called AI Nation that we signed with the governments of Uruguay and Chile in the region. That is basically it's a program to train governments on how to create an ecosystem so that it could bring investment from all stakeholders. So basically, we need to involve the academia so that we can teach students or provide training on how to effectively use AI in universities and schools. Then startup ecosystems, that has to do with innovation and the capacity to innovate, with an inception program promoted by the government within this environment, so that this can be used to promote ideas and those companies that want to become a unicorn in the future. Then we have all the tools for governments. So each government, they have different priorities. It can be health, transport, security. And then, lastly, we can work with companies. These 4 pillars that are part of AI Nation, we also highlight the importance of having local infrastructure that can provide support to all this. AI should be like energy, telecommunications, and internet. There's a need to attract investment in the country because we have a concept there when we talk about the ethical use of AI that has to do with the sovereignty of AI and data. That shows the need for investment so that it can have the right attraction so that we can have talent and investment. That should be part of the strategy, is how to justify this investment in the country, since there's a lot of competition in the world when it comes to data centers that can work with all these activities connected to AI. The first concept is that data sovereignty depends on cost. I need to maintain controls over those data. I need to be aware of those data will be used within the country. But then the cost associated to all this, that is to say, importation of all the hardware and software, it is important that the government understand that I have the right conditions to attract investment, to maintain investment. That is a way of exporting AI, not only using AI in the monitoring of data. We can also export AI. There are some countries in Latin America that have the capacity to generate renewable energies at very low prices, and this can be a scenario to attract investment because I can generate more AI. We are working throughout the region from Mexico to Chile and Uruguay. Thank you very much. You mentioned very relevant points in your presentation. Now I would like to move on. Juan, you work for TEA, that is an e-tech that through innovation content, you generate STEAM experiences for children in Latin America. So this is about ethics of AI. So I would like to ask you, which are the ethical challenges that he had to face when working with children in education. Well, thank you very much, Esther. Thank you. I would like to thank CAF also for having me. I'm like the foreigner here. I'm used to working with in the humanities and corporate operations. I have a vision of the education ecosystem that is different from the traditional. That is basically that vision as education as an industry. When we started with the company, we started from a paradigm that education is an industry that has been historically ignoring its main clients. It's just one of the few industries in the world that is not very interested in what's happening to its clients. Because if they were interested in them, there would be no dropouts from education, no families making lines to complain about results, or companies telling us that the talent that we generate is not aligned with the challenges to be faced in the productive world. So we are an industry that is constantly questioned regardless of AI. And AI, in fact, adds one more layer of complexity in all this. The main complexity of AI in our sector is connected to the definition of productivity. AI represents a revolution when it comes to tools to be used to increase productivity, and there's that tension between the definition of productivity, traditionally conceived from an economic approach, and how to include that in education. Productivity from the economic standpoint requires immediate answers. So our challenge is, in a way, to adapt systems that are designed to respond quickly and to respond without thinking too much to a reality where you have to ask the right question so that you can accompany the processes of new generations. And that is the first of our challenges. That is basically how can we adapt current models that are aligned with this need for the right questions to be asked. So what we do in our company, basically we generate a paradigm change using AI within the educational ecosystem. When we work with children, we suggest that AI can ask questions guiding the learning process. And when we work with the other main stakeholders, that are teachers, we suggest using AI to automate the most difficult tasks so that they can focus on the learning process and get better results. When it comes to other tensions not connected to productivity, there are two things that are essential and that is important to highlight, and regulation there plays a role. So to begin with, we have algorithm biases. Those are key in our industry because, of course, we should take into account that when constructing and building algorithm, we have biases that are included. We have interest in all these processes. So it is important and clear to have the right ethical frameworks when developing AI in the education field that tend to minimize the impacts of this bias. And something else, it has to do with information security, especially in the industries like ours that is focused on K-12. We are working with children underage. They are under of 12. And so imagine if we are facing challenges regarding information security, especially with social media and internet content, with AI, that adds another problem. So when it comes to challenges, I would say that today AI represents three challenges: how to define productivity in educational terms, how to make sure that the bias of algorithms are minimized or at least made visible during the development process, and how to solve those issues connected to privacy and security. Thank you very much. I think these are key questions that we should ask ourselves. Now I would like to move on to Pablo. Pablo, you are the director of a center in the University of Montevideo, and I would like to ask you how from the academia and from this center you are facing the challenges presented by AI, and what is the role of academia in all this? Thank you, Esther, and thank you, CAF, for the invitation. I believe that if we ask an engineer about this, it will provide a solution connected to engineering. The same will happen if we asked a lawyer. From the academia, of course, we are going to be presenting a solution connected to education and research. When it comes to research, what we are doing is basically, we believe that this revolution is pretty similar to the dot-com boom. If you compare stage by stage, as Guillermo mentioned, we are all in stage 1, early adopters. That means that more than 80% of the population is not using AI. So we are far from a mainstream phenomenon, and still we still need to have more time to reach any conclusions.
So at this point, we can only draw parallels with previous experiences at the level of startups and entrepreneurial businesses. We're talking about an AI bubble where the valuation of AI companies is higher than it should be. And this is, of course, similar to what happened during the dot-com boom. We also know that there's hardware available, as there was before, for interconnectivity with telecom companies such as Cisco. And we see it now with NVIDIA that has over 80% of the market share. And it is real that those that have the power, those that have computing power. So what NVIDIA has accomplished is more than important because they have enabled this revolution for everyone else. But now, if we set aside the research part of this question, we need to also focus on the education solution. And this connects to what Juan is doing. We got to educate children about technology. Because it's really hard to tell people what they can't do and establish standards without explaining why we have those rules in the first place. And Juan's company is clear, because in those spaces where the governments aren't tackling the issue, we're going to have private companies looking to solve the issue. And this morning, everyone spoke about digital literacy, and digital literacy will become a need, not just at the state policy level, but also at the national defense level. Having clear digital education for public officials to know and be clear about what the new hacking methods are, especially AI hacking methods, and what they can do to mitigate those risks, is what we understand as academia that we need to teach as soon as possible. And if we can tackle this at school, so much the better. Now, at the level of businesses, we know that entrepreneurs, 19-year-olds, 20-year-olds, think about using AI from the get-go. They use AI for their businesses, and they use it to tackle the problems at hand. So entrepreneurs focus on specific problems, not on technologies. So nowadays, entrepreneurs tackle problems using AI. Maya's case is clear, right? Maya's always worked with data. Today, she's solving problems through AI. And we'll see what the next hype cycle will be like and what comes ahead and how entrepreneurs will be solving the same problems with new technologies. Thank you very much. I know we don't have that much time, but I would like to go back to something that you mentioned pertaining to legislation. Because in this summit, we are thinking about how we can use and implement AI in an ethical, responsible way. And many of you have spoken about this before. We have heard ministers talk about progress in terms of legislations and new regulations. But on the side of the private sector, what is your perspective on this progress, and how can we make these changes in a way that we create a more inclusive, sustainable ecosystem that doesn't put a stopper at innovation? Okay, I think something is missing here, because every time we talk about regulation, we immediately think of the state. We think about a state that regulates the private sector. But I think we forget, especially in the world of the internet, that there are multiple regulators that are not state actors. We got Internet Society, we got the W3C, we got many organizations at the international levels that have regulations. They've got best practices that are fundamental for interoperability and for security, and that do not necessarily comprise a state or a legislator having a public debate about a law. And I think having them in the conversation is key, so that we might not overregulate to the point where we kill the ecosystem, and we don't underregulate where everything is at random. These organizations have a vast trajectory in the generation of these digital ecosystems, and they necessarily need to be a part of the discussion. I don't believe that my Congress in Argentina can find the most suitable solution without having clear interlocutors with whom to debate. So having national and international stakeholders with whom to participate is key to reach a balance. Maya, what's your take on this? I think that the progress made by technology will always be faster than that of the regulation. And when we think about startups, we've got a fast-paced mood where it's like an arms race, right? We want to see who gets there faster and quicker. So that's going to happen. But how can we try to have regulations that are in step with the progress and that don't actually become an obstacle for innovation? So when we're having conversations about regulations, we have to have at the same table the private sector, multilateral organizations, governments, states, and academia, because we need to think about where we're going and how. I think having a space like that is the key for us to reach a middle ground. I recall that some months ago, I was invited to a forum with other startups, and I was sitting together with the authorities from Agesic to define the country strategy for the ethics behind the data regulation. And having Agesic invite the startups to the conversation was fundamental, because at the end of the day, we are the ones that set the pace. And undoubtedly, the pace is going to become faster and faster, and this revolution won't stop regardless of the regulation. So the question is, how can we work together so we can reach an optimum balance? Guillermo? Whenever we talk about regulation, I think we need to be careful so that regulation doesn't stop or hinder innovation. In the area of technology, we have always seen this risk. When we talk about AI, we know that AI is already being applied in a multiplicity of processes and tools. It's not a 2022 thing. In 2022, we saw an increase in generative AI. We saw AI that could work with videos, images, text, voices, biology, but AI has been evolving as a technology for a very long time, just as technology has evolved throughout the history of humanity. And all of the tools that we have at our disposal are for our well-being, although they might be used for evil. If we think about atomic energy, we can use it conscientiously to create energy. But of course, we can use it in a concerning way for bombs. Well, the same thing goes for AI. Now, the perspective of NVIDIA as a provider of this technology that is at the disposal of developers and society is that we should have open spaces where we can create and build on the technology, while at the same time we have tools that enable us to monitor the use of AI. So we could have technology available so that we don't just have open models. So a model that was trained in France can be useful within a context. So when we're looking at creating models or tools for one industry or for one country or for one region, we need to do that quickly and in an affordable way so that we can adapt that tool for that specific application. Do I explain myself? There are examples in India, right, where the government is concerned with the multiplicity of languages that are spoken across the provinces of the country, and the government is concerned about how they can maintain their culture and identity as a people with so many languages. So they're trying to train neural networks so that citizens can talk to each other in their own languages, so that they don't need to have a bridge language like English. The same thing is happening in Paraguay for the preservation of Guarani through AI. So all of this is possible if we have tools that are open and that can be trained using data from one local culture. And this is also useful for all industries, for the medical industry, for manufacturing industry, for education. So this is all about how we can make proper use of this technology that evolves through time. Juan? Just to add to what my colleagues have already mentioned, I believe that there are three very important concepts that we need to bear in mind that go beyond regulation. First, we got to understand that the public ecosystem can have an active role and a productive role, not just a role as a regulator. That active role pertains, the way I see it, to public-private association models where we can use companies such as Flipando to facilitate compliance at the governmental level even. And I believe that there's room for opportunity for governments to take a step further and associate to private stakeholders to become more relevant in the industry and not just be passive stakeholders that are regulating the progress of the private sector. The second aspect has to do with strategic aspects. People were talking about sovereignty, and this is very important for us to discuss because regulation has to happen in use, but it also has to happen throughout the supply chain. You know, this industry depends on chips being produced, and the production of chips requires rare metals, and those rare metals are an economy that are not 100% regulated. It doesn't even have that much traceability. And that generates challenges when we try to understand who has the capacity to increase our computing capacity. And the third aspect is 100% focused on education. And of course, it's my bias because I am part of the education history, but I believe that within the role of national and supranational organizations and multilateral organizations as well, there is a need to push this forward from an educational perspective so that we can make sure that AI can increase democratization rather than increase the digital gap between those that have more and those that do not have enough. And that's a challenge for the state and from the state to the citizens, because there are incredible tools available to us that we could be using already. We've got frugal languages and small languages coming from the private industry that can allow for health and educational solutions in very remote areas with limited computing capacity and with local processing. And maybe the public sector doesn't really know that these tools exist, and that is why it doesn't use them. And because of that, these solutions are not implemented as speedily as they should. So, in short, we have a room of opportunity for the public ecosystem. Pablo? I want to share a personal anecdote. When I was 13 and I first went into the internet through a DSL modem, I downloaded a couple of programs and I hacked my first database for the first time. And there were no regulations pertaining to hacking in the country. No one even imagined we could hack something in the country. And I think today, we can't even imagine what are the things that we will be able to do in the area of hacking using AI. So I think it will be very difficult for us to cover all fronts in terms of what we can achieve in terms of lack of ethics and hacking. I'm not a hacker anymore, by the way, just so you're clear on that. The worst thing, and this goes back to the topic of education, is that I really didn't know what to do with the data that I got at that point. I was 13. I didn't know what to do with that information. And I don't know if you know this, but a month ago, 272 million social security numbers were hacked in the US. And the hacker published those social security numbers without any questions. It could be a 15-year-old maybe that did that. We don't know. And that's the thing. Maybe we start creating regulations for a population that is underage. And so that regulation won't even apply to them. So when I think about this, I wonder, why did I do that? Why did I hack that database? And I think I did it because I didn't know what else to do. I mean, I had never read a book on economics. I wasn't thinking about solving a problem. Now, looking back, being 40 years of age, I say, okay, if someone would have told me, hey, you can build a company by using these skills, I might be somewhere else. I don't know. But all of this is to say that we have to place our focus on the youth because they have a different mindset, because they are clear on aspects such as the need to recycle, tackling climate change. And they have a global perspective that I think is clearer than ours. They are more united. They think like a group. So let's take advantage of these generations that are coming. Let's educate them so that they can solve these problems for us too. Thank you very much. Round of applause for all the panelists, please.
Muchas gracias. Ha sido muy...
Thank you. This has been a very interesting panel. And I would like to share two comments that I got out of your presentations. First of all, that the public-private alliance is crucial if we want to make progress and if we want to create an inclusive AI ecosystem. We need the private sector. There is a lot we can learn from the private sector, and as they have all shown, the private sector is committed to using AI ethically, but they need to be at the table when we're talking about policies and regulations. I believe that's a fundamental point that I took from your participations. And another thing that I got from what Guilherme said is that we have a lot of potential in the region, and we can move from being consumers of AI to exporters of AI. But in order to do that, we need infrastructure and training. I think it's beautiful to see that there are so many companies that are trying to push for AI, and we got great examples of that. So thank you for participating. Thank you for being here. If you would please stay a moment for the picture. We want to get all of you in it.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Esther, for that moderation. It was a pleasure.
Ahí está, ya vamos.
Let us move on with subpanel number 2, vision from the Business Council of UNESCO. Participants are William Bartolomeu, Public Policy Director of the Responsible AI Office of Microsoft, Leticia Lago, Head of Public Affairs of Telefónica Uruguay, Alejandro Alderlich, Director of Governmental Affairs and Public Policies for Latin America from Salesforce, Alejandro Adamowicz, Director of Technology and Strategic Engagement for LATAM from GSMA, Jimena Luna, Global Director of AI Policy for Lenovo, and moderator Ángel Melguizo, Senior Advisor on Digital Economy for UNESCO. Please take a seat. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for being here. As I was listening to the previous panel of companies, startups, and education centers, I feel like we came up for fresh air. We spent the morning talking about strategy and regulation and governance, but now hearing what is happening on the ground and what are the other pillars to develop a sustainable AI is very useful. And this afternoon combines those two things. On the one hand, we got the innovation coming from some platforms, companies, and technology manufacturers that allow us to live in this crazy world that we live in. And on the other hand, it allows us to show you that there is a private-public alliance that is working, which we launched between UNESCO and leading global technology companies. Now, it is a pleasure to be here in Uruguay. This is the third time I have a pleasure of moderating the roundtable for the Business Council. The last one is in the Slovenia Global Forum, where I mentioned that there was a goalkeeper for Atletico Madrid who had spent 200 matches without taking a goal, and yesterday his Invictus died. But still, I am thankful to be here, although my team, Atletico Madrid, lost yesterday. Now, moving away from soccer, I want to talk about the importance of this session that we have today. In this session, we want to insist on the fact that sustainable and responsible and ethical AI is good business. As Alejandro Alderlich from Salesforce and myself have said, values generate values. A couple of days ago, I asked ChatGPT whether ethical AI was good business, and ChatGPT said yes, it is. It is because it allows for complying with regulation, it allows for keeping clients, it allows for attracting talent, and for attracting investment. And if you actually read about investment in AI, the manager of the largest sovereign fund in the world, the Norwegian fund, which is as large as the Chinese and the Middle Eastern one, said, I want to invest in AI companies that follow ethical and responsible AI guidelines, such as the OECD and the UNESCO. And the other foundational idea for this work group, that is the UNESCO Business Council, is action. We're talking about companies that participate in the famous RAMs, that name that UNESCO and the development banks created. And these are companies that aspire to lead by example. They don't wait for AI regulations to be in place to do the right thing. So they lead with the example. And that's what we want. The companies that go beyond what they are mandated to do. And we're looking for companies that want to help the digital ecosystem. They want to help SMEs and startups with their policies agendas, because not all companies can afford having so many engineers and so many departments devoted to this area. And there is one point that was mentioned in the previous panel that I want to bring up in this panel as well, which is the point of skill and capacity building. Because this is not just about governing and regulating AI. It does have to do, of course, with creating regulations, but it mostly has to do with capacity building at all stages. And that is what I believe we will be talking about today. First and foremost, because we are facing an enormous challenge in Latin America and the Caribbean for skills. According to Manpower, between 6 out of 10 companies in Latin America and the Caribbean have a project, but they do not find the skilled labor that they need to tackle the project. And paraphrasing Mario Benedetti, once we got some of the answers, we got new questions. So that's the thing. We had AI, it could answer some questions, but then all of a sudden all the questions changed. So we have to think about that, and we have to think about that considering that we need to have a powerful Latin American and Caribbean ecosystem. According to all surveys about digital ecosystem that includes a multiplicity of factors, the Sao Paulo digital ecosystem, the fintech ecosystem, competes with the Seoul one. The Mexican one competes against Dubai's. The Bogota's digital ecosystem competes with the one in Detroit. So we've got 5 ecosystems that are among the 10% most vibrant ecosystems in the world. So those ecosystems are out there. And out of the combination of talent, innovation, and of having committed companies with a capacity building agenda, we can make a change. We have a challenge ahead of us in this panel, which is that we are running late. So please don't think I'm unfair when I ask you to speak for only 3 minutes. All of you will have 3 minutes to speak in each round. In the first round, you will have 3 minutes to talk about your personal experience and your company's experience with governance in AI. And in the second round, you will have to provide concrete examples of spectacular things that you're doing in your companies for the digital ecosystem. And we have a deluxe panel today for you. I am only going to tell you their names. We've got William from Microsoft, Leticia from Telefónica, Alejandro 1 from Salesforce, Alejandro 2 from GSMA, and Jimena from Lenovo. So this is a telco council that is committed to AI, and I think we'll have a great dialogue with them. So let's go through the 2 rounds of questions, and then we will leave 5 to 10 minutes for a Q&A from the audience. So without further ado, the only speaker in English will be William from Microsoft. You can go. What's your vision on AI governance, in particular the skills needed?
Thank you. It's great to be here. So one of the things that's really interesting in my public policy role in the Office of Responsible AI is that I get to meet with a lot of customers that are wanting to both learn how Microsoft are implementing AI governance, but also sharing what they're doing, what the challenges they're having, and what their successes are. And I think one thing that has stood out for me in these conversations is there's a broad spectrum of where people are on their skilling journey or incorporating skilling into their governance. And I've done this for a little while now with these organizations, and so I've had a chance to meet with some of them multiple times, and it's clear that they are evolving quickly, and their questions are getting a lot more difficult for us as a result. I think when it comes to integrating skilling into governance, you know, at the kind of the governance and policy level, skilling usually ends up just being this kind of one line item of, oh yeah, and we'll train staff. And you know, at a policy level, that's probably fine, but that's not going to implement a skilling initiative. And the real challenge is, what is the specific skills you need to develop within the organization? who needs those skills? When do they need them? And so we have a kind of a diverse set of skill offerings internally within Microsoft. We firstly have, mandatory and voluntary skilling opportunities. Well, I guess the mandatory ones aren't an opportunity; they're mandatory. But these focus on things like, if you're going to be using AI, what are the mandatory kind of responsible AI concepts you need to be aware of? What are the privacy and security considerations you need to be aware of? And these types of programs are ones that we incorporate into, for instance, regular corporate annual training. We track completion, and that's kind of a very formal part of a skilling model. But beyond that, for our voluntary training, we have different forms of that. We have role-specific training across all types of disciplines. So for people working in the legal group, there is training that's, here is how you responsibly use AI as kind of an end user to support your job and to do your job effectively. And what are the job-specific challenges that you may face? And then, obviously, we're a software development company and we produce developer tools. We also have developer-focused training of, okay, how do you implement products following responsible AI principles? What are the evaluations you should do? How do you assess the impact? And then, kind of how do you apply that from a product deployment perspective? And I think the last point I want to make here is there's kind of two things to consider. At the kind of upper governance policy level, that's relatively static. It's going to be, okay, we're going to have this type of training program and here's going to be the goals and the outcomes and how it's going to be managed. But at that next level down in the implementation level, it has to be quite dynamic. This is a fast-moving technology, but there's also fast-moving regulation. And there's also that constant reevaluation of, well, what are our business needs from a skilling perspective? Where are we on that maturity journey? Where are the gaps? And being able to dynamically evolve your training program and your skilling to support that is a very important part as part of that overall governance picture.
No, muy importante y
This is very important, and I want to highlight two things here. So you need to have training policies at the center of our strategies. As a matter of fact, that is at the center of what we do in UNESCO. And the last point is we need to have certainty, because a world without rules for AI can lead to innovation, yes, but then we need to have a conversation with the engineers to explain to them what they can do, what they can't do, and what are the consequences of their actions. And we need to look at this from a dynamic perspective. Now, from Microsoft, one of the co-chairs of our business council, we move from one of the co-chairs and founders of Telefónica. It is a pleasure to have Telefónica here, a champion in training. What is your perspective? Thank you very much for the invitation. I believe that these spaces for discussion are always fruitful because they enable us to exchange better practices and inspire others. And that is part of our work as members of the Business Council for UNESCO. A couple of days ago, the AI Index for Latin America was published, and it placed Brazil and Uruguay and Chile high in the ranking in terms of what they have been doing for AI. But a piece of data that caught my attention is that although we have strengthened our position in the adoption of digital talent and AI talent, we are still far away from the figures of the Northern Hemisphere. We see that we have talent in the area of AI that is fleeing from Latin America. We don't have enough women in the sector as well. So I think the only valid tool for us to change this is to have constant training. So we need to reskill our collaborators within our companies. Now, on the side of Telefónica, what we like to say is that our mission is to connect people's lives to have a more humane world. And in the service of doing this, technology needs to help us have more just, more equitable societies. Because if at the end of the day, if the products and services that we share with the market don't help us achieve that, our mission wouldn't make sense, and we wouldn't be making this a better world to live in. So we have an incredible responsibility, and we need to have a sense of ethic permeate all the work that we do. As you know, Telefónica was one of the founding companies of this business council, and it was one of the first companies in the world to have an AI ethics code, which was a bit of a compass for our actions in the development of our products and services. And at the same time, this roadmap tells us how to tackle AI ethics on the inside when we are working with our collaborators. So we built these principles in 2018, following the guiding principle that the ethics of AI needs to be client-centric. So our principles also include traceability throughout the supply chain, and traceability and protection of the environment as well. And this is not just a statement of will. In order for this to become a reality, we need to have a strong strategy that translates into our everyday work within the company. And this requires leadership on the side of our directors. It requires resources. It requires having the best talent possible available and train that talent so that they follow in our footsteps.
So how to do all this, how to ground these principles? Using this strategy and tools. So basically what we did was, first of all, we created a government framework within the organization in which each section needs to define its role and the actions to be implemented when it comes to AI. Within this governance model, that requires to set up an AI office. Basically, that is composed of experts that define the guidelines and provide advice then to the rest of the company so that it can reach all workers. We have defined a position that is AI ambassadors or AI champions. Each of them belong to a different section in the company, and they represent the connection with this AI office, and they help us solve the problems and overcome the barriers that appear every day. It can be ethical issues. This is not only about technical issues. It has to do with how to integrate compliance, how to provide security to data, and all the other aspects that are connected to training. We need to have continuous training and adapt it to each worker. On our website, we have different courses that are offered to all workers. There are shorter courses to specific profiles, and there are others that are longer and more complex to other positions. It's important to have them available in all languages, Portuguese, English, Spanish, and something else that we are doing is to have the possibility of monitoring and recording all our products, all the products that include AI, that is recorded, so then we can understand, mitigate, and diagnose possible risks associated to all this and how to help then mitigate those risks. Something else, and I need to wrap up. I would like to tell you, since we are in Uruguay, we created a digital excellence centers that is led by 35 professionals that work on AI for the whole region. It's like a service hub that helps us disseminate all these principles to all the countries in Latin America. So I think that was important to be mentioned. Okay, she's the Uruguayan in the panel, so we will allow her to do that. Alejandro, Salesforce. Okay, thank you. And first of all, I would like to thank UNESCO for setting up this business council. I'm happy to be here with all these colleagues, focusing on this topic and this call to action. And I'm very happy also that the number of companies is increasing. In that call to action, what I would like to have as a legacy is to find out whether we can solve a paradox that is part of all the challenges to be faced by Latin America, that has to do with dignity of people, that may be connected to having decent jobs. And the paradox then is that they are always telling us about the number of empty chairs that we have in the technology industry because we don't have the skilled workers for that. And that mismatch that exists between the needs, the lack of jobs, in a context in which AI and technology in general not only has empty spaces for all these people, but a lot of new opportunities will be created. And it's terrible to know that we are not tackling that issue, trying to find solutions for that. We need to work on that because that will happen in the near future. There is the future of labor, and we still need to find a solution to that problem of not having the skilled workers for that. I'm very optimistic about opportunities that will be part of this fourth industrial revolution, reloaded with AI. And I remember a report by IDC on the number of jobs that will be created by the ecosystem here. Data shows that in 4 years, we will have more than 10 million jobs around the world. 20-something% will be in Latin America. But the thing is that if we can have skilled workers working for the rest of the world, we can have a lot of jobs in the region. So in a world in which each organization is becoming a technology company, we need to link talent to job opportunities with previous training, of course. And I have several examples to share with you, different experiences in Latin America. But there's one that is called Silver Tech. And the idea was to call the attention of the silver generation, those that are older than 50. We created a training program. So they started taking the training courses. They were certified. Now they are working for companies, and they have created their own companies, startups, that are using silver generation employees to implement different technologies. And that inspires me to think about new opportunities. That includes job creations in a new world. And for the second round of questions then, I would ask you to provide examples. Possibilities for startups, for MSCs, SMA also, that is another pioneers known for their mobile. Alejandro, tell us a little bit about that. Okay, thank you very much. I would like to thank the opportunity of being here.
Nuestra asociación O sea, nuestra visión es un poco la de la asociación.
Our association, in fact, we try to include the whole value chain of the mobile industry represented by different operators like Telefónica and other companies in the ecosystem. I agree with almost everything that you mentioned about the lack of skilled workers and the dynamics, basically that concept of reskilling of human capital that is very dynamic. And we talked about that on one of the previous panels. So while we are talking here, things are changing right now. This is very dynamic, and that is a huge challenge for companies and also for us. Because as an association, we need to work for our members. Our priorities are defined by the member companies. And our two main areas of work
Fomentar la innovación,
is to promote innovation, to provide support to innovation. And of course, that is connected to capacity, of course. I'm going to make a good use of time. I'm going to start with this. So it's about improving public services. How can companies of the mobile sector provide support to the digital transformation of public services, services provided by the state through responsible use of these technologies, and also for the management of public policies and that connection. Also to use flexible regulations that do not have a negative impact on innovation. Today we talked about regulatory sandboxes. With AI, nowadays, we don't know what kind of services will be created in 1 year. So there are some things that cannot be regulated beforehand. In the past, technology cycles could take 10, 15 years. Today, cycles last weeks or months, no more than that. So if we don't have a flexible regulatory framework that can be adapted to this reality, it will be very hard for us to include AI as a component of digital services. More specifically, I'm talking about the world of 5G. And we may have 6G in a couple of years. 5G, there still has some potential to be developed, because part of that potential will be triggered through the combination of advanced connectivity and AI. So we need AI so that 5G can really make a difference compared to what we have today, 4G. So I'll wrap up. Yeah, you're right. We have a world full of uncertainties. Thank you, Angel. I would like to thank the Uruguayan government and CAF and UNESCO, of course. We joined this council in Paris. So Lenovo is the leading company when it comes to computer sales. We have users all over the world, in all continents, all countries. And that involves a huge responsibility within Lenovo, as my colleague mentioned. We have created our own internal governance. Basically, we revise all the products and AI applications, and we try to find out the risks involved. We do that because we think that we believe in the huge potential of technology, the way it can improve the ways in which we live and work, and also to help countries to be more productive. Something else that we do at Lenovo is that we are working together like councils like this one, and we comply with all the agreements, for instance, of the European Union. And we do that because we feel that we need to develop AI within the company. that should be risk-free. And that goes together with AI literacy. So within the company, we have different courses on ethics and different professionals. For instance, we have developers or those that work on sales so that they can explain the technology involved. Also, we believe that AI and reskilling is fundamental in Latin America. And there's a crisis on education. In the example of Uruguay, for instance, Uruguay is very well known for its top technology ecosystem. And that is something that other countries in Latin America should try to do. Also is Colombia, of course. But when I think about with my colleagues of Silicon Valley, they're always talking about developers in Uruguay. And then when we talk about education, we need to start right from primary. We cannot wait till they are about to finish school or at university. That is too late. We need to start working with children when they are 5 years old. And not only training children, but also teachers. Because if we don't do that, countries will be a little bit behind. Thank you. And that makes me think about that policy of no screen policy that I have at home. So I think, as I was telling you, there's an amazing world out there. We have some people from Colombia. I like a quote by Garcia Marquez that is so popular. The world has just been created. Some things had no name, and if you want to make reference to them, you had to point at them with your finger. There are many things in technology that we are still pointing with our fingers because we don't have names for them. We need to be trained. You need to have the right skills so that you can adapt to change and to lead change. So I'll give you 1.5 minutes to make a call or to make an offer, because you are all companies that are committed to this. You have a lot of training initiatives, and I know there's a lot of the digital ecosystem paying attention to you. So what do you think? Let's see. Let's start in the same order. Microsoft.
So I wanted to share kind of just a brief anecdote of, this is my 15th year at Microsoft, but I came from a non-traditional background. I grew up in a small rural town, went to high school, and then straight into the workforce, kind of worked my way up, and then ended up at Microsoft. And even at Microsoft, I've worked in 3 different disciplines. I spent the bulk of my time as an engineer, moved into product management, and then most recently made the interesting switch into public policy. And so if you'd asked me if I would be here today back then, I would have given you a strange look. But if you had asked me, kind of how did you learn all of the things you learned along the way, I would have said I was self-taught. But that's not correct. I did a lot of self-directed learning, but I used an immense number of different skilling resources over the years, including industry certifications, massive online learning platforms, and on-the-job training, and things like that. And I think one of the things that's really important for us is there isn't just one easy answer to the skilling problem. It's something that we need to look at the entire stack of, what needs to be done within and across organizations. What do we need to do at the academic level of, incorporating AI into the education system, skilling teachers, preparing students. what do we need to do at the government level from a general kind of skilling perspective, and them rolling out skills to agencies and the like. And then finally, I think there is a general public aspect of this. Back to, there was an earlier comment about digital literacy and media literacy. That's going to be an important fundamental skill here. And then the last point I want to make here is that, across all of these levels, we also need to be looking at opportunities to collaborate across those different areas. And so, an example would be from the RAMS assessments, what can we learn about, potential skilling issues that are happening, at an individual country or at a regional level? And then how can we look at what can be done in academia, in private, in the private sector to help fill those gaps, to provide programs and content to help accelerate some of those gaps being closed. And I think, my call to action is, looking out for those different opportunities to collaborate both across entities within sectors, but also across the different types of organizations.
Bueno,
Telefónica implemented a very ambitious program to promote this culture of AI. First of all, to our collaborators, our workers, but also for the society as a whole, through the Telefónica Foundation. Internally, for our workers, we develop Skill Rank. It's an application that follows that idea that each worker should develop their own talent, take ownership of their skills. Skill Bank, in a way, through AI, of course, because it combines data and machine learning, and we have some kind of mapping of the skills of each worker. And the workers, through a catalog that is provided by the organization, they can identify which are his or her abilities, and by doing that, we can see what is lacking, and then we can see the different digital profiles of our workers, and then match that with different opportunities to complete their training. That is part of a training journey, so that they can reach or complete those skills that they need to build in order to grow within the organization. And then there's a third component that, of course, that every time we have a job opportunity, they can be directed to that specific profile that was generated on the platform. Something else that is very interesting, and we have been working on, it has to do with hackathons. A hackathon is like a contest, and we have several teams, and they can work on real cases, challenges faced by the company that need to be solved, and they can provide specific solutions to specific problems. So they have 48 hours to find a solution for a specific challenge and put it into practice. And by doing that, we were able to detect not only those right profiles that we need, because we can go through all those profiles, but also that has allowed us to find very important solutions. There was a hackathon in Uruguay, and one of the solutions developed using AI allowed us to reduce the time, the client's waiting time, in 18%. So those kind of solutions that are connected to the real world, being able to work in teams together, because we know it's impossible to innovate on your own. And then to wrap up, through our foundation, we created a job map. So for free, anyone can have access to a map that shows those professions that are most required in a specific market. So with the skills that they already have, they can identify the right opportunities, and then as they do with the skill bank, they can complete their skills journey so that we can improve society as a whole. I can tell you that on Salesforce we have a free training platform, and you can be certified there so that you can get Salesforce skills for you to use in the market. But if I tell you about that, so the proposal would be to work with the companies that are here today and other companies that are not here, so that we can together solve this problem of the lack of skills and certification, so that we can have people better prepared for the jobs of the future, and try to find a way that how to work together with civil society and the government to make all this visible, so that people can find out more about these opportunities. People are not aware of the number of possibilities that are available, and then to make our programs available to the general audience, but to go one more step, not only to offer all this, but also to monitor the journey, because we know that these resources are very important. And then we know that digital literacy is important, but we need to go one step further, that last mile, so that people can have high quality jobs, so they feel better and more useful. So it is required so that together we can work together to solve finally this problem. On our side, when it comes to the contribution to training and capacity building, we have two programs. One that is called capacity building. These are pretty wide programs. These are umbrella courses. Capacity building, the name of the program, aims to train people in regulations and public policies. These courses are free of charge. Some of them are even available in Spanish. Most of the experts are English speakers, but we do have some experts that speak in Spanish, and some of them are taught in Spanish. So more specifically for AI, we have a course that is on 360 knowledge. We know that this is very dynamic, that they are constantly changing. So we cover all the options from big data and machine learning, but we also include that concept of value chain. And what is the vision of the user that we believe it is important to take into account for the decision makers and policy makers. And that is important for all the companies that are adding new AI tools so that they can understand this 360 approach. For the private sector, we have another program that is called Advanced Training. This training is not for free, but in the case of AI, it focuses on the business and how to identify business opportunities, how to enhance business and operational skills. There's a lot of experience here because our operators are using AI, have been using AI for years now, and how to predict failures in the network and how to improve customer support to identify new business opportunities. And our latest course is what we call maturity roadmap, that basically aims to help companies for the self-assessment of how ready they are and what kind of skills, which building blocks are missing to reach maturity in the use of AI. This is based on 5 pillars that range from regulatory aspects, technical components, business, and the ecosystem. Because when we talk about AI, especially in digital economy, these ecosystems are open. These value chains include different actors, and in some way we need to make sure that all the building blocks are aligned with the responsible use of AI. Thank you. From Lenovo, last week we launched an initiative from Truck to the Rescue in which we try to promote AI skilling initiatives. And the idea is to open access to AI education. We have also launched the Lenovo AI for Social Impact Lab, and that is part of AI Changers with Amazon Services, Google Org, and other companies in the region. And I believe that what's important about this, as our colleague from Microsoft mentioned, AI is changing the labor market. And with that, we're going to have new types of jobs that we do not have in the present. And that is something that technology companies like ours here, we need to help government with the skills and the knowledge that we already have, because we are the ones that create these tools that will be used in business, companies, schools, universities. And it is our responsibility then to create these private-public partnerships.
On the other hand, when I think about what Lenovo does, we are now looking at AI computers, and those computers are tools that will help increase productivity among people. And that's something very innovative. And it is interesting for all of us as ChatGPT users to be able to use these new technologies as well, because these technologies will be complementary to our already existing skills. So in order to move forward, we need to move away from fearing these new technologies and start thinking of them as part of an opportunity to improve our human capital. Thank you very much for your answer. As you know, Esther is our director for Latin America, and she has been able to discipline her panelists, but I didn't manage to do that. So everyone spoke over time, and we only have 3 minutes for questions. So 1 question here and 1 question there. Only 2 hands? 2 hands, great. So we got the 2 questions here. Thank you very much. I am Luis Aldean Salazar, and I represent the ETI. I have a question. When we talk about public-private partnerships, a fundamental thing is for companies to remember that we need to have properly trained human resources that come from the public sector. How can we create PPPs that foster digital ecosystems, given the fact that as time goes by, the contents of the courses and of the syllabus that we have in schools and in high schools don't change, while the needs for technical skills are changing at rapid paces? It is essential for us to reach a balance between the offer and the demand of knowledge in the digital ecosystem. So how can we strike a balance? Hi, I am Ignacio. In my case, I am studying technology. I'm studying development, and I am actually part of a work group focused on an accessibility program. And I want to know how we could use AI to improve inclusion. And how can AI provide benefits for people that have disabilities across society? Excellent questions, both of them. 2 volunteers from the panel. 2 volunteers? 1, 2? Okay, good. For your question, I think the problem is that we don't have multidisciplinary dialogues focusing on this. We got a government that sets up a plan and talks to a company, but we don't have all stakeholders sitting at the same table at the same time. So if we get the governments to set up interdisciplinary roundtables with companies, and we have everyone indicate what are their needs for resources and have everyone think about how to solve that lack of resources, then we will be able to keep something alive that leads to practical solutions rather than to the creation of non-realistic proposals. And now going back to the question on inclusion, I believe that inclusion has always been a challenge for technology in general. It has always been difficult for technology to be accessible to all. And we don't know how AI will foster inclusivity. But I think that in the same way that technology has always been at the service of accessibility, I believe that together we should try to find a way for the benefits of AI to reach everyone, even those that are disabled. Hi, your name is Alejandro, right? Yeah? I'm sorry, Ignacio. I'm so sorry. What I wanted to say, Ignacio, is that for us in Lenovo, the inclusion of people with disabilities is of the utmost importance. And actually, our team of AI researchers in Brazil have created the Libres project, which uses sign language in Portuguese. And what we're seeing right now, what you're seeing with her, you could see with a computer. You could sign your computer using computer vision, and the AI technology from Lenovo would capture that. I'm trying to explain this properly. And we'll put it into words. That's what I wanted to say. So this system will make it so that everyone can participate in meetings without the need to have further assistance. And this can be helpful for a lot of people. So I can actually share this information with you in private. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. I want to make a summary. Salesforce, GCMA programs. Alejandro, I'm sure we can do something tech for the rescue, AI for social impact. So I think the call for an initiative led by the Business Council is implicit in what Alejandro said. And I think that the use of all the knowledge that comes from RAMs in 58 countries, 20 of which are in Latin America, and this focus on skills are all call to actions. These are actions of the Business Council. We work with the companies because we can wrap things up with practical actions to improve the agenda for ethic responsible AI. Thank you very much for your patience. Sorry for delay, and I give the word to the moderator.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Angel, please take a moment for the picture. Wait for a second.
Muy bien, muchísimas gracias. Ahora vamos a avanzar
Let us now move on to a conference on towards an inclusive, diverse, egalitarian AI. The speaker is Blanca Panic, founder and executive director of AA for Peace, responsible for Microsoft Extension, member of Women for Ethical AI for UNESCO.
Here.
Good evening, everybody. How are you doing? The brave people stay to discuss the inclusivity in AI. It's nice to see you all. Just to make some balance in languages, in including Caribbean, I'll be speaking English this time. Although I'm not from Latin America or from Caribbean, but I do think somehow my soul was born here because I decided to move all the way from Balkans, where I'm originally from, to the Latin America because I think it's just the prettiest place in the world. My surname, as you see, is quite interesting in English, and they say super useful to be called Panic when you're working on artificial intelligence in this age. I will just embrace it and maybe panic just a little bit in this presentation, but try to stay on a positive note until the end and give us some kind of a hope in this world of AI. So I want to start with a story. And this story brings us in the home of Portia Woodruff. Portia is an American citizen living in Detroit. And a couple of years ago, Portia was in her living room. She was preparing her 2 little daughters for school. And she was surprised by 6 police officers at her doorstep. So police came to arrest Portia for alleged crime, for robbery and car theft. And Portia was extremely surprised and even thought this is some kind of a joke because at that point, she pointed to police officers and to her stomach because she was 8 months pregnant, trying to point out that it was really hard even to walk and not even rob a store. So that was not enough because she was taken to the police office and she was actually a victim of a faulty algorithm system used in policing. She was arrested after a false recognition photo match. So the police basically used an algorithm, matched her photo with a photo from one of the surveillance cameras around the robbery place. She was arrested, and after less than a month, I think, she was released from all of the charges and decided to sue the city of Detroit and to sue the police because of the suffered trauma. And you can imagine how this looked like when police came to arrest her in front of her children. So Portia is unfortunately not the only victim of these kind of technologies. In fact, AI is putting innocent people still at risk of being incarcerated. So now we have at least 7 confirmed cases of people who were wrongfully arrested because of the faulty algorithm systems. And 2 amazing researchers in this space of responsible AI, called Dr. Joy Bulamvini and Timnit Gebru, did a study to see actually how these systems are performing. And what this study is showing is that darker-skinned women are misclassified 35% of the time compared to lighter-skinned males misclassified 0.8% of the time. In fact, all of these systems are more biased and more discriminatory towards not only people of color, Black people, Asian people, but Native American as well. So this is also not the only example of biased and non-inclusive, non-diverse system in policing. In fact, there are many others, such as discrimination and algorithmic decision-making in biased hiring and recruitment algorithms, or algorithmic credit scoring in allowing different credit scores differently allocated for male and female. And those are just some of the companies. There were many others more that actually just slipped into building these technologies before embedding proper responsible systems in them. Amazon maybe some of you remember this case when the Amazon built a tool to actually process different job applications. The tool was built on biased data, mostly from male employees, and as such, it was actually evaluated that male are better positions for these jobs than women. So women, basically, women's CVs and biographies were discriminated just because they were women, right? Just because their CVs had included the fact that they finished a women's school or participated in different women's sports. Similar situation happened to this credit scoring of a family who actually started just tweeting around this and opening the entire conversation about multiple cases happening where the same family that shares the same account, the same bank account, submits the same taxing, is receiving different evaluations for credit scoring of husband and wife, where in this case, husband had 20 times bigger credit score than a wife. So those are all old examples that I think it's important to remember just when we use the search engines, how search engines are also biased, where with the search of doctor, we predominantly receive the photos of males, similar to CEOs, business people, right, predominantly male, white male. And then when we search for nurses, this is what we have, predominantly women photos. And again, those are not the only examples. MIT just recently published this comprehensive database of over 700 AI risks categorized by their cause and risk domain. So it's a public repository for anybody to search for and learn and try to fix these different cases. So all of these are implications and consequences of missing diversity and inclusion in AI, consequences and results of bias and discrimination. And why I'm mentioning this, so some of you who are more active in the conversation can say, but this is all new, right? We knew about this. Some of these cases are several years ago, maybe even 10 years ago. We had a decade to work on them. And we did. A lot of researchers are investing a lot of work in debiasing these systems. And we heard some of the conversations and tools that are already existing in the field, and they're working to some extent. So I want to move us now from these historical examples to 2024. So we are landing in the world of this generative AI, new revolution in the artificial intelligence. And what happens? Again, this is a UNESCO study on generative AI that reveals alarming evidence of regressive gender stereotypes. So with this new revolutionary technology of generative AI, we have the same types of stereotypes repeating. We are prompting any tool, right, to create certain content. What research showed that when we prompt female names, we again get associations that are related to domestic jobs, house, kitchen, or children, while male names are associated more to business, to CEOs, to salaries, to promotions. So we try to fix that as well. And what happened is that we slipped in a different type of a problem. So one of the companies immediately started working on their bias and discrimination, started bringing more diversity to their tools. When researchers then prompted this tool to create a picture of founding fathers, American founding fathers, right? Those are the pictures that we are getting. So something doesn't compute here, right? On the right photo, we see a black person being a founding father. On the left side, we see women of color, black women, Asian, indigenous, being founding fathers. So we kind of slipped in a completely opposite direction of not only debiasing the tool, but actually creating diversity where it did not exist. We are recreating history. We are slipping in a problem of creating things that did not exist. So why I'm saying all of this, not because I'm some hater of AI. I work in the field of trustworthy AI, and I believe this is why I'm putting it here as a big AI in terms of big AI has a big potential to actually do good things. just to amplify this with some of my favorite quotes, that the AI will be the single biggest technology revolution the world has ever seen, that AI will not only be a game changer, but it will disrupt the entire playing field. I love this one because I think it's really showing us the potential of what AI can do. Or this one, probably the most famous quote from Stephen Hawking. He left us with a very difficult thing to decide if AI is going to be the best or the worst thing to happen to our humanity. And again, I do believe that AI is going to change the world, but I'm posing the question of who is going to change AI. So who are those voices? Whose work is going to go into designing, developing, and implementing artificial intelligence? And here we have another quote that I think is explaining quite a lot of what we are looking into when we talk about the topic of diversity and inclusion. So there are perhaps 700 people in the world who can contribute to the leading edge of AI research, perhaps 70,000 who can understand their work, and 7 billion people who will be impacted by it. Okay, let's unpack this a little bit. The first thing I see, and I'm here because I'm wearing my hat as well as a member of UNESCO Women for Ethical AI group, I look into gender gap. And these are the numbers that are explaining this, where only 1 in 3 researchers is, only 1 in 3 STEM researchers is a woman, and women comprise 35% of STEM graduates. In areas like AI, only 1 in 5 professionals is a woman. So the problem is continuing. There is another layer of a problem. Even when women become parts of STEM, they're leaving. Within 12 years, half of women end up leaving their positions in STEM fields. Now, the situation is even worse when we look at the history because we are not improving these numbers. Women in tech roles have dropped from 35% in 1984 to 32% today, with only 28 in leadership roles. So we have a lot of things to work on to change this gender gap. If current trends continue, it could take us 131 years to close the global gender gap. 131 years. I don't think any of us has that much time to wait for this to happen. So for me, it's important to look beyond the gender gap as well. And this is, I think, one of the advantages when we talk about artificial intelligence as a transformative technology. We are bringing some of these topics back to the agenda. One of them is digital divide, right? We cannot talk about artificial intelligence without talking about digital divide. So 2.6 billion people never connected to the internet. Around 66% of the world's total population were using internet in 2024. So what you maybe not see here from the chair down below in the presentation, I try to see what is the situation in Latin America, a little bit better. Latin America and Caribbean, around 20% of the population is still not connected online. So just to see a bit of a global picture, this is how the world looks like. And I'll give you a minute just to try to compare. Here you can see Southern America, Central America, Caribbean comparatively to other parts of the world. Does it look good? Más o menos. Depends what you compare with, right? But even if you're not comparing, so I'm switching a little bit the view of this graph. So this graph is showing individuals using the internet as a percentage. When we look at Southern America, 82.5%. Not bad, actually quite developed comparatively to other world. When we switch these numbers a little bit and show how many people that actually is, right? So for Southern America, 77.2 million people still don't use the internet. For me, this is huge. My country has 5 million people. This is huge, right? So we still have a lot of work to work on. I gave you a lot of numbers, a lot of statistics. I want to pause here a little bit and now switch to maybe looking into history. So what has history taught us about the development of inclusive and diverse technology? And we heard earlier today, I'm not sure if Vilas is still here, that he mentioned that AI is still not washing the dishes for him. Were you here when he mentioned this? So this is an interesting point. I did not include this in the presentation, but his comment prompted this thinking. Do you know what has been the most transformative technology for the women inclusion historically? Usually people would say voting, right? The right of women to actually go and vote. No, that's the washing machine. The fact that we actually got a washing machine liberated so much time in our daily lives to go and to study, to pursue school, to pursue other things in our lives. So I just thought this is an interesting historical lesson, but there are others. So I found another example in the car safety history. So the first Red Flag Act was actually the first regulation of car safety in the world. In 1869, the regulation said that every car needs to have a person, the physical person, that takes the flag and goes in front of the car to actually announce to everybody that the car is coming. This was the safety of a car industry so early on, and of course cars were they were not fast at all at that point, so that was a feasible solution. And it kind of reminds me, for those of you who are really into the responsible AI field, you know the expression of human in the loop. So this is what we are using to try to embed the safety into the technology. So for me, this red flag for a car was kind of human in the loop system to try to ensure the safety of technologies. Now, why I mentioned this, because it took us almost 100 years, and I hope we can be much faster with the AI, to actually start using the first car dummies for testing car safety. So these car dummies were designed following the male body. This is a question for audience. When was the year when the first female dummy was used? Try guessing. Who gets it right gets to do the next RAM. 2005. More. Let me see. Guess. Just guess. Look, so well, I don't have a back button, but 84. Okay. Christina is very good in this field. 2022 was the first year when we started using the female crash test body, the doll that was actually designed with the anatomy of a female body. Why is this important? Is that important? Why? I see some faces. Why is this even relevant? So this is why it's relevant. Because when a woman is involved in a car crash, she's 47% more likely to be seriously injured than a man in the same car crash, and 17% more likely to die. So this is why the data is important, and this is why the inclusion is important. And this is why it's important that we start thinking about these things super early on with algorithms. So why is inclusion important? It improves the quality and usability of a product or service. It mitigates the potential harm. It helps shifting the power dynamics of AI design and deployment. It builds long-lasting, trusting relationships. And ultimately, again, something that you cannot see from the chair, and it's super important message, it saves lives. Not only in the example of car, in the example of algorithms used in policing, in health, in justice. This is why it's important that we get trustworthy AI and ethical AI in a right way. We all have a responsibility to make sure everyone, including companies, governments, and researchers, develop AI with diversity in mind. So I have 3 areas of action, 3 concrete suggestions to give in this space. So one is diversity in algorithms. It's very important to be more inclusive and diverse in data collection practices, to put more, and to actually collect disaggregated data, gender disaggregated data, and to ensure that we audit our systems regularly for bias. It's important to have diverse teams and diverse organizations. So more women at the table. We heard today that if you're not at the table, you're probably on the menu, right? It's important to have not only place at the table, but to think beyond this place at the table, to have voice at the table, to actually meaningfully start including these voices in products and services that we are providing. And the third one, nothing about us without us. We need to start thinking about communities that are actually impacted by the tools we are building. The third one, guidelines, policies, and regulation. We have to think about regulatory frameworks that promote transparency, inclusion, and fairness in AI, to demand accountability, and to think about global AI governance. So to clarify why this global AI governance is also important, I'm bringing this from the recently adopted or published document just last week. The UN Secretary General's High-Level Advisory Board body on AI published Governing AI for Humanity. And what this document is saying, and I'm putting a quote, that 7 countries are parties to all the sampled AI governance efforts, 7 prominent non-United Nations AI initiatives. So 7 are part of all 7. 118 countries are parties to none. And usually global South countries are in that group. So this is why it's important that we think about inclusivity, not only when we think about building AI, but even when we think about regulating this technology and starting creating the frameworks. This is how it looks like on a graph. And I'm showing this again just to point to where the space of Latin America and Caribbean is, where 25 out of 33 countries are not involved in any of these initiatives. Now there are other examples as well, completely opposite, I would say, that demonstrate the example of tremendous inclusion and diversity, and this is why we are here, and this is the work of UNESCO. So recommendations on the ethics of artificial intelligence have been adopted by 193 countries, and now we see the ripple effect of this through different tools that have been developed by UNESCO as well. And to quote our very own Gabriela Ramos, Gabriela is leading this group of Women for Ethical AI. We love global norms, but we prefer implementation. So we need now to evolve in this next step of actually giving certain tools and directions for countries of how to do this implementation. And those are some of the tools. We heard a lot about readiness assessment methodology and the ethical impact assessment as well that have been used in so many countries and are models for how actually to do this with diversity and inclusion on our minds. This is the work of Women for Ethical AI that has been doing a tremendous research at the intersection of AI and gender, with many new things and publications to come very soon. So make sure to visit the website and follow the work of this group. Another example just recently adopted in this direction is Global Digital Compact, just adopted last week in the United Nations with this example of how to bring gender directly into the policy roadmap processes. And hopefully we'll give a lot of directions of how other countries can do the same. Now, none of these things can be done without certain investments. And this is just one of the examples, again, coming from the last week, from UNGA, from the United Nations General Assembly, that resulted with adopting and launching this partnership for global inclusivity on AI, where United States is partnering with 8 companies, private sector companies, and this is the invitation for private sector in the room as well, to go in this direction and actually put the money at the table, because we need investments to actually bring some of these principles to the practice. And now, as my last thoughts, I want to think beyond the towards an inclusive and diverse equal AI, and I'm looping back now to my point that I believe AI can actually drive equality and inclusivity and equity. So not only that we can build AI in an inclusive way, but we can use AI for more equality and inclusion in our society. So technology is never neutral. We have to be intentional about how we build it. And with this intention, there are some amazing examples actually coming from Latin America. So I'm moving from the beginning of my presentation when I shared so many negative examples in North America to so many positive examples in Latin America, where actually AI is contributing to more fair, inclusive, and participatory society. We heard many other projects as well, but just as a sort of an inspiration from my side, iMore AI coming from Argentina, open source software that helps criminal courts collect data on gender-based violence from court rulings, giving this example of how AI can actually contribute positively to justice. The second one from Jamaica, the We Talk, which aims to reduce and prevent gender-based violence against women, girls, boys, and other disadvantaged groups in Jamaica. And the third one, bringing color to this presentation from Peru, which is several projects that I found implemented just next year using generative AI, developed for the creation of content for people who speak 3 of the indigenous languages in Peru. So in this case, the generative AI is used to actually transfer news, communicate news to communities, and provide more inclusion to indigenous communities in Peru. So with this, I want to end with this quote, that AI can amplify the best of human potential, but it can also exacerbate the worst biases in our society. And it's up to us to ensure the former and not the later prevails. So it's up to us. Thank you.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias por esta presentación. Ahora los invitamos a hacer un cortecito para el café. Vamos a tener unos 15 minutos aproximadamente y volvemos para el cierre de las actividades de esta tarde. Ya les voy recordando que el cóctel de bienvenida va a ser a las 19 horas y van a salir buses desde acá también para que ustedes puedan trasladarse con tranquilidad. Además, a disfrutar entonces el café. Gracias.
high-level panel, legislative and regulatory experience at the global level. The participants are Sofia Harris, head of the Legal Advisory Office for the National Secretariat for Science, Technology, and Innovation from Panama; Sergio Juan Castro Manrique, Deputy Undersecretary for Digital Services and Innovation of the Government Secretariat for Digital Transformation of Peru; Eric Gaedo, Congressman of the National Congress of Chile; Alfredo de Luque, Senator from the Congress of the Republic of Colombia; and Rodrigo Goñi, Congressman for the Parliament of the Eastern Republic of Uruguay; and Gabriele Massini, Connection Science Fellow from Massachusetts Institute of Technology; and Mohamed Mutiwala from the Regional Technology Officer for Latin America of the U.S. Department of State. And the moderator is Dr. Tania La Rosa, Consultant on Open Government for Agesic, Uruguay. You have the floor. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? We are wrapping up this day. We want to thank you for joining us in this last session that is very promising and has distinguished, prestigious panel. An honor to be facilitating and moderating this panel. We want to thank everyone following us through the Agesic live stream and the CAF live stream as well. To introduce this panel, I want to go back on some of the things that were mentioned this morning and that were discussed throughout the day. This morning, Gabriela Ramos, in her opening remarks, spoke about the evolution that we have had in the global conversation on the regulation of AI. Gabriela pointed out that we are undergoing a transition, and we are discussing the notion of how and what do we regulate to promote an ethical AI that is respectful of human rights, while at the same time we don't stifle innovation and consider the challenges and inequalities existing in all of our countries in the area of capacities and in the possibility of benefiting from technology as it is. In the first panel, there was a discussion about the private sector, its expectations and concerns regarding the possibility of over-regulating AI. And there was a discussion about the need of leading and focusing all of our processes through a multiple stakeholder approach. Now, 11 months ago and 20 days, we had the previous summit in Chile. Now, in this very short period of time, we have seen news come up about the creation of common frameworks for the governance of AI. As a previous panelist mentioned in a very inspiring presentation, our participation as women in AI remains unequal. According to a report from the expert body of the United Nations on AI, 118 countries have yet to engage in AI governance and the discussion about AI governance, regardless of there being a recommendation on the ethics of AI from UNESCO. In this very short period of time, the OECD updated its recommendations on the ethics of AI twice. The first update sought to adjust the definition of AI systems to what they truly are currently. And the second update was conducted to introduce some concerns that are global, such as the topic of disinformation. Also, within this short period of time, we saw the approval of the first binding agreement at the international level within the context of the Council of Europe. This was a framework agreement on human rights, AI, and state of law. And within this agreement, some of the countries of this region participated as observers. This enables them to be able to enter into this agreement soon. It's the case of Uruguay, Peru, Mexico, Argentina, Costa Rica, the United States, and Canada, which I believe participated as observers in the process. Also within the United Nations, an important resolution was passed in March, and this was the first global resolution on AI. And we also saw the entering into of the Global Digital Pact. We also saw the European Union establish its first AI regulation. So all of this has happened in a very short 11 months and 20 days. And the list of landmarks is undoubtedly even larger if we include all the regional processes in which this summit is also a part of. Now, this panel seeks to have a discussion about where we stand in terms of AI regulations in our hemisphere. In this panel, we also want to discuss what the impact of these important situations have been for us and what are the different achievements that we have had in national and international regulations. We also seek to discuss what is the focus that we have and the approach that we have as a region, and what are the different regulatory tools and regulatory priorities in the region. I have spoken to some of the legislators about this already, and they have shared very interesting perspectives about their own needs for regulations in their countries. And we will also be discussing how each country has sought to build balanced regulations around AI. Now, without further ado, I'm going to yield the floor to Gabriele Massini so he can inaugurate this panel. Gabriele is an expert keynote speaker. He is world-renowned in the area of AI, and he had an important role to play in the adoption of the AI law in the European Union, and he is a researcher for the MIT. So, Gabriele, it is a pleasure to have you in Uruguay. Thank you very much. I will now speak in English.
Indeed, it's a pleasure to be here. I think, of course, I don't speak here any longer on behalf of the European Commission. I used to work there until last August, and now I'm a research affiliate at MIT. So I'll try to give you, in a few minutes, a bit an overview about the process, and a little bit a hint about the substance. So as Tanya was saying, a lot has happened in the last 11 months. That is true, but in fact, the work on the AI Act, which is the first comprehensive legal framework on AI, started back in 2019. So I would say it's important to keep in mind that actually I started working in the European Commission in 2017 on AI, and I started to focus on AI and liability. And since 2019, when von der Leyen came into office, it was the first time she was president of the European Commission. Now she's re-elected a second time. She had a commitment in her programmatic guidelines to develop a legislation on AI within the first 100 days of her office. But so that political commitment arrived at a moment when the previous commission, Juncker, had already started some work on AI and the policy implications of AI. In fact, we had appointed a high-level expert group in 2018 that developed a number of guidelines for trustworthy AI. That were guidelines not of the European Commission. The there were guidelines of this separate expert group. But certainly we are very influential in the way we started thinking about how do we deal with AI? What are the ethical implications of AI? So when von der Leyen Commission came into office, the first thing we did was developing actually a white paper. The white paper on the ecosystem of trust and excellence, which, as the name says, gives a bit of sense of how do you start thinking about AI. So we wanted AI to be founded on these two legs. On the one hand, the trust, meaning we want to make sure that this technology can be trusted so that it can be taken up, and the excellence, meaning we want to make sure also that Europe can actually develop those tools. So not just be adopters. And that white paper, therefore, gave rise to a consultation, a wide consultation, on some ideas around what could be the legal framework look like. We started thinking about the risk-based approach. We started thinking about conformity assessment. We started thinking about the requirements for trustworthy AI. And then after that process of consultation, the Commission moved into full gear into actually drafting the legal proposal. And for those of you who may be less familiar with the EU, the Commission is the executive, so where I worked. So we prepared the proposal, the legal proposal. It took us about 1.5 years, building upon those work that was already existing. And then the proposal was sent to the two co-legislators. In the EU, we have a sort of a bicameral system, if you want. We have on the one hand the European Parliament, and on the other hand the Council. The European Parliament represents the people. It's directly elected by the individuals, the citizens, across the whole EU. The Council represents the governments of the member states. And these two institutions, or chambers if you want, they have to agree. So once the Commission sends the proposal out, these two institutions can modify it, can make changes, and can therefore have to agree on the same text. Therefore, you see actually quite a number of changes between the Commission proposal, which dated 2021, and the final legal text, which has been adopted in July 2024, but essentially the political agreement was found in December 2023. So if you can already see the dates, something really relevant happened in the meantime, which was ChatGPT. So ChatGPT was commercialized in December 2022. So in a way, we were already in the process of developing a legal framework based on certain assumptions. And the emergence of ChatGPT creates certainly quite some, let's say, movement, because somehow policymakers in Brussels, and notably at that moment, the responsibility was on the Parliament and on the Council, felt like they needed a bit to react to the emergence of these new generative AI tools, which caught somewhat a lot of people out of surprise. In fact, I would say that is the real major difference between what is the Commission proposal and the final text of the AI Act that sees a new chapter regulating general purpose AI models. General purpose AI models is, in legal terms, another wording for what is more known in the technical community as foundation models. So these are the models that are behind tools like ChatGPT, like Gemini, and so on. And so the legislator ultimately decided to introduce certain rules to regulate specifically those general purpose AI models as somewhat a reaction to the emergence of ChatGPT. So maybe I'll leave it here, but I'm happy to come over with Kamut's other comments and questions later.
Bien, muchísimas gracias.
Yes, thank you very much, Gabriel. It is very interesting to hear about the European process. Now, moving on with the agenda and with the order in the agenda, I want to now yield the floor to Sophia Harris. We move from the EU to Panama now. Sophia Harris is the head of the Legal Advisory Office of the Science, Technology, and Innovation Secretariat of the Republic of Panama. And Sophia, what is the situation in Panama from a regulatory perspective? Can you hear me? Yes. First and foremost, thank you for the invitation to this panel. Before I talk specifically about the legislation regulating AI in Panama, we need to understand the Panama context. As you know, Panama is one of the countries with the highest GDPs in the region, although it is one of the countries with the highest inequalities in the world. So that makes it so that we have a large vulnerable population with no access to internet, or at least with no permanent access to internet. And the main concern and challenge that we are facing in the current government is to bridge the digital gap, because we cannot talk about the ethics of AI if we have a large portion of the population falling behind due to a lack of connectivity. Of course, this means that we need to look at education and to other areas. Along those lines, our National Secretariat for Science and Innovation presented a draft legislation indicating that 1% of the GDP needs to be used for investing in science and innovation. So the institution that I represent would get that 1% of the GDP because we are the ones that lead, prepare, organize, and coordinate the execution within the national science system of the strategic plan for science and innovation. The idea is for us to be able to cover all the needs that we have identified in this plan for the next 5 years. Now, having said this draft legislation was approved by the House of Representatives yesterday, and we hope that this becomes an enacted law so that we can finally become a country that is better positioned in the area of CPI, especially because we are one of the countries in relation to our GDP that uses the least amount of its GDP in science and innovation. So adding that 1% would be a great step and a great show of commitment by the part of our administration to science and innovation. Along those lines, the public ministry understood the challenges posed by AI and new technologies and has presented a draft legislation that holistically modifies our criminal code so that it may adjust to new criminal types. We understand that cybercrime is now a huge issue for us. And the third regulation that we're working with, and it is now being considered by the National House of Representatives, is a draft legislation regulating AI. In a way, it is a copy of the UE regulation, in as much as it seeks to classify AI based on risk. On the side of the Secretariat, we will be supporting this draft legislation in as much as there is an open discussion about it. We are concerned that this discussion is not open enough, and we do not have sufficient capacity to certify what is a high-risk AI. So we are worried that this legislation might be an obstacle for science and innovation in the country. We need to be aware of our limitations, and we shouldn't allow for trends within a group of legislators to think that, okay, everyone is talking about AI, so let's copy a law to happen, because our country might not need a copy. We need something else, something that adapts to our country. So we have spoken to the representatives and told them that we agree on having a draft legislation, but we need to have an ample discussion about this. We would rather have a law be drafted that is flexible rather than rigid in its classification of different risk levels or in terms of certain responsibilities for certain agencies. We would like this regulation to be about a commitment of the state to comply with the UNESCO recommendations on the ethical use of AI at all stages of the development of AI. This is, of course, important because this draft legislation mandates that the National Secretariat should lead the process or the strategy for AI in the country. So obviously, we, as people who respond to academia and to civil society, we need to be a part of the discussion. This draft legislation should be considered by us as beneficial for the entire community of Panama. Now, we are aware that we cannot do this work on our own. We need to work with all the countries across the region to achieve our goals, because if we don't, we will fall behind. So that would be my final conclusion. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Sofia. While I was listening to you, Gabriel took 4 minutes out of his 8, so I'm guessing you were taking up some of his time, right? Anyway, I think we will have to go back to the topic of implementation with Gabriel, especially given what is happening in the European Union after this law has been enacted. Okay, now let's move on with the order. We move from Panama to Peru now, and I yield the floor to Sergio Juan Castro Manrique, Deputy Secretary of the Secretariat of Digital Innovations in Peru. As you know, Peru has made progress in its many legislations, as he will be explaining in a moment. Good afternoon, everyone. In Peru, we have moved forward with the digital transformation of our state, thanks to the fact that our Secretariat depends on the Council of Ministries, a council that coordinates with different public entities. We have made progress in digital transformation, and we focus on data governance, interoperability, and we also focused on centralized distributed digital architecture. We have included administrative procedures focused on the well-being of citizens, as well as we have tried to foster digital talent in collaboration with the private sector and civil society. By May 2024, the Secretariat faced the challenge of focusing on AI. On the first stages of our work, we work with the experts of the Secretariat together with other sectors, as well as with civil society. We created a roundtable inviting civil society to discuss our regulation for digital security. We have taken the model of the ISO on AI, ISO 42001. We take that model of the ISO 42001 and we are adopting it to the Peruvian framework. We are trying to adopt this standard for the Peruvian context. The ISO standard discusses interoperability and processes and focuses on digital trust. In these past few months, we have focused on digital trust as something that is not technical, but rather as something that is democratic and participatory. These technical standards issued by the Secretariat are developed by all the stakeholders in the ecosystem. We are now trying to socialize this standard to empower citizens and get their opinion. We notice that many citizens think that AI will be replacing their work and their position, so we're trying to explain to them that AI is actually something to use for their benefit rather than for their harm. As a regulator, we are focusing on other areas such as the area of blockchain and security applications. So in Peru, we have a national center for digital security that tries to defend the government from attacks that come from external actors. We also created a legislation for the National Data Center. The National Data Center in Peru provides a service in the area of data. However, we still need to continue promoting the classification, anonymization, and optimization of data. So what we are looking at is that we cannot generate AI if we don't have data, but that data needs to be secured. Now, for many years, the public administration in Peru has been creating its own database. We are also measuring innovation indexes, and we are assessing the different agencies of the public administrations based on their maturity. Now, we are using a maturity model based on AI, but we're also focused on data. I am a developer, so when we talk about the generation of databases, we always need to focus on standardization. And many times developers don't really respect methodologies and standards and procedures. So what happens there is that we end up having airbag data. And what we try to do here in the technical area in connection to AI is to find a way to classify and standardize data. So on the technical side of the subsecretariat, we generate technical tools to foster and incentivize the developers to do a good job. We are providing services to our citizens, so we need to create reliable data. We are also working on interoperability using different technologies, and we are also focused on organizational technologies by creating processes that might generate a single transaction using the same data taxonomies. And that goes hand in hand with the concept of digital architecture in the Peruvian state. So in the case of AI, we have included the topics of architecture, data governance, and trustworthiness of AI into our regulations. So we are quite close to socializing this regulation. We have actually included a space for participatory discussion, and we are now looking at this regulation through a multi-sectorial committee. So to wrap up, in Peru, we have been trying also to work on capacity building, on the proper use of AI, and we are trying to teach the need to use these tools for the needs of our citizens. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Sergio.
Thank you, Sergio. Let's go to Chile to hear about the recent news coming from legislator Eric Aedo, Vice President of the House of Representatives. Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. I am the Vice President of the House of Representatives, and I am also the President of the Science Commission of the House of Representatives. I say representatives, and I say diputadas y diputados, because by our regulation, Now we need to include women when we say representatives. I am going to pay attention to the person that is going to tell me that I need to shut up, so that's why I'm looking at the audience. But anyway, I'll move on. One of the things that I value as a legislator is that I work with people in my delegation that come from different aisles. But even if we all have different political perspectives, we have a consensus from the political and social perspective about what we want out of AI. And I think it's because we're not enamored with our own ideas. That's something I'm proud of, and that's something that it's important. So when we started thinking about the draft legislation for AI, this came about as an idea from specialists, national and internationals, from companies and from legislators from all sides of the aisle. We even had conversations with the Ministry of Science and with the executive branch, and we had a fruitful discussion based on what had happened in Europe and based on what had happened in the States with the executive order. And we decided, together with the government, that we needed to have one single legislation for AI. We presented the draft legislation in May 2024, and on August the 28th, this law was passed. And now we are having a discussion, actually, to include recommendations from academia, from the private sector, from the executive branch. And we have been discussing the topic of intellectual property within the context of this regulation as well. Now, as we moved forward with this draft legislation, we moved forward respecting our principles of democracy, rule of law, and the protection of human rights. Those are the guiding principles that are the basis of our legislation for AI. Obviously, through this legislation, we seek to promote the responsible use of AI. I have a piece of paper here because we are undergoing an institutional crisis in Chile because of chats and audios that have been leaked. So I am protecting my data, and that's why I'm using paper. I'm not sending any more messages because of the data leaks that we had in Chile. That's an internal anecdote.
We would like to contribute to social welfare and environmental welfare as presented by some of the speakers in the morning. This is not only about technology, but also to protect the environment, democracy, to have fair access to all these technologies. And in my role, not only as the president, but vice president of the chamber, is not only legislate to enforce. Our idea goes beyond this draft. And the idea is to legislate from our reality. Of course, that we are learning from international experience because the whole world is interconnected, but we want to legislate from the reality of our country. I know that many of you are experts on this, but for us, this is constant learning when we realize that data sets, data treatment, that there's nothing neutral about that cultural elements vary from one place to the other. But the Chinese have a specific way to think. Americans have another way of reasoning where individual freedoms are very important. And those cultural aspects, they do have an impact on the processing of data. It's not that easy to see at first. Another example of this. In India, for instance, that they have a lot of development in these areas, and they have a system of castes where some people have access to some privileges, but others do not. And that is also shown and reflected So then nothing is neutral about this. Everything should be connected to our own reality. Along these lines, we had made progress in other areas. In fact, this tends to be centralized. So what we have been doing is to try to decentralize all this process. For instance, PhD courses on AI that are based on regional universities. So we wanted to decentralize that. This should be a discussion that should take place not only in Parliament, but with a regional participation. Because if not, we are repeating the same biases that we talked earlier. And there are 4 universities that are from the region of Bio, that is the region that I represent. That is just a coincidence. I had nothing to do with it. Also, I would like to tell you about the message of this draft. Of course, that we are aware of the potential of AI to improve the situation in the country. We also are fully aware of the risks or the negative impact of AI. For instance, these biases we mentioned. Let me tell you a little bit more about biases. In Chile, all our legislation and database of the Congress is in a digital format. There is a huge advantage. But also, we have 200 years of different cultural approaches included there. We have, we work with UNESCO and the recommendations by UNESCO taken into account. We have developed a national policy for AI. We started in 2021. There, Madam Minister there, she played a fundamental role. So she has been working throughout different governments, and she provided continuity to this discussion. We need to regulate this situation, and we need to protect fundamental rights and ethical principles that influence the use of AI. And also, there's a lot of freedom when developing this technology. Basically, we paid attention to what was being communicated with different private companies in the world. We are promoting innovation, and we are currently taking measures along those lines. We also created an advisory technical committee. And then to wrap up, I would like to tell you that we have included sanctions, of course, when enforcing, but all this takes place ex post. We don't want to hinder development of technology. All these assessments and sanctions or audits are ex post. They are free to develop everything, to grow, and then if something does not comply with regulations, then they will be sanctioned. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, diputado.
Thank you very much. If we have some extra time after the panel and taking into account the progress of the process in Chile, it may be interesting for us all to listen to some of the recommendations or lessons learned in this process that can be useful for those countries where we are still developing all this. Now we'll listen to Alfredo de Luque, that is a senator from the Colombian Congress. Today we were chatting, and he told me that there are 12 projects currently in Colombia, and we are very interested in getting to know more about the discussions taking place in Colombia regarding progress and regulations on AI. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks for having me. Okay, I will start by the end, and let me tell you that in Colombia, when it comes to legislation, both the Senate and the lower chamber, we have reached an agreement. And the agreement right now is not to do anything. We have agreed on that. Why? Because we had a lot of projects to regulate AI from different perspectives, following different approaches, and basically that could have a negative impact in the state of the art. Today, the AI index in Latin America says that we are part of the second group, that is, adopting countries of AI systems. That means that we are trying to integrate AI into our productive services. But when it comes to governance, that is, when it's about regulatory frameworks, our rating is 91 out of 100. That means that we have a framework on which we can move. Our legislation is pretty robust. We have very high levels of data protection. In criminal matters, we have some crimes defined that can be used for criminal actions. In this subject, we have robust institutions, so we can think that we have the right regulatory framework for all this. What has the Colombian government done so far in this area? Well, a starting point was the Compass document that was published in 2019 that approved the national strategy for artificial intelligence. That is, the pillars are to promote AI, to strengthen human talent, to strengthen regulations, and to provide infrastructure, taking into account that since most of the countries in Latin America, we still have some areas for improvement in some sectors like human talent, infrastructure, and we need a lot of resources for research and development so we can set up an industry of artificial intelligence in our countries. Then we have the development plan for 2018-2022 by President Duque, and that provides some guidelines when it comes to how to help emerging economies using AI for the development of the country. There's something by 2020 that is the ethical guide for AI that was promoted by the Ministry of ICTs. We have a ministry for ICTs in Colombia and another ministry that is the one of Science, Technology and Innovation. These are two separate bodies. But we have a guide and a decree from 2021 on regulation and use of emerging technologies, and of course AI is included in these documents. We also have the Transformation Digital Guidelines from July 2021. We also have Regulatory Sandbox from 2022. There is a strategy for digital government from 2022-2026 with this new government. There is also an ethical framework for AI. As you can see, most of these regulations are not laws, but these are guidelines that the state is adopting through resolutions or decrees, and that allows us to have certain flexibility and to change them when we feel it's the right time to do so. We're not talking about established laws that are more rigid, because laws are not as flexible as decrees or regulations. We have different visions on AI in the country. That we have those that say that AI is a new fentanyl, imagine, or Armageddon that can destroy humanity, and then a lot of other visions. where they say that AI is far from being something negative for humanity, but that can help us solve some of the problems that we have. Okay, so the idea is we agreed on doing nothing. We're analyzing the regulatory proposals. And what we are going to do is to analyze what is being done in other countries, in Asia, Europe, Latin America, also in the States, to try to define some regulations for our country so that we can develop the AI industry. We cannot have regulations that have a negative impact on AI, imagine, or that prevent foreign companies from coming to our country. We need to have a regulation that promotes AI so that we can develop that industry in a more efficient way, and also taking into account all the recommendations by international bodies such as UNESCO, CAF, UN, and also to monitor development of the AI law in Europe. Yesterday, I cannot remember the name, but there was a very well-known economist in the EU that mentioned a concept where he disagreed with the regulations in the European Union so far, and he was saying that lag that they have regarding other countries when it comes to digital issues is because of the excess of regulation that they have. We are not Europe, we are not US, we are Latin America. So I think it's better to see what's happening in the world and then adopt those regulations that are the best for us. I know that in these kind of forums and in these exchanges, we can find a solution to that problem. Thank you. Something important that you mentioned about other frameworks. Yesterday, I remember in Agesic's event, someone mentioned the fact that there are still 14 countries in the region that have no law regarding data protection. So there are a lot of challenges connected to these topics. And it's really interesting to take that into account when analyzing our current situation. Now, Rodrigo Goñi from Uruguay, member of the lower chamber. He chaired the Commission of Futures, and he's part of the Innovation, Science and Technology at the lower chamber. So you have the floor. I think that by now, regulating AI is not an option anymore, at least for Uruguay. It's not an option, it's an obligation. Why? Okay, we know why. Because we all know that, and just summing up what has been mentioned here, when we think about the huge amount of possibilities and opportunities represented by the development of AI and the severity of risks, if a parliament does not address these issues and that regulation, imagine, they should all be replaced by AI, I would say. Because doing nothing, because imagine all those possibilities will come to us, or will come to just a few. But it is clear that because of all the requirements, so that everyone can have access to those benefits and possibilities and opportunities provided by AI, the parliament and the state need to do something, because if they don't do what is required, that won't happen. And some of my colleagues here is like, we should start with the budget. How are you going to get the infrastructure that you need, the interconnectivity, AI literacy? How are you going to make for companies to scale up and use the best tools available? And all these things should be promoted by the state through parliament and include that in the budget. If you don't do that, you won't accomplish anything. But also the existing risks. The risks are important. Everybody has agreed on that, right? In all parliaments all over the world, and all the presidents in the world have acknowledged, right, the severity. From China to the rest, since you mentioned China. China also acknowledged this. Maybe we value these risks in different ways, but we know that there are risks to human rights. We know there are risks to democracy. So we need to address all these issues. It's our obligation as parliamentarians. Of course, you need to plan how you address this issue, because it's too big. So Chile, and we have the minister here, they're an example. They're an example of the path to follow or how to address this issue. First, consensus. Uruguay has done that. All political parties agreed on the fact that this regulation requires a framework with all the majorities. Because now that we have AI, and now AI is very attractive, and TV channels calls you to talk about this, everybody wants to present projects about this. That's why in Uruguay, we, the political parties, we said, okay, this regulation will be addressed by us in a framework all together. And we approved that framework. Of course that we need help, we need collaboration. In the past, we would mention that collaboration was just an opportunity. But now we know for sure that we need the industry. Imagine, we parliamentarians trying to, first of all, we don't understand the whole thing. So to understand this topic, we need the industry. And of course that we need the academia, but it is clear and obvious that we need to work together with other sectors. And we parliamentarians, it is our duty to explain to our citizens which the different possibilities, opportunities, and risks are. So Parliament has the obligation of explaining this phenomenon so that citizens, so that they can understand the different possibilities and the different risks. And thirdly, at least in Uruguay, we need to do all this in an adaptive way. Gabriel was saying that the European Parliament started addressing this issue, and then when they were to pass it, it appears generative AI, and everything changed. And there will be others coming in the future. So we need to have some kind of flexible program that can be adapted, constantly adapted, that way of addressing this issue. And of course that we need to take all this into account. If we're going to have a framework that is constantly changing, this will be the case. Another requirement that is pretty clear then is that we need to do this being very cautious, trying not to affect innovation. And we need to do this without being scared of technology, of AI. But as parliamentarians, we need to be also, we need to set the limits required. We should not be afraid of setting limits. Remember, we are representing the people here. It's our duty to set the limits when some phenomena can have a negative impact on fundamental human rights. And of course, artificial intelligence is no exception to this. We should not be afraid of setting limits to AI. Because all the things that we mentioned, this of being people-centered and ethics, this is a huge challenge, a very attractive challenge. When talking about collaboration, including the industry, and to take into account all the philosophical issues, because in this regulation, the Parliament should also address which aspects of humanity we want to preserve. Now there are several philosophers talking about this. If we say that AI, at that model of the pilots and the co-pilots, artificial intelligence that is enhancing many human conditions, we should also now, or we should be intelligent as humans to know which are the limits to be placed to preserve all those things that are human. That is the most important value that we parliamentarians should preserve. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, diputado Goñi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goñi. So now to wrap up, Mohamed Moriwala, Officer of Regional Technology for Latin America from the U.S. State Department, so that he can tell us a little bit more about the regulatory approach in the U.S. that tells us about the experience about that executive order and the institutions also in the U.S., something you were interested in sharing. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to UNESCO, the government of Uruguay, and CAF for organizing this really important event at a critical time. In addition to talking about the regulatory experiences of the United States, I wanted to step back and talk about the institutional changes that the U.S. is going through to really prepare for the age of AI and kind of illustrate that with an example and a topic that it's really dear and near to my heart, me. Why am I here? I am the Regional Technology Officer based in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and I'm the second person to actually have this position, one of only 6 worldwide. It's just one example of how the State Department and the U.S. government as a whole is really changing its mindset and its mentality as to how we approach AI. We recognize that this is a fundamental change. These emerging technologies are going to really change all aspects of our lives, from how we work, to how we communicate, to how we fight wars. The promises of AI can help us fulfill the SDGs. They have many, many implications. Our Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, our foreign minister actually went to the RSA conference in May in San Francisco, a conference typically attended by cybersecurity experts and hackers, in an area in Silicon Valley where move fast and break things is the mantra. But as our Secretary of State said, that is the exact opposite of what we do as diplomats. But that's how important it is. So in addition to this RTO program that I'm a part of, the State Department also created the Cyberspace and Digital Policy Bureau and a special envoy for emerging and critical technologies. Again, to show an elevation in importance of these fundamental changes and fundamental technologies and how it's really important that we get it right in governing and working together. In addition to that, I think that one of the most prominent executive actions, regulatory actions the U.S. government has taken was an executive order issued by President Biden last October about safe, secure, and trustworthy AI. This executive order had about 8 components, and I'm going to go really quickly through them. It was on safety and security, innovation and competition, because again, we talk about regulation, and we want to make sure it's important of regulating, but we don't want to stifle innovation, because we see so much potential in AI. In addition, worker support, AI bias in civil rights, consumer protection, privacy, the federal use of AI, and international leadership. And those 8 components kind of made the core of our regulatory approach. Now, when we talk about international leadership, it's really about working together with other countries and other stakeholders to maximize the benefits of artificial intelligence and minimize the risks. Because there are actual risks, as people have discussed, and we've heard about throughout the day, but there are also many benefits. And the way to optimize that is working together. You know, the United States is leading on many of these technologies. We're thankful to be home to many of the leading companies. But even the United States recognizes that no one country can do it alone. That we can only achieve our technological or technology ambitions by working together with like-minded countries and like-minded partners. In May, the United States unveiled the International Cyberspace and Digital Strategy, which really put at the core the idea of digital solidarity. That's kind of our North Star when we talk about international cooperation. It not only, you know, it's not only approach to digital technologies, but also to all foundational technologies. We are committed not to digital sovereignty, but to digital solidarity. We believe that the future of technology lies in digital solidarity, the recognition that individual users or large organizations, we're all the more secure, resilient, and prosperous when we work together. And in pursuit of digital solidarity, we will work with countries and organizations committed to developing and deploying technology with, you know, a human-centric approach. And have to note that some of our strategic rivals are working toward a very different goal. They're using digital technologies to surveil their people, to repress human rights, weaponizing the dominance in critical supply chains to coerce other governments, employing AI-based tools to deepen polarization and undermine democracies. Now, last week at the UN General Assembly, Secretary Blinken unveiled the Global AI Research Agenda and the AI and Global Development Playbook, both key deliverables from President Biden's executive order, showcasing the U.S.'s commitment to partnering internationally to harness the benefits of AI. And so, again, our approach is really the idea of working with people in this room, these stakeholders, in pursuit of digital solidarity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are now coming to the end of this panel. We have actually gone over time. It is true that we started the panel with a bit of a delay, and we're sorry for that. But I had promised Gabriel a couple more minutes because he didn't take his 8 minutes. He only took 4 minutes for his presentation. So maybe, Gabriele, you might want to wrap up your ideas, and then we can close the panel. Maybe it might be interesting for you to talk about the implementation and the challenges for the implementation of this regulation.
Apologies for not taking all the 8 minutes before. I was afraid to go over, so I've been too conservative. But anyhow, maybe I can share a couple of thoughts around, you know, some of the choices that were made and how they relate, for instance, to some of the questions that are emerging in this debate. So we're talking about trust. So one of the underlying assumptions of the AI Act is to stimulate, so we all want to say regulation to support innovation, right? So it's to stimulate the technology by creating a certification mechanism. So that's the famous CE mark, which for instance we have for medical devices and for all products in reality. And of course, many of these products can have AI components. So the initial thinking was we could leverage that tool that already exists for instance, software-based systems that are based on AI and that are already subject to a CE marking process, to essentially include the certification of the AI component. This was really a core idea, and by saying we create a certification mechanism for AI systems, once the systems go on the market, they are certified, they can be trusted, and therefore companies and citizens can adopt them. I believe this idea is still valid, but of course it comes with a downside. And the downside has been raised by the colleague from Panama, for instance, about the capacity issues. So the ex-ante mechanism creates, of course, in a way, bottlenecks at the entrance to the market, and requires actually that there is the capacity to actually test and control those systems. Not only on the side of the certification bodies, but also on the side also of the authorities afterwards, because the AI Act has an ex-ante mechanism, but also an ex-post, like it was mentioned, for instance, by a colleague from Chile. The authorities as well need to have the capacity to verify the compliance of the products. So this system hinges on the existence of a number of technical norms and tools that in the EU we have the so-called harmonized system, harmonized standards, which is in course of development. So in my view, a lot of the success of this approach will depend on the availability of technical standards that can actually support implementation. And this is where the Commission is actually currently working, together also with international partners like ISO, but it certainly is a key moment. And of course, this then, the existence of the technical norms has to be complemented with the actual capacity in government and in notified bodies to actually do the work. An additional complexity of the capacity issue is linked to the scope of the high risk. And this is something that, for instance, the AI Act has quite a, certainly bigger scope of application than it was at the beginning. The AI Act has an annex with around 8 areas that are considered high risk, but only certain systems under those areas are high risk. And those lists has been increasing. So when a system is high risk, it's subject to ex-ante compliance and ex-post obligations. So therefore, the more high-risk AI systems you have, the more you need capacity to control them. So there, it's also an element while, the logic could still be valid, saying we want an ex-ante mechanism, but you may want perhaps to limit that mechanism to only a limited number of applications so that you can learn also by doing. I believe the AI Act has started with a quite extensive already list. Another important element that I think it's really important for those who are starting to reflect around AI regulation is, in my view, to keep things as simple as possible. So less sometimes is more. And the first thing I should do, in my view, is to really, this has been mentioned already, think about the risks. So, but what risk are you talking about? Are you concerned about misinformation, manipulation, like democracy? Are you concerned about discrimination? Are you concerned about copyright? All these issues actually can be addressed somehow selectively, and sometimes even with tools that may already exist. And this leads me a bit to the last point, that I think it's important to keep in mind that any AI regulation should not be disjointed from any existing regulation. This is something that in the EU certainly we should pay close attention as we move forward in implementation, because in the digital space, and I think probably you were referring to Draghi, the Draghi report that was adopted lately, there has been certainly a proliferation of legislation on digital around, for instance, data, around cybersecurity, around digital services, platforms, around AI, and of course, without forgetting that we also have an extensive privacy legislation. So the challenge now going forward would be to make sure that all these tools can well interact with each other. And therefore, it's important, as countries around the world start thinking about AI legislation, to take a close look about existing legislation and to leverage them as much as possible, and then possibly indeed address, when needed, additional gaps that may be risks identified with certain specific risks that could still exist.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much for that contribution and for those comments that are certainly valuable given the process that many of our countries are undergoing right now. I believe that this panel clearly reflected the diverse approaches, the diverse focuses that we have in the region. It also reflected the different levels of discussion that we are having at the national setting. But mostly, it reminded us that it's important to think about what we regulate, how we regulate it, and with whom we regulate it. And that's something that I believe we have learned already as a region. And it's a great starting point to continue building regional consensus that might allow us, among other things, to do what legislator Goni mentioned, which is to have the states undertake their roles and their responsibilities as guarantors of the rights of our citizens. This responsibility includes having good development levels, because by having those levels, we know that we really guarantee human rights. Thank you all for your participation. It has been an honor monitoring this presentation. If you could please stay for a picture. Please, the panelists, just a moment to take a formal picture.
Muy bien, muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much.
No, estamos más. Muy bien, y para finalizar.
To conclude today's presentations, to all of you who are here today in the auditorium and those of you that are following up through the live streams of the CAF and Agesic, we would like to invite Mauricio Delo, Director of Digital Transformation for the CAF, to the stage.
Por favor, Mauricio.
Please and thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I won't ask you to go back to your seats. You're already standing up. I don't know if you're tired or maybe I am boring or you want to go to the cocktail now. But it is hard to summarize in 2 hours what has happened today. So I'm going to take 5 minutes. We have reached the end of our first day, and as CAF and as hosts, it is an honor to have these high authorities, experts, and special guests in the entire Uruguayan ecosystem. This morning we had close to 170 people in attendance in this auditorium for 200 people. And I think that goes to show the interest that we have in the alliance with UNESCO and with Director Gabriela Ramos and with her team. Traditionally, we've got here governments that have been working on this initiative with the CAF and UNESCO, like the Chilean government and the Uruguayan government. And there has been a work group that in the past few months have been working in a way that perhaps you do not know. And they have been working towards building a roadmap that is important if we consider the experience of the EU and of the state. And it's important if we think about the asymmetries and the focus of Latin America and the Caribbean with close to 240 draft legislations. So we hope that this roadmap, and we hope that this work, and we hope that this declaration might be a guide. And if we think about the Summit of the Futures and the Digital Pact, we hope that we too may be able to have a larger voice. Now, I can think of many words that summarize the day, like challenges, obstacles, and opportunities. And I think that the message here is that we need to take advantage of the tools that are available to us. We've got powerful diagnosis tools, such as the RAMs, that connect the challenges that were mentioned in the first public policy panel to the opportunities. The RAMs pertain to infrastructure, digital talent. They pertain to the importance of science, technology, innovation in a region that invests less than 1% of its GDP on this. And obviously, we need to recall the connection between academia, private sector, and government, because if we do not leverage those spaces, we won't be successful. We also have parallel events. We heard from people that we have identified in the region as legislators that have been fostering initiatives and regulations so that the dialogues that begin in the executive branches or among civil society or in spaces for co-creation can have a significant impact in the scenario of whether or not we should regulate and why. And that is the discussion that we are having, and that's the discussion that we need to make progress on. We have also heard about high-performance computing infrastructure, which are entirely necessary for the development of high-performance AI applications. We also heard about the enormous investments necessary, like the case of the supercomputer in Barcelona. And during this event, we mentioned that had Europe not understood that this required an investment, no country, not even Germany, would ever be able to compete in supercomputing, nor would the states be able to do it. So here's an opportunity for Latin American and Caribbean countries to pool their regional resources for interoperability and for data sharing, but also we can try to scale up investments together to tackle the challenges that we are facing. Now, having said this, I believe this is it for today. We will be seeing each other tomorrow in the afternoon. And now I think you are cordially invited to a cocktail offered by our host country. Thank you very much.
Simplemente parroquiales.
Just a comment, the buses to go to the cocktail are waiting for you outside. They leave at 7 p.m. Yes. There will be several buses that you can take. Have a lovely evening. See you tomorrow.